Yo, what's good, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today's video is going to be a little bit different. We are going to be doing a mega video. This is going to be every single imperialism video that I have ever uploaded to this channel will be all in this video. Real quick, DK is back, so comment down below, say welcome back, DK. Glad you're not dead. Appreciate you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get right into this video. If you guys enjoyed, drop a like down below and sub to the channel, sub to DK. His links are down in the description down below. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of this video. We're going to go ahead and spin our wheel for our first teams. Let's get it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here and we are ready to draft our team. That will be the home team taking on somebody, whoever, where they're attacking. We're going to find out. Actually, no, they're not going to be the home team. Sorry. Okay, DK, cut all this out. We are now ready to draft our team. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be seeing who is going on the road and attacking first. With that being said, let's spin our wheel, baby. Come on. Give us a good team. Give us a team that we need. Maybe one of the new teams. Missouri State, Delaware. Who we got? Arkansas State. Okay. Okay, Arkansas State. Which way are they going, baby? Let's see. Come on. Arkansas State going up this way. All right, let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have found it in Arkansas State. We'll be heading into Arkansas. The battle of the Arkansas teams. Whoever wins this takes over the entire state. Let's find out who wins this matchup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the Arkansas Razorbacks as they take on the Arkansas State Red Wolves to see who takes over the state of Arkansas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this game is over. Arkansas is up 31-16, a minute 56 remaining. It was a lot closer than you would have thought. Early through this game, I think at the end of the first quarter, it was like 7-3. And then I think at the end of the second quarter, it was Arkansas State was up, I believe. But in the fourth quarter, they ran away with it. Arkansas is going to take the state. And so Arkansas is going to control all of the state right after this game. There's a first down, and that should end this one. With that being said, I will see you guys on the map. I'm going to make you watch this, DK. First Brock Lesnar tortured you. Now I'm torturing you.
Trayvon, just go to the office.
What'd I do?
Just go to the office.
What'd I do?
Go, just go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Arkansas State is officially the first team eliminated from this tournament. That is right, Arkansas has taken the entire state, and we're gonna give them, let's see, I'll give them a lighter red. I think we'll see how this looks. If it looks too bad, I won't keep it, but we'll see how this one looks. All right, boys, we now have red for Arkansas. Arkansas is the first state to get color. We're gonna change the color whenever a team wins a state. Missouri State's here. I think this isn't Missouri, is it? This isn't part of Missouri? Maybe they are. I don't know. Anyway, let's go ahead. Let's get back to the wheel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another wheel because I could not delete teams from the other one. So this one's a different wheel. I have added Delaware and Missouri State because those are the two teams that weren't on this. But with that being said, we are going to spin the wheel, get our next attacking team, and that is going to be Texas A&M. And who the hell is Texas A&M going after? Let's find out. They're going down to the right. Let's see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Texas A&M from the center of their logo. If you go down, it's Rice. Texas A&M versus Rice next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Rice. And we are going to be watching the Texas A&M Aggies take on the Rice Owls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a minute 59 left in the game. It is 44-7. I'm not even going to jump into this one. 44-7 is over. I'll see you guys on the map. All right, and Texas A&M has taken over Rice's spot on this map. Let's get back to the wheel and spin again. Sorry I'm commentating so much, DK. I just like commentating. I just like talking to you, you know. Without it being on the video, I just like talking to you. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to spin this wheel again and see what team we get next. And it is going to be Wyoming. They have their own state already. And we are going to head and see which team they're going to be facing. They're going down. Let's see where that's at. All right, and we have Wyoming taking on Utah next. All right, we are here in Wyoming. The band is in formation in a W, and they are touching up on that horse. Pause. As we head for Utah versus Wyoming next. All right, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 28-16, Utah taking down Wyoming. Because this is a big game for Utah. They get not only half of the state of Utah, or a third of the state of Utah, they also get the entire state of Wyoming. So they have a big area here, assuming that they can, you know, keep this lead, which I think they will. There's a minute 52 left. It's 16-28. I believe that's a two-score game, at least a two-score game. So I don't think, you know, I don't think they're really going to do anything. I'm going to see you guys on the map if they don't score here, but I don't see Utah losing this game. If it gets really close, I'll come back, but otherwise I'll see you guys on the map. I think this game is done. Yeah, that's a sec. It's done. This game's over. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Utah has taken over the entire state of Wyoming. The entire state's gone. And there's still 3 states up here. These 3 states, any team that lands on these with the wheel automatically gets them. They're automatically unlocked for them. So Utah now has this area. Also, Arkansas, I changed their red because I forgot how borders worked. So you can still see the logo even with the color. So I'm just dumb. With that being said, Utah has this entire state. So if they go up, if they go over here, and then if they get either one of these and they get up here, they can have multiple states here. With that being said, we're going to head back to that wheel and see who is next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and let's go, baby. Let's see who is next on the wheel. And it is going to be Ole Miss. All right, and here is the arrow wheel. Let us see where we are going for Ole Miss. They're going down and to the left. Let's see where that's at. Damn it, I lost my map too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it is Ole Miss barely taking on Mississippi State. They almost hit Arkansas, but they're barely going to take on Mississippi State next. All right, we are here in the Egg Bowl as Mississippi State takes on Ole Miss. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this ball game is all but over. 48-3 with 40 seconds and counting, with Ole Miss having the ball. And they're probably going to run this one, get a first down, and get up out of here with a win. If they even want to, well, I guess they have to run a play at least. But this game is going to be over. And the Egg Bowl champions of 2025-2026 season is going to be the Ole Miss Rebels, number 19 ranked Ole Miss, taking down the Mississippi State Bulldogs. And there they go, holding up the Egg Bowl trophy as Ole Miss takes down Mississippi State. I just wanted to see that Egg Bowl trophy celebration. That was really cool. I'll see you guys on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ole Miss is not looking too good here. But with that being said, we have this matchup is going to happen at some point, and I'm ready for it. But with that being said, let's get our back to the wheel and spin it again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's spin this wheel again and see what we got. We have Hawaii. Okay, Hawaii. They can't go down. They can only go up in certain directions. They're going up to the right. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hawaii is going to be heading to Arizona to try to take over. Let's find out if they can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Arizona as we're going to see the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, I believe is what their name is. I'm not making that up. I think it is the Rainbow Warriors, taking on the Arizona Wildcats at Arizona. Let's see what happens in this matchup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona is going to take over the entire state of Hawaii. And it's going to be over. 41-3 is your final score. I will see you on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hawaii has been taken out. And now the state of Hawaii has been painted. Arizona. Let me continue. Sorry. Let me stop. Okay, let me try this again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hawaii has been taken out and Arizona has taken over Hawaii. It is painted blue with Arizona blue as Arizona beats Hawaii at home. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hit it, baby. Come on now. Let's get something good here. What we got? What we got? Middle Tennessee. Okay. Okay. Middle Tennessee. Who they going after? Up to the right a little bit. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Middle Tennessee taking on the Tennessee Volunteers. Will we have our first upset of the series? Let's find out. A restart? Bro, what the f is this? Call of Duty? Oh, restart required. By the time I get to the damn game, I'm going to forget who the f was even playing. It's Middle Tennessee versus Tennessee, but damn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Neyland Stadium. I believe that's a stadium name in Tennessee, baby. For Middle Tennessee, taking on the Tennessee Volunteers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score will be either 21-35 or 14-35. It looks like it's going to be, yeah, 14-35 will be your final score, and Tennessee moves on. Middle Tennessee is out. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tennessee is taking over Middle Tennessee, and they have a lot of land they can cover here without actually having to get into a decent matchup until Alabama or Auburn. But I mean, all these teams around here, I mean, they're pretty grabbable besides, like, obviously Clemson and maybe even South Carolina. But I mean, they have to go through App State before they even get there, or they can go the Wofford route and or the not Wofford, the Wake Forest route, and then probably go down. But I don't know. Let's go ahead. Let's spin this wheel again, baby. Come on, spin that. Oh, damn. Spin that. Damn. Okay, spin that wheel. Let's go. Come on. This hype right here. Missouri. Oh, Missouri. Who Missouri facing? Directly over. Let's see what that's at. All right, baby. We got Missouri taking on Illinois. Next up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Illinois as we are going to be seeing the Illinois Fighting Illini taking on the Missouri Tigers for the arch rivalry. I don't even know what the hell the arch rivalry is, but apparently it's happening, and it's happening right the hell now. Damn, Missouri taking a lead. This is going to be their first upset if they can win. Because Illinois is ranked 10th. And Missouri's not ranked at all. So this will be like our first upset if they can do it. Oh, but Illinois just took a 2-score lead. Uh-oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the game is over. And the final score. Is it going to show up? Is the score going to show up? Is it going to show up? Final score was 59 to like 30 something. 59-36. I thought it was going to be an upset. It was tied 21-21 for a long time. But then Illinois just came out of nowhere and just started storming everything. I'll see y'all on the map, man. We didn't even get an upset. That's crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Missouri has been taken out by the Fighting Illini of Illinois. And this map looking a little different now. This map looking a little crazy. Arizona took over Hawaii. Utah took over Wyoming. Illinois is taking over Missouri. They can take over the Missouri State Bears if they want to. Tennessee's taking over this state, whatever state this was. And yeah, man, Texas A&M taking over some of Texas as well. But hey, man, let's get back to the wheel and let's spin that stuff again. Spin that wheel. Let's go. Purdue. Okay, Purdue. Who Purdue facing though? That's the question. Directly the other way. All right, let's see what that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Purdue will be taking on the Fighting Illini of Illinois. They back up on the clock again. Purdue, Illinois. Next up. Let me make sure. Is that Purdue? Ball State's in Indianapolis. So yeah, okay. So this is the right place. So it's literally okay. Yeah, Fighting Illini. Damn, bro, they back up on it. They back up on a chopping block. I like Purdue because they have a really cool tradition. After the first quarter of their games, There's a children's hospital across the street from the stadium that they can like see, like the kids can watch the game for free basically. I mean, obviously, because you're just looking out a window, but they like after the end of the first quarter, they wave to them, the children in the children's hospital. So it's cool, dude. I love it. Purdue for that, man. They're cool as hell. I think it's Purdue. It might be Iowa. I could be wrong. And ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Missouri for a snow game. It looks like, and we are going to be having Missouri. Wait, no, not Missouri. What the am I doing? Why am I in Missouri? Damn, I got that one wrong too. It was Iowa that does that. It's not even Purdue. Fuck Purdue then. It's Purdue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Illinois, and it is a snow game as we got the Illinois Fighting Illini back on the clock, and they will be facing the Purdue Boilermakers in the battle for the Purdue Cannon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 36-24, but I don't think Purdue's going to score here. They have 29 seconds to do so. I'm not going to jump in. Yeah, game's over. Purdue gets taken down. It's another victim of trying to attack Illinois, and Illinois takes another part of another state. Jesus Christ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Purdue is gone, and Illinois now has part of Indiana as they keep growing. They're the first team to go twice in this. So let's go ahead and let's see who's next. Spin the wheel. Sorry, I forgot to say it. I was taking a drink. Virginia Tech with Sandman. Enter Sandman about to go crazy. Which direction we going? We almost going straight up. Let's see what that's at. All right, Virginia Tech will be taking on Marshall. Also, Enter Sandman ain't going crazy because we going to Marshall. But Virginia Tech versus Marshall next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Marshall taking on Virginia Tech. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in for the first time in this video as Virginia Tech is up 31-26 with 1:58 remaining. Marshall with the ball trying to get into, I mean, they need to get in the field goal range, but they also need to score a touchdown. And it's 2nd and 10. Virginia Tech defense played very good right there. It also helps Marshall, though, because it stops the clock. So Marshall needs to get on their stuff and get this ball into the end zone as soon as possible. Let's see if they can do it. We could have our first upset here with Marshall upsetting Virginia Tech, which means we will never, ever get to hear Sandman in this series. And it's going to be a first down and more. Over the 50-yard line. Timeout, Marshall. Back to pass. Throwing. Caught. Over the 50-yard line to the 33 of Virginia Tech. Here they go. Back to pass. Caught. First down and more. Almost into the red zone. All right, Marshall back to the line here, looking to win this ball game, get the first upset of the series. And Marshall grabs it. And it's going to be in the red zone, which means it is the witching hour. I don't know why I said that. It's not the NFL, but it's also 57 seconds remaining, and this game could be over if they don't hurry up here. They have 2 timeouts. I don't know why they're not using any of them. But 49 seconds. Here we go. Marshall at the line, looking to get into the end zone to win this game, and it's completed. 17-yard line, 3rd and 5. With 30 seconds remaining, no clock stoppage. 25 seconds and counting. 26-31. No timeouts have been used, and they're going to run the ball. Timeout, Marshall. 4th and 3. 4th and 3. 15 seconds remaining, and they're back to the line. This is the final play of the game for Marshall if they do not get this ball here. 15 seconds, 4th and 3. Back to pass. Thrown, caught, touchdown Marshall! And Marshall takes the lead with 13 seconds on the clock. And they're going to take a 2-score lead. Virginia Tech is about to get upset for the first upset of this series. Holy shit. All right, they're going for a 2-point conversion, be up by 4 points, and they miss it. They're down. They're up by 1. Virginia Tech has 13 seconds to get this thing in the end zone or a field goal. They have 1 timeout left. 10 seconds remaining. We know how this game likes to do. They don't like to call timeouts at the end of the game, but they better call one if they want to survive. Timeout, Virginia Tech. 5 seconds remaining. They're not going to have enough time to kick a field goal. They got to get this in the end zone. They're at the line here. Here we go. Final play of the game. Virginia Tech back to pass. Throwing. Caught. First down, but it's not going to matter. The clock is going to continue running, and the ball game is going to be over. Virginia Tech is going to lose. They have 1 second, no timeouts, and that's the ball game. Marshall is the first team to upset in this video. Virginia Tech goes down. All right, Virginia Tech, first team to get upset. The Sun Belt just upset the ACC, and Virginia Tech is now gone. But let's get back to the wheel. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Give us something here. Give us something here. UAB. They could play Alabama here. Alabama could be getting their first game. They will not be, though. They're going down. Down and to the left. Let's see where that's at. Oh, my God. Ladies and gentlemen, Alabama will be taking on UAB. UAB's heading to Alabama. All right, we are here in Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, to be more specific, as we got Alabama taking on the UAB Blazers at home. This one should be an easy victory for Alabama. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score will be 40-16, assuming they don't score again. They do not. 40-16, Alabama takes down UAB. And just what everybody expected, Alabama takes down their first victim of UAB. I think the only team that's in Alabama that could actually stop Alabama is Auburn. And they're right next to each other, so they might get that matchup sooner than we think. But UAB, the Blazers, are gone, and Alabama now has some territory to work with. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's go. That's a new thing I'm doing. Spin that wheel. You know what I'm saying? We doing it. We got Northern Illinois. Now, Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame in the real game, in real life. They going down to the left. Let's see where that's at. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first threefer for this series. NIU and the Huskies will be heading down to Illinois to take on the Fighting Illini. As it perfectly aligns, Illinois has the chance to take down 3 teams in this one video. Let's head to the game. Now, what's funny about this is Illinois has been home for all 3 of these. All 3 of these games Illinois has been home for. But they'll be fighting Northern Illinois. They'll be fighting a team in their own state. That's crazy to me. All right, we are back in the great state of Illinois in the snow as the Illinois Fighting Illini take on Northern Illinois University and the Huskies to get the first three-peat of this series. Let's see if they can do it. Also, real quick, y'all, if Northern Illinois wins, they get a ton of territory. So, Illinois better realize that they lose this game, they give up a lot of territory. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score is 47-3. This ball game. Oh, wait, 47-10. Hold on now. Nah, this ball game's over. Illinois takes down another victim, and they three-peat for the first time in this series. Somebody gets a three-peat, and it will be Illinois. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Illinois has a big chunk of land in the Midwest here. But we're going to go ahead and get back to this wheel and get back to spinning, baby. Spin that wheel. Let's go. Come on now. Who we got? TCU. TCU is going to be taking on who? Up and to the right. TCU taking on who? All right, ladies and gentlemen, TCU, North Texas. Next up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at North Texas as they are going to be taking on the TCU Wildcats, I think. I think they're the Wildcats. I'm not sure, but I think they are. DK, double check on the screen right now. Boom, that's what TCU is. They're the Horned Frogs. I'm a liar. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is tied 15-15. A minute 56 remaining. TCU has the ball 3rd and 1. What the hell is going to happen? This is to end this game. We could have our first overtime game of the series. TCU was down 15-7 for a long time, and then they got a 2-point conversion after scoring. Dang, dude. 1st and 10, a minute 52 on the clock. TCU back to the line. A minute 30 remaining. Here they go. Running. The quarterback keeps it. Quarterback keeps going. And he's on his way to the 40, the 30, And he will be down at the 28-yard line. North Texas cannot stop TCU there. TCU in field goal range by a lot. North Texas needs a turnover here, and they will not get one. And that's another first down for TCU. TCU well into field goal range here. That quarterback run got them very far. And it's going to be a pass. Quarterback goes down. Timeout, North Texas. All right, TCU looking to get into the end zone, and they do. Touchdown, TCU. Score will be 28-21. I mean, 21 to whatever. You guys get it. 22-15. Whatever. Y'all get it. All right, North Texas takes the ball over at the 16. 1:11 on the clock. They have plenty of time to score here. They just need to do it really quickly. Here they go. Back to pass. North Texas caught. And he's going to stay up. And it will be out of bounds at the 22-yard line. 2nd and 3. North Texas looking to get this ball down the field and into the end zone. And that's going to be a sack. Down. 3rd and 12. 50 seconds remaining. 44 seconds on the clock. Looking to hopefully get this one out of bounds. They do not, but they do get the first down. 38 seconds remaining. Here they go. 5 wide receivers set here. Back to pass. It's thrown. Caught. And it's not going to get out of bounds. 19 seconds remaining. They're not going to hurry up. And they're going to lose this game. They're going to lose this, dude. They're not hurrying up. Can I hit the A button to make it go faster? I can't. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. They got the ball off. And that's going to be a sack. TCU survives North Texas. All right, TCU claims its first victim. North Texas and the Mean Green go down. And TCU is taking over some of Texas. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Give us something here. Give us something good. Kentucky. Who Kentucky taking on? They going almost directly to the left. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, Kentucky will be heading to Western Kentucky to take them on. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing in Western Kentucky as the Kentucky Wildcats come here. And hopefully what should be an easy win for them against the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 1:20 on the clock, 13-21. They could technically take the lead here. Or at least tie. They could at least tie here. There's 40 seconds, though. They got to hurry. 43-yard line. They are just over midfield. Ball is thrown. It is not. And he is sacked. And that might just do it. They are out of timeouts. Kentucky is probably going to win this one 21-13. What a game, dude. Western Kentucky, hey, all credit to them. They did play this game very well, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to get this win here. They're going to attempt it, though, and that's not even going to be a first down, and I think that's going to do it. I think Western Kentucky's going down here. Unfortunately for the Hilltoppers, they have lost to Kentucky. What an incredibly close game. Unfortunately, Western Kentucky just could not do it. Could not get it done, and Kentucky takes over Western Kentucky, and now there is only one more team left for them to take over the entire state, and that's Louisville. Let's head back to the wheel. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Give us something here. Give us something. North Carolina. We're heading to the Carolinas for the first time in this series. Who's North Carolina taking on? Down and to the right. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rivalry game on our hands. The North Carolina State Wolfpack taking on the North Carolina Tar Heels. We not only have an ACC rivalry here, we also have a state rivalry because people that went to North Carolina hate North Carolina State, and people that went to NC State hate the people that went to North Carolina. This is their Clemson, South Carolina right here. So I understand completely. I hate South Carolina, the school, not the state. But I love Clemson. So let's see what happens here in this matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, weirdos and freaks, NC State just got their ass kicked, and they're continuing to get their ass kicked. This ball game is, well, it's over, but 17-38. Bill Belichick and North Carolina take down North Carolina State. Not as close of a matchup as I thought it would have been, to be honest. I thought NC State might have this one. You know, I believe they won the game last year's game. Unfortunately, though, North Carolina makes them pay for that as they get their ass kicked. And they kick NC State's ass as North Carolina takes over some of the Carolinas. Let's head to the wheel. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What we got? Another Carolina team? Nah, probably not. Nope, we got Old Dominion, though. That is a Virginia team, though. So they could go into the Carolinas if they go down, which they're not. They're going straight up, almost. Let's see. All right, Old Dominion versus Maryland right now. I'm not even talking to you enough, DK. How are you doing today? How is your day doing? I mean, how is your day going? You know, I haven't asked you yet. How's your day, DK? Are you good today? Are you feeling good today? Are you excited? Are you hyped today? If not, you should be. Get hyped, DK. Come on. The hell's wrong with you if you're not getting hyped?
A lot of things. Like the fact that you don't know how to say, how are you doing? Guys, I'm so sorry you gotta watch this guy. I apologize, because this man doesn't even know English. I mean, granted, neither do I. I speak dumbass, but I think he tops it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Maryland Terrapins as it is snowing and it is a blizzard here, as it's going to be Maryland taking on Old Dominion. And ladies and gentlemen, this one might be it. It is over. Maryland takes down Old Dominion University 24-10. Jesus. All right, Old Dominion is taken down as Maryland takes over this state, which means Maryland could be getting battled by a Carolina team. But let's go ahead and let's see who's next on the wheel. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Who we got? Who we got today? Troy up and to the left. Let's see where that's at. All right, Troy is going to be taking on Auburn coming up next. We are here in Auburn, ladies and gentlemen, for Auburn versus Troy coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, 55-22. The score was just a minute ago, like 22-32. And then out of nowhere, Auburn just turned it up. Auburn takes down Troy. All right, Auburn and Alabama, they took over some territory they're going to have to face eventually in the Iron Bowl. With that being said, let's jump to the next game. Spin that wheel. Final game, baby. Let's go. Final game of the video. Make sure you guys drop a like down below, sub to the channel, and comment down below if you guys want to see another episode of South Alabama. And he's going down, which means he's not going to play Bama or Auburn. But he will be playing nobody. Straight down, I still think is nothing. Yep, nope, it's nothing. All right, you have to go up or over to the sides. That's down. That could be Tulane. And it will be, all right, Tulane, South Alabama to end off this episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tulane taking on South Alabama. Let's get it, baby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 48-13, Tulane takes down the South Alabama Jaguars. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tulane takes down the South Alabama Jaguars. And Tulane is now in South Alabama. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put their logo up here at some point. But that being said, I don't want to end off that. I don't want to end off that at all. Actually, I want to go one more game. So we're going to spin that wheel one more time, baby. One more again. Spin it, baby. Let's go. One more again, baby. Come on. Who we got? Pitt. ACC. Who they taking on? Who's Pittsburgh taking on? They taking down and to the right. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Pitt is going to take on West Virginia for the final matchup of this video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing and it is a backyard brawl between West Virginia and Pittsburgh. Let's see who takes down the other team. I don't know why I stopped. Who's going to win this game? Basically is what I'm trying to say. Ladies and gentlemen, this ball game is over. West Virginia is going to take down Pittsburgh in what some would say is an upset. I mean, I think I could see some people saying this is an upset, an ACC team losing to Virginia or West Virginia, but damn, West Virginia takes down Pittsburgh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Pittsburgh has been taken down, and West Virginia has taken over territory towards the end of this video. I think I'm also just going to give them this little area here too, because quite frankly, I don't know what area that is, but I'm giving it to them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here on the... Oh, wait, shit. No, we're not. Don't put that in, DK. Please don't. That makes me look dumb. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and let's spin this wheel. Baby, let's go. First one of the video. Here we go. Who we got? Baylor. That's trash. Whoever they're going up against, they're going to lose to. They're going up there. Let's see what the up there is. Right. Baylor is taking on TCU. TCU about to claim another victim. Let's watch it. God, dude. See, I hate this shit, man. It's honestly, it sucks, dude. Like, how much these games just don't want to work for me. And Baylor TCU is going to take 37 damn years just to get going, bro. Damn. Dude, I'm trying to do this. All right. You know, people aren't liking, you know, they're not liking the content as much anymore. And I just want to give them stuff that they like, but I can't because Xbox decides to screw me every 2 seconds, man. This is ridiculous. Yes! Oh god, bro, that took forever. Oh dude, I'm just gonna off here in a minute, bro. This was incredible, man. I'm just gonna go right here. Oh man, this was right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at TCU for the TCU Baylor rivalry. Let's see who can win it in today's Imperialism episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this game is over. Baylor did the impossible. They beat TCU, and Baylor will take on all of TCU's territory. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Baylor has a big piece of territory in Texas up into Oklahoma. Next up, let's see who else is going to be on the chopping block and could get eliminated in this video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're spitting again, baby. Let's go. Come on, give it to me. Penn State, okay. Powerhouse team. Been a powerhouse for the last few years. They going down. Let's see where they going to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Penn State will be taking on the West Virginia Mountaineers. Let's see if Penn State gets taken out early or if they claim some lives, some victims early. That'd be really cool, DK, if you could just like make that look funny.
Nah, I'm good.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the snow here at West Virginia as Penn State coming to play games with the West Virginia Mountaineers. Let's see if they can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We have a bit of a situation on our hands as West Virginia has the ball up 7. Are they going to turn it over? They do, but the game is over. West Virginia wins by 7 to beat the Penn State Nittany Lions. Penn State knocked out of here early. That was a surprise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first major upset of the video. Penn State has been knocked out of contention, and West Virginia gets a little bit bigger after that huge victory. Let's head over to the wheel and see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What y'all talking about? Y'all don't know me? Northwestern. So where the hell Northwestern going to, though? They going straight down. Northwestern's going to They're going to Illinois. I'll see y'all in Illinois. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the battle for the land of the Lincoln as Illinois takes on Northwestern University. Let's see who wins this matchup. Hopefully Illinois can take down another opponent and claim another victim on their territory quest. Yeah, territory quest. Yeah, that was cringe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that Northwestern has taken down the Fighting Illini of Illinois, who were on a win streak as of the last episode. They have finally been taken down by the last opportunity for a team to do it, and it happened to be them. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Northwestern has taken over a large majority of this map. Northwestern now owns a lot of land here. Let's head to the next wheel spin. Sorry, I forgot to say it. Wheel spin. Baby, let's go. Come on, what they talking about? Let's do this. South Florida. Okay. They can only really go up and that way. All right, let's see where that's going. All right, I'm gonna give it to them. I'm going to give them the technicality. South Florida will be taking on Florida State University. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Florida State University. The racist mascot is on the field, and we are ready to get down and racist in today's game. Let's do it. Come on, racism. Yeah. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to go ahead and call this one. Time of death is, what time is it? 8:26 p.m. on August 23rd. That dates the video, but 43-14 final score. I'll see you guys on the map. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not quite sure what I expected, but yeah, South Florida has been taken over by Florida State. Man, so Florida goes down, they're gonna hit Florida State. If they go up in this way, they're hitting Florida State. And if Florida State takes over UCF, which I don't think they can unless UCF goes this way, but man, all right, see y'all on the map. I mean, on the wheel. Jesus Christ, bro. Can you guys tell I'm tired? The messed up part is I'm tired, but I woke up at 2 p.m. So I shouldn't be, but I am. Spin the wheel. Let's go, baby. Come on. What are they talking about? Kentucky. Kentucky. All right. Kentucky. What we got? Kentucky down and to the right. Okay, let's see what that's at. Kentucky takes on Tennessee at Tennessee. This is an SEC matchup. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen. What the f was that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Tennessee in the snow, and we've got Kentucky taking on the Tennessee Volunteers at Tennessee. Let's do this. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time we've been able to jump into a game, and here it is, 28-31. Tennessee on the 41-yard line as they look to come back and beat Kentucky at home in the snow. Here they go. A minute 5 remaining. Here they go. Ball is snapped. They are running the football. Oh, and they're going to get it. Not to a first down marker. Sorry if I keep lagging. All right, my computer is not connected to my Ethernet. My Ethernet stopped working all of a sudden. I need to fix it. I know. I'm connected to the wireless internet, and it sucks. All right, cut that out, DK. Edit my cussing out because I want to be monetized at some point in my life. But that being said, Kentucky with the ball. Tennessee with the ball. Tennessee goes for a first down. Timeout, Tennessee. They kick a field goal. They tie the ball game, going to overtime. We still have not had an overtime game. I don't think we've had an overtime game yet. This could be the first one. We could see the first overtime game, or they're just going to score because they're really close to the end zone. Yeah, this is bad. This is... Yikes, dude. It looks like I'm on dial-up internet, dude. What the f*** is this? All right. Here they go. Tennessee, 19, 18, 17. I don't know what this is helping. It's not. They better just kick this damn field goal, dude. They better just kick it. Yeah, they're going to kick it. Kentucky going to call a timeout? Yep, there they go. They're going to ice the kicker here. And this is a big one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they have tried to ice the kicker in the ice. Kick is up, and it is good. Tied ball game. Okay, we do have an overtime game. Problem is, my internet is not good enough to run this, so I'm going to I'm gonna just sim through the overtime period and just see who scores first. But we're gonna pretend like we're watching it together, okay, guys? We're gonna pretend like we're watching it together. All right, here we go. Here we go. Jump to next play. So next play, overtime, baby. We are in overtime. Here they go, and it is a kick return for Kentucky. Kentucky gets the ball first. Third and 6 for Kentucky, and here they go. And it is a 4th and 1. And they turn the ball over on downs. Tennessee gets an opportunity here. Tennessee gets the opportunity to win the game here. 1st and 10. 2nd and 6. Here they go. They are going down the field. This looks incredible. And they're going to kick the field goal. Tennessee is going to come out of here with the victory. Tennessee takes down the Kentucky Wildcats. What riveting gameplay there, folks. What riveting gameplay, dude. I have never seen such more riveting gameplay in my life. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kentucky has been taken out by the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee has now have a big area of land, and we're gonna do 2 more games. We have done 1, 2, 3, 4. Have we done 4 games? No, 5. We've done 5. All right, we'll do 6 games today, and then next episode we'll do probably more, but it is getting late, and yeah. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and spin the wheel again here in a second once I take off Kentucky. Dude, this is gonna piss me off, dude. Holy fuck me in my asshole tightly, dude. Holy shit. Dude, make it through one more game, all right? One more game, all right? Can you do that? Spin the wheel. Here we go, baby. Let's do this. Come on. What we got? Washington State. And Washington State is going to be taking on straight up. I don't think there's anything up there, but let's find out. Not a damn thing. Spin it again, baby. Let's go. Come on. Let's do this. Up and that way. Let's see what's up and that way. Up and that way. Up and that way. That's Boise State University. Last game of the day, Boise State versus Washington State. Sorry this video is so short, but I will see you guys in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing again, and we are here in Boise State in Boise, Idaho, as Washington State takes on Boise State. Now, this is a big game for Washington State. If they lose, there will be 1 team left in the Pac-12, and once that game's done, once that team's out, the Pac-12 is completely out because there's only 2 teams in the Pac-12. Washington State, one of them, Oregon State being the other. Let's see if Washington State can win for the Pac-12. Real quick, guys, I'm only ending the video after this just because my internet legitimately can't handle this, and I need to figure out what's wrong with my Ethernet cable. So, yeah, I mean, look at that. Yeah, no. So that's why I'm gonna end it, so I can figure out what the hell's wrong with my Ethernet. Hopefully by next video my Ethernet will be fixed. But Jesus Christ, this is terrible. We're heading into the 4th quarter. Boise State is up 41-8. I mean, this ball game's over. Yeah, this game's over. 41-22 final score. Boise State takes down one of the only teams in the Pac-12. Oregon State is the only Pac-12 team remaining. Washington State, they are out of here, and Boise State has taken over Washington State. Washington and Oregon State are here, but Oregon State's the only Pac-12 team left. Boise State looking to take them down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's spin the wheel. And Washington State is still on the wheel. I'll have to take Washington State off the wheel, but before we do that, we're heading to Texas A&M. Okay. Where Texas A&M going? Is it going to be the Texas A&M Texas matchup? They going straight up. It ain't going to be in Texas. Let's see where they going. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Texas A&M taking on Sam Houston. I think. Wait, no, it's actually leaning more the other way. I think it's leaning more Baylor. So we're going to do Baylor, Texas A&M. This is a big matchup. Let's check it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Baylor for the Battle of the Brazos. I don't even know what the hell a Brazo is, but a Brazo sounds pretty lit. So that's what we plan for in today's video, or in today's game, sorry. We playing for some Brazos. I don't know what the hell that is. Is it like a bra? I don't know what the Brazo is. But that's what they play for. I'll see y'all towards the end of the game. I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. Is it a bra? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But I don't know. It just sounds like something that a brazo would be, you know? Just sounds like it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in what could be a shocking twist of events, Texas A&M goes down to the Baylor Bears by a lot. Texas A&M fans, look, I'm sorry, okay? I understand Baylor got lucky. They didn't have to play away. But Texas A&M got their ass kicked. Damn, Baylor, really? Baylor is not like this. In real life, they are not like this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Baylor has a huge chunk of territory down in Texas, and they are getting closer to that Texas matchup. Texas, y'all need to do something about your state, bro, because your state is in complete turmoil. But let's go ahead and let's spin this wheel again, see who we get next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Spin that wheel again, baby. Let's go. Come on, now. Let's do this. Come on, who we got? Come on. Boston College, okay. They kind of trash in this game, but okay. Down and to the left, okay. Down and to the left. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got Boston College taking on the UConn Huskies, coming right up, serving it to you like on a plate, like I'm a cafeteria worker, you know, just serving it to you. Here you go. You want a drink with it? Here you go. You got some vanilla Coke. God, I'm a loser, dude. Holy shit. Shout out to the guy in the last video, bro. Like, this probably ain't gonna make it in the video, but shout out to the guy in that last video who was really like saying like, I'm surprised you have that many subs considering how funny you are or how good your content is, because it is going downhill right now. How's 2K doing? 2K about done? 2K, I say 6%. That's what 2K got. Yes, DK, I did spend $100 on 2K today. Fight me. I want to do my career series, dude, really badly, because you get to play in Europe, and then you get to get drafted, and it's like really cool. So like, could you like not make fun of me with like your text to speech? Please don't.
I just want money. You're safe this time, but just know I'm coming for that paycheck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at UConn Stadium as the UConn Huskies take on the ACC and the Boston College Eagles, baby. Let's get into it. You know, let's get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just as we suspected, UConn will be taken down. If you a UConn Huskies fan, first of all, why? But second of all, shout out to y'all basketball teams. Y'all basketball teams are really good, but football, y'all ain't got it. Y'all ain't got it in football. I'm gonna tell you what. But hey, basketball teams, hey, y'all can be proud of them basketball teams, because them basketball teams be killing shit, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Boston College is now on the board, taking down a team. That being said, we're gonna head back to the wheel, see who is next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What are we doing? How are we doing this? Or do this? San Jose State, first team on the West Coast. Well, really, I mean, I know we had Washington State and like Boise State and all of that, but like for me, California is the West Coast. You know what I mean? Like California is the West Coast for me. So like San Jose State is in Cali. You know what I mean? We go into the writing down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be the San Jose State Spartans taking on the Fresno State Bulldogs. Let's see how this goes. You know what I've always thought is funny, DK? I'm gonna tell you this. I've always thought it's funny how like some teams, they'll have like state in their name, but it's not actually a state. Like Fresno State, San Jose State, Appalachian State, like none of those are states. You know what I mean? You understand what I mean when I say that? You know, like it just feels like, you know, you got all these states, you know, San Jose State, Fresno State, then you got like Appalachian State. What else is there? What other states are there? There's like hold on, I'm about to look at the wheel real quick. How many other states are there? There's like let's see, what other states that aren't states? Like Kent State. I mean, it's Kent, Ohio. It's not Kent State. You know what I mean? Like San Diego State. It's not San Diego. Like San Diego's not a state. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've always found that interesting, like how schools do that. And it reminds me of the time that I watched Appalachian State versus like I think it was like Louisiana. and like all the fans in the crowd had like signs that were just like Appalachians still in a state or something like that. It was funny, dude. You just had to be there. You had to be there, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Fresno State as the Bulldogs are going to take on San Jose State. The Bulldogs versus the Spartans coming up. Battle for the Valley or some shit like that. I think it's some stupid shit like that. Yeah, Battle for the Valley or something. I don't know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first jump in of the video. It's Fresno State, San Jose State, a minute 53 remaining, tied 14-14. San Jose State currently has the ball, currently has possession. Stadium Pulse is going crazy here. This is going to be a close game. It's going to come down to the wire here, and that's not going to be a first down. It will be 3rd and inches, though. So San Jose State can probably going to get a first down here. All they got to do is get in field goal range, man. They just got to get in field goal range, call a timeout, kick that ball, and game's over. So let's see if Fresno State can do something to stop San Jose here, because if not, San Jose State's going to come out of here with a victory. They can't afford that. They need to take over some territory. If you're Fresno State, if you're San Jose State, you just got to keep this ball going down the field. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be complete over the 50-yard line, and they're now on Fresno State side of the field. 1st and 10, a minute 20 remaining.
Next up on the list is a mini Lego set of a Chevy Corvette. Interior is red, exterior is black. It was crafted by the hands that produced this track. Got seats in the front, got seats in the back. Got a little bitty trunk, you can hide your weed at. We gon' start this bid, 500,000 flat. Do I hit 525 next? Let's go. 525, $100,000 bidder. Do I hit 530 from somebody in the middle? Oh wait, that's great. Now I see 550, $100,000 bidder. Do I hit 560? Okay, 550 going once. No, wait a minute, 560 in the front. It's 560 going once, going twice. 560 is sold to the man with the blunt.
All right. San Jose State back to the line. A minute 11 remaining on the clock. First down, caught by the tight end. It looks like they are now in field goal range. So anything can happen here. They just need to run this clock out. That's basically all San Jose State needs to do is run clock right now. Call a timeout, kick that field goal, get this game over with. Because, I mean, they're pretty much, I mean, they're not technically in field goal range yet, but they will be soon. Yeah, that's probably about right. Fresno State calling another timeout. They're going to have one timeout left. As soon as that timeout's gone, they can't ice the kicker, so they're going to have to play smart with their last timeout here. They definitely want to try to ice this kicker. But San Jose State looking to get in either in the end zone. That's the RPO, and it's going to be incomplete. They don't even need to use a timeout there. Fresno State got lucky. They incompleted that RPO, you know what I'm saying? But, hey, we still got 14-14, a minute 2 left on the clock. All right, San Jose State stacking 2 wide receivers up top. Here they go. They're going to run the ball, though. They're running what? No. They're going to kick the field goal, as they should. They don't miss this. They'll be up 3. Fresno State has to get into the field goal range, and they made it. They made it. Okay, they made it. All right, cool. Now, all Fresno State needs to do, get in the field goal range. Easy peasy. Let's do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Fresno State. I don't even know why I said it like that. Fresno State looking to either get in field goal range or get in the end zone. Getting in the end zone will win them this game, and that's going to be 2nd and 3. The San Jose State just got to hold them here. Fresno State has no timeouts to use. They can't. I mean, they cannot afford to waste this much clock, and they're wasting a lot of clock here with no timeouts. They're not rushing to the line, not doing nothing. They're kind of just letting things play out. San Jose State just got to hold them a little bit here, and it looks like they're going to sack the quarterback. It's going to be 22 seconds on the clock, 3rd and 9, and it looks like they're not even going to try to rush to the ball here. You're only down 3. You should rush to the ball, man. Rush to it. It's 9 seconds remaining. They're gonna probably let this clock run out here. What a bad day for Fresno State. Fresno State is officially going to lose this ball game. I will see y'all on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, San Jose State took out a piece of California. But let's get back to this wheel. See who is next on the chopping block. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's do this. Come on, let's do this. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Delaware, one of the new teams in college football 26. Who Delaware facing? Are they going to get their first victory? They a new college football team. They going down into the left. Let's see where that's going. All right, guys. Delaware down into the left. That hits Navy territory. So it'll be Navy, Delaware coming up. Imagine your first time showing up on this series is fighting the military. Like, you have to fight the Navy. That's crazy. Couldn't be me, bro. I'm just living life, you know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling and stuff, you know. It's just how things go, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Landover, Maryland, as we see the Navy midshipmen as they take on the Delaware Blue Hens. Delaware being a new team in college football this season. Navy, they've been here for a long time. They know how this goes. They just need to beat this team and get the new teams out of here. It's this team in Mississippi State or Missouri State, some like that. I don't know. It's one of them. That's the other new team. There was 2 new teams added, so this is going to be the first time a new team is in this series. A new team is in a game as well. And Delaware, Jesus Christ, jumping out to a 10-0 lead early on here. I'm going to try to commentate this one as much as possible. 13-0 Delaware. Navy finally coming back, scoring a field goal, but 16-3. Delaware looking to upset Navy here. This would be an upset if they can do it, but I don't know if they can. 10-16, and now we are in the 4th quarter here. Navy driving down the field, trying to stop Delaware here. Delaware looking to they're now up by 1. Navy is. Delaware, though, not gonna be stopped. 24-17. Delaware or Navy looking to score here. We are out now at the 1 minute. We are now below 2 minutes, so we can now jump in. Let's see this game play out, baby. This is a better game than I thought. I thought Navy was gonna come in here, wipe the floor with their ass, and then move on. But Navy looking like they might lose this game here. Navy might lose. It's 3rd and 2. Can Delaware stop them here? Let's see if they can do it. Navy up to the line. 3rd and 2. A minute 54 remaining. And Navy gets tackled down behind the line. The quarterback, Blake Hoverath, gets tackled behind the line. 4th and 5. If Delaware stops in here, the game will be over. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, I'm assuming the game will be over. It might not actually be over, but could definitely be over. Navy looking to get past the first down marker, and they do. First down, Navy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. All they need is a touchdown to tie this ball game here. Let's see if they can do it. Navy, no, that run did not work like they thought it would. 1:19 left on the clock. All right, they ran the clock down to 1:05. Delaware looking to pull off the upset here, and that's going to be an incomplete pass. 3rd and 8 with 1 minute exactly on the clock. All right, and Navy looking at the line here, looking to try to get past that first down marker. Let's see if they can do it. Those incomplete, and it's intercepted by Delaware. Delaware is going to take the ball over, and they're going to go down past the 50-yard line. Delaware and the Blue Hens might just escape Navy after all. All right, Delaware looking to salt this one away, take time off the clock, and just keep this upset as what it is, an upset, and that's a first down. Delaware ran all over these guys here. They're going to need this one down. This ball game is going to be over. Delaware gets the big upset against Navy and the midshipmen. Navy looking real embarrassed here. You know what I'm saying? This is an embarrassing moment for Navy, as they were definitely projected to win this football game, and that's going to do it. Delaware with the big upset. I will see you guys on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Hens of Delaware have done it, and I did make their logo a little bit bigger. I did give them a new logo. I made it a little bit bigger. I kind of put it in the center of the state here, of the 2 states that they're taking over right now. So that's why it looks a little different than what it did, because their logo was way too small. So I just had to make it a little bit bigger. But Delaware gets the upset. Let's go ahead. Let's spin the wheel and see who is next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spin the wheel again. Damn. Spin the wheel. Spin that wheel. Damn, God, Jesus. Spin a wheel. Let's do it. Spinning. It's spinning. Oh, almost hit Clemson. That's my neck of the woods. That's my favorite team. But it hit Oregon. Where's Oregon going? Are they going to Oregon State? I think they are. I think Oregon State is directly up. So we might have both of the Pac-12 teams out early. Let's see if we can. Let's see if they can dodge Oregon State. Let's see. Oregon State is directly up, so it will be Oregon versus Oregon State for the Battle of Oregon here. It will be Oregon State versus Oregon. Oregon and Oregon State looking for the Battle of Oregon. Oregon State is the last team left in the Pac-12 because Washington State was taken out by Boise State last episode. Let's see if Oregon State can hold up for the Pac-12. God. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. All right. We are here at Oregon State in Corvallis, Oregon, as the Oregon Ducks from Eugene. No. I got those cities backwards. Point is, Oregon State's playing Oregon in the Battle of the Oregon. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly what we expected happened. Oregon beat Oregon State by a lot. I don't know what the score was, but it was definitely by a lot. That's what I do know. Let's see. It's going to show me the score here in a second. Yeah, 37-14. Final. Not as much as I thought it would be, but it is a lot. I'll see you on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Oregon State and the Pac-12 has officially been eliminated. DK put a cool graphic up on the screen or something. With that being said, I did have to invert the Oregon colors a little bit because Oregon's thing is not normally, I think it is actually normally green, but for some reason this one was yellow. So to change to their yellow color, I had to invert the colors, make the circle yellow. You get the point. Okay. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's do this. Come on. Spin a wheel. Let's do that. Come on. Let's do that. Georgia. I think we're seeing Georgia for the first time in this video. Or in this series, and they're going down. They're going to the right and down. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, South Carolina's taking on Georgia. They hitting close to home. South Carolina, Georgia coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Death Valley. Jesus Christ, we are in South Carolina, in Columbia, South Carolina to be exact. I've been to this stadium many a time. And we are here to watch the South Carolina Gamecocks take on the Georgia Bulldogs. I have to support Georgia. I can't consciously support South Carolina as a Clemson fan. I can't do it, unfortunately. But Georgia, go out there, whoop their ass real quick. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, South Carolina's up 36-24. I don't even know if it's possible to come back yet. Let me see. It's a 12-point game. I don't think they're going to come back. It's multiple possessions, 2 to be exact, but yeah, I don't know if Georgia can come back. South Carolina might have just done something impossible here, beat the Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, it's at home, so that helps them. They're also ranked 11th. I think any other era of South Carolina football, this might have been like an impossible thing to do, but South Carolina's just really good now. Like, as a Clemson fan, I can't support South Carolina, but I can tell you, like, this team is really freaking good, dude. Like, as much as I love to hate on South Carolina, this team is great, dude. I love the team that they built. They have built a really good team. Georgia just can't do it, man. Georgia's going to lose to South Carolina. Georgia will be taken out early. Sorry to all the Georgia fans. Your team has been taken out early, dude. Wow, Georgia's one of those teams that you think is going to make a run the entire time, and they just don't in this series at least. Wow, I'm just gonna go ahead. I'll see y'all on the map. If something crazy happens, I'll come back, but I think this game's pretty much over. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm listening to a podcast just trying to get through this game, but South Carolina just intercepted the football. Georgia and the Bulldogs have officially been eliminated from contention in this year's college football imperialism. Wow, man. This is a team that, like I said earlier, you expect to make a run. It just did not happen. Wow, what a game for South Carolina, though. Shout out to South Carolina, man. Like, I don't necessarily like them, but shout out to South Carolina, man. They're killing it. I'll see you on the map. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia is officially taken out of contention in this series, man. Dude, that is wow. South Carolina's getting bigger. I think South Carolina genuinely could make a run for the entire thing. Like, I think South Carolina could be crowned our 2026 Imperialism champions. I don't know, man. They have to get through, like, Clemson. They have to get through Florida, Florida State, Miami. You know, they have to get through Ohio State, Michigan. Like, they have to get through some pretty tough teams. But Penn State's already been taken out in an upset. Georgia's now been taken out in an upset. Bama and Auburn are going to meet at some point, and they're probably going to have an upset there. Wow. All right, I'll see you on the wheel. We'll spin one more time, one more game for this video, and then I'm going to get up out of here. But let's go ahead and spin that wheel again. I'm just going to come back real quick because it is so surreal to have to take Georgia off of the list. Like Georgia, of all teams, is now gone. Off of the wheel. And we're going to spin it again, dude. Wow. That is something I never thought I'd have to do right now. I thought it'd be much later. But Houston's up on the clock. Let's see if Houston can get a favorable matchup for them. Down and to the right. Let's see where that's at. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last matchup of the video will be the University of Houston taking on the Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Louisiana. Final game of the video. The Raging Cajuns are going to be taking on the Houston Bobcats, I think. I don't actually know what Houston is. There's something. Cougars. They're the Cougars. The Houston Cougars. That's what they are. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Houston has taken down Louisiana 30-23 to end off this video. I'm just going to go ahead and just do this on live on the video. Boom, boom. Houston is now moving into Louisiana territory here as the Raging Cajuns have failed the mission of keeping Louisiana whole. They are the first Louisiana team to get eliminated in this series. I believe Tulane did eliminate somebody, I think. Yeah, up here. They eliminated somebody up here. Was that South Alabama, I think? Yeah, it was South Alabama. So Tulane did their mission. They preserved Louisiana, but the Raging Cajuns couldn't do it. So now LSU, Louisiana Tech, and ULM and Tulane are gonna have to hold down the state. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on, let's do this. Let's go. Come on. First wheel spin's gotta be a good one. Got Marshall. Okay, Marshall. Marshall's a pretty cool school. I ain't never been there, but down and to the left. Let's see where that's at. All right, so I think we might want to just go ahead and chalk this one up to a victory for Tennessee. Yeah, it's Marshall versus Tennessee. I'll see y'all in the game. Yo, DK, how are you doing, bro? I need to check on you, man. I haven't checked on you since your Giants lost. How are you feeling right now? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing in Tennessee as the big T's take on the small M's, and we gonna have this battle. We gonna have it out. If Marshall somehow wins, I might just quit YouTube. If Marshall somehow wins, I might just quit, because this would be unbelievable if they win. All right, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what I suspected. 37-19, final score, baby. Let's wrap it up. I'll see y'all boys on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Marshall is up out of here. They gone. We have now taken racism out of the equation. Actually, to be fair, I think all the Southern schools might be a little bit racist. I don't even know why I brought racist up. Spin a wheel. Also, while this wheel is spinning, ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, and it's going to land on something here. Hold on, wait a minute. Texas Tech. All right, Texas Tech is up next. Real quick, comment down below what kind of content you guys want to see, because after this series is done, I don't know what else y'all want me to do. I'm gonna be real with y'all. No, I'm just playing. I have some ideas, but I want to hear from you guys. I want to make this content catered to whatever y'all like. So whatever kind of content y'all want, just let me know in the comment section of this video if you are seeing this video. And if you're new, you can comment too as well, because I want people to stay. I want people to sub. I want to make the community happy. I want to make y'all happy. So subscribe, man. It's free. You can always unsubscribe if I say something racist in the future. Who cares? So anyway, with that being said, spin the arrow. Let's see what sets. Let's see where it's. God, Jesus, up and to the right. We hit Oklahoma State. I think the center's like right about like here. Hold on. Oh, that might cut into Oklahoma. Oh, this is a close call. We're gonna give it to Oklahoma. We're going to give it to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, Texas Tech coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the snow here in Oklahoma, Norman, Oklahoma, to be specific. By the way, what the hell kind of city name is Norman? If you live in Norman, why? Also, if you do live in Norman, let me know why the hell it's named Norman, because that seems like a boring name. Anyway, Oklahoma Sooners taking on the team, the Texas Tech. Yep, let's do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Oklahoma. It is cold as hell out here. I'm sitting out here in the snow. Texas Tech with the ball, 34-34, a minute 55 remaining on the clock. There goes the ball. Caught. Not a first down though. 3rd and 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing out here. It's going crazy and stuff. We got Texas Tech. They about to get a first down here, hopefully. Here they go. Throwing over the middle. Caught. First down, Texas Tech. They got a timeout. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. DK, why am I doing this? Texas Tech got the ball a minute. First and A minute 20 remaining, first and 10 or whatever. That really made me sad when I did that. Anyway, a minute 22 seconds left, 2nd and 5. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This one could come down to an overtime game. I still don't think we've had an overtime game yet. No, we did have one. We had one 2 episodes ago, and I was not able to watch it because my internet was acting up. But with that being said, timeouts have all been taken by Oklahoma. Texas Tech looking to score a touchdown here. Have little time on the clock left for Oklahoma to do anything, trying to knock out the Sooners of Oklahoma. Brent Venables, their head coach, trying to knock them out, and there's a first down by Texas Tech, and they are closer and closer to the end zone. 1st and goal, a minute and 12 seconds remaining. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a minute 4 seconds remaining, 1st and goal. They have time. They can run this clock down if they want to. They do not want to. Quarterback's going to keep it, and he's not going to go anywhere. That's a 2nd and goal. They are trying to run this clock down. I am sure of it. They got 50 seconds left to do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd and goal, 30 seconds on the clock, 34-34 tied game. Texas Tech looking to get into the end zone. Can they do it? And they do. Touchdown, Texas Tech Red Raiders. And they're going to go up by 7. Oklahoma gonna have to do something in 27 seconds. They have no timeouts. They can't stop the clock. They got to throw a couple of Hail Marys, get down the field, get into the end zone, get a touchdown, and go into overtime and win the game and be the best college football team of all time by winning 1 game in Imperialism. Let's do it, baby. Come on. Let's go. All right, Oklahoma. 23 seconds left. They're gonna have to do something here. Brent Venables gonna call up a good drive here. And that's going to be not a first down, and it's going to be stopped behind the line. Time is still going on the clock, and they're not going to rush. I'm going to get ready to throw my hat here in a second if they don't rush this ball. Y'all going to rush? Rush. 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 Oklahoma had the chance to, do something. They had a chance to do something. And in your code, you didn't write a code for rush the ball, bro. They didn't rush. They didn't try to rush. They knew they had 0 timeouts. Brent Venables would never. Actually, he might. By the way, EA, if you're willing to put me in the creator program, I will stop saying anything bad about your team ever. If y'all really want to put me in the creator program, please. All right. I have calmed down. I have assessed everything. EA, if you're willing to put me in the creator program so I can get early access to all the games, please hit me in my DMs. Or in my inbox, or you guys can just text me a beta code or something. I don't know. I am willing to sell out, so if you want to pay me out, I'll definitely sell out. I'm not above that. I don't think anybody's above that. If you're getting EA money, I don't think anybody's above that. Spin the wheel, let's go, baby. Come on, let's do this. Let's do this. Come on, let's go. Who we got next? Kennesaw State? No, Cincinnati. Ooh, Cincinnati. Where you going, Cincy? You going to Ohio State? The Ohio State University? Probably not. Up and to the left. Let's see where that's at. It hits 3 different teams. If I go dead center, I could make a case for Ohio State too. We are going to do Ohio State. So I wasn't lying. They are going to the Ohio State University, I guess. Oh no, it hits Miami of Ohio. Okay. Miami of Ohio is next. Cincinnati, Miami of Ohio. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Miami University and we are going to be battling for a little bell. That's all they got in Ohio is bells and weirdos and trains that crash sometimes. I don't even know. But basically, that's all they got. They got Cincinnati, Miami of Ohio. Let's do this. By the way, Miami of Ohio, there's already a Miami. Get your own name, bro. For real. It's annoying as hell anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 27-20 Miami of Ohio trying to tie this ball game up. Let's see if they can do it. They have the ball 1st and 10 with a minute 35 remaining on the clock. 1 timeout left. I swear to God, EA, if you do this bullshit again, bro, I'm going to tell you no to your next sponsorship. Save the timeout. That's smart. That's smart football, I think. Except for they're not rushing to the ball. But whatever. Whatever. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to calm down. I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to calm down. 41 seconds, a minute 10 remaining on the clock. Quarterback passes. What the I want to see what the you were seeing, bro. Let's play it. Play it through. What the who are you throwing? I guess the running back got stuck. That's not even a backwards. That's not even a fumble. Hold on, I'm challenging this play. I'm throwing my challenge flag. I'm challenging the play. That ain't a backwards pass. That's a lateral pass. It's not. It's incomplete. Right? If I give them an extra possession, I'm not going to be mad at it. Nope. All right. All right. Game's over. I'll see y'all boys later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have put Cincinnati as white because, let's be honest, they ain't going to be here for much longer. Ohio State is going to whoop their ass if they struggled with Miami of Ohio. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's spin this wheel again and let's see who's next. Spin the wheel again, baby. Let's go. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? How are we doing it? What are we doing? Come on. Let's do it. Come on. Let's do it. Florida. 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 Down and to the left. Oh, yes. Down and to the left. All right. Down and to the right. Down and to the right. That's UCF. Okay. Florida. UCF coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the University of Central Florida as the Black Knights, the Knights take on the Gators. Jesus Christ, why can't I think of anything today? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score is 30-3. I will see you guys on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Florida took over Florida. That's the sentence. Florida took over Florida. Florida State, Florida coming soon. Probably, maybe, probably not. I don't know. We'll see. Spin the wheel. Damn it, dude. Spin it, baby. Let's go. Come on now. Army. They are the Black Knights, though, I think. So the Army racist? Like what? Up and to the right slightly. Okay. All right, Army UMass. I'll see y'all on the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in Massachusetts. West Newbury, Massachusetts, probably not, but that's where John Cena's from. I don't know why I decided to mention that, but I did. His retirement tour is coming up soon. It has sucked so far. With that being said, UMass is taking on the Army Black Knights. I think they're the Black Knights. I think I'm right this time. Am I right this time? Probably. Let's see. Are they the Black Knights? I'm right. I'm not racist. You're racist for thinking I am. I mean, I'm gonna see if they can score. Yeah, Army. UMass threw the game away. They were up by a lot at one point. Army won. The Black Knights take down the Minutemen, which are primarily whites. This was kind of a race war that I just had. Spin a wheel. 2 more spins left of this video, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. What do we got left? Auburn, Alabama. The Iron Bowl could happen right now. And I think it might. I think that's the Iron Bowl. It is. Auburn versus Alabama in the Iron Bowl, the real battle for the state of Alabama. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, as the Crimson Tide take on the Auburn Tigers in the Iron Bowl. We know the most famous clip, one of the most famous college football clips of all time, is from the Iron Bowl when Auburn ran a failed field goal back for a touchdown. Let's see if Auburn can upset Alabama once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have lost 2 perennial powerhouses in back-to-back videos. If you're an Auburn or an Alabama fan, if you're a Georgia fan, please continue watching the series even though your teams are gone. I really need this, so please just watch the video. You can even have the video on in the background. You don't have to watch. But Auburn fans, I'm sure you're rejoicing as the Alabama Crimson Tide get taken down by the Auburn Tigers. And Alabama's out of here. Georgia's out of here. Who's going to take this one? This is now up in the air, really. I mean, you really got like South Carolina, Clemson that could take it. You got Ohio State might be able to. Michigan maybe. Notre Dame could. The West Coast is kind of, I mean, Oregon. But other than that, nobody really got. Texas, LSU. So you still have a good few teams, but man, Alabama is already out of here, dude. That's kind of surprising, actually. Like, Alabama's normally really good. They just suck now, bro. Nick Saban leaving broke the team, bro. I'm convinced that it broke the team. They get a bunch of territory. They won the Battle of Alabama for sure. Auburn did. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our last spin of the video. So drop a damn like, sub to the damn channel. DK, throw up a comment. I'm doing it in a different order this time. With that being said, let's get right into our final spin of the video. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Who we got? USC. Back on the West Coast. Who we got on the West Coast? Who we got? Down, down to the right. Let's see where that's at. That's UCLA. That's USC UCLA. I don't even have to do the line, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, that's UCLA. All right, USC UCLA coming up next. Well. Yeah, that's still UCLA. I'll see y'all in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Rose Bowl as we have UCLA taking on USC for the victory bell. Everybody fighting for little bells in this episode, but let's go ahead and let's see what happens in this ball game. This one I feel like is kind of more in the air, you know? Like I feel like, okay, well, I say that. And they taking a 2-score lead already and a 3-score lead. All right, never mind. It might not be as up in the air as I thought it would be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score 48-24. USC has taken over UCLA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, UCLA has been taken out. And I've also realized I probably need to eliminate teams more quickly. I have not been doing it as fast as I thought I would have been, so I might need to go a little longer. Might need to. Hold on, I'm going to count how many teams we have left. So we started with 136. Let me see how many more teams we have left. Give me a second.
So much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that took me a long time to figure out, but we have 99 teams left on the wheel. So we're going to do a couple more. We're going to do a couple more because ChatGPT could not give me a straight answer. With that being said, spin a wheel again. Let's go ahead. Let's get a couple more games going in this video. Northwestern is next. They have a big area of land here, so let's see where they are going to take over next. Up and to the left. Let's see where that's at. They're taking over Wisconsin. Let's see. Wisconsin, Northwestern. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing in the Midwest. We are in Wisconsin as the Wisconsin Badgers take on the Northwestern Wildcats. Let's see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I accidentally simmed way too quickly, but we are in overtime. 31-31. It looked like Northwestern's reign was about to end. Unfortunately for them, Wisconsin came back. Or Northwestern came back, fortunately for them. Wisconsin with the ball first in overtime. 1st and 10, trying to score from the 25. They're going to run it here, and that's going to be stopped for no gain. All right, and here we are. 2nd and 10, overtime rules apply. And here they go, going for a jet sweep motion. Passing, incomplete, possibly batted down by the line. And that is going to be 3rd and 10 from the 25. They cannot get anything moving. They kick a field goal. Northwestern knows what they need to do is score a touchdown to win. But here we go. It's the first overtime game we're ever watching. The other one doesn't count in my mind because I didn't get to watch it. Here they go. They're calling for line movement here. And that's going to be caught. And it's going to be complete. But it's going to be 4th and 7 at the 22. And they're probably going to kick this field goal here. If they're smart, they kick the field goal here. All right, and they do. They line up for the field goal. Northwestern needs them to miss this here. Can they do it? The kick is up, and the kick is good. Northwestern is down by 3. And let's see if they can do it. Score a touchdown to win in overtime and keep their reign going. 1st and 10, Northwestern looking to score a touchdown, making line adjustments here. Here they go, back to pass. Throwing, caught, 1st down. Northwestern already moving the ball better than Wisconsin did on their first drive of overtime. And they are looking to score this touchdown, win the game, and take over Wisconsin territory. Northwestern says they need this. Let's see if they can do it. And here we go. Northwestern looking to score a touchdown here. Jets, a sweeping motion there from the receiver, or tight end. Touchdown, Northwestern, and Northwestern will take over Wisconsin territory. If you're a Northwestern fan, you must be loving this series as Northwestern has just taken down Wisconsin, and they get another big piece of territory up here. As, I mean, let's say what it is, man. Northwestern is killing it right now. So we could see them going on a long run. All right, Northwestern has a huge piece of territory here. Well, we'll spin the wheel one more time. Get down to 97 teams on this wheel. Wisconsin has been taken out of here. DK, we are in double digits. Put up on the screen right now in the corner how many teams we have left. We will be at 98 teams right now that we have remaining. And for the rest of this series, DK, I want you to have that number change every time we eliminate a team until we get down to one team remaining. But with that being said, let's spin it one more time, baby. We should have 97 by the end of this video. And we are at Michigan. For the first time, Michigan gets it. And they're going up and to the left. We have another rivalry on our hands. Michigan State coming up. All right, we are in Sparty Stadium. I don't actually know if that's what it's called, but we're there. Sparty's killing it right now. He's doing one-hand push-ups and that's crazy. Michigan versus Michigan State, battle for Paul Bunyan or some dumb shit like that. I don't know what the hell they got going on in the Midwest. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and let's see who wins this matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, MMGs everywhere. Because I know MMG crying right now. He crying into all of his money, all of his girls. Michigan State has officially lost to Michigan, and they didn't even put up a single point. They did not put up a single point. There's Paul Bunyan looking all sexy and shit. MMG, if you see this video, I'm sorry. But please continue watching and subscribe and shout me out in your next video. No, I was playing. Don't do that. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but you don't have to. You know, it's totally up to you. You know, if you really wanted to do that, you know, you could really just, you know. All right, I have officially made the most scuffed Michigan M of all time, but they didn't have a border, so it blended in. So I had to add the blue. I added it from the Notre Dame blue, but it is what it is. It'll do the trick. With that being said, Michigan has taken out its first victim. All right, I don't know if any of this saved, but we're gonna spin the wheel anyway. Let's see what the hell happens. Make sure you guys hit that like button and that subscribe button, and we are back in South Carolina. We might get the Palmetto Bowl early. Both of those teams, by the way, knocked out of the top 25 this week. It is not going to happen. They're going down that way. I don't know if there's anybody down that way. Why the hell am I talking so fast? I don't even know why, but let's go ahead. Let's see who's down that way. All right, it's nobody. We're gonna have to respin the wheel. We're gonna have to respin. That was in the ocean. Up into that way. Is there anybody this way? Yep, Coastal. All right, South Carolina versus the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers. Let's go. We are here in Coastal Carolina, their teal field, beaming with the lights from the stadium. Actually, it's from the sun, but from the stadium for all intents and purposes. With that being said, we got Chanticleers, we got Gamecocks. Let's see what the hell happens. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an upset of the century in Conway, South Carolina, not far away from Columbia. Coastal Carolina and the Chanticleers upset the South Carolina Gamecocks at home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Coastal Carolina took over South Carolina's territory, who had before, I don't remember who they beat. I'm trying to remember who they beat. I don't remember. DK, put it on the screen if you know who they beat. Georgia. Don't put it on the screen. South Carolina beat Georgia. Coastal Carolina, Jesus Christ, what the hell? Coastal Carolina takes down South Carolina. Let's go ahead. Let's head back to the wheel and see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What are we doing? Number two. What we got? Ole Miss. Thought we were going back to the Carolina, Georgia area. We are not. We're going to Ole Miss. And they going up and to the right or to the left. Let's see what I said. All right. They just miss Arkansas. Middle of their logo. It hits Memphis. Ole Miss next. All right, we are here in Memphis in the snow as we got the Mid-South rivalry between Memphis and Ole Miss. But let's get into it. See who wins this game. After that last one, I don't know who the hell gonna win no more, man. I have no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, is this gonna be the video of upsets? Memphis takes down Ole Miss. Damn, that's about to be the video of upsets. I fear this is gonna be the video of upsets. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, Memphis has taken over Ole Miss territory, dude. Is this gonna be the video of upsets? Is this what this is going to turn into? I don't know, but let's go ahead, spin this wheel again, see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on, what are we doing? How are we doing this? Let's do this. Come on, let's do this. Temple. Who Temple going up against? Whoever's that way, let's see. All right, it's Temple Buffalo, I think. Hold on. Yeah, it's Buffalo. Temple Buffalo next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Buffalo versus Temple rivalry. And let's see who takes over who. I don't even know which would be an upset. I think probably Buffalo winning would probably be the upset. So let's hope Temple wins. But after the last two games, I don't think anything is for sure in college football. All right, will they score and tie it? They do. Damn, they scored. All right, hold on. I gotta pause my video because we have to jump in to this game. Wow. They scored literally last second. Had they not scored here, they would have lost this ball game. Buffalo comes back after Temple was up by a decent amount at the beginning of the game. I think it was 20-10 at halftime. Buffalo kicking the ball off to Temple, and Temple must score a field goal or a touchdown to win this ball game. Let's see if they can do it. All right, Temple coming up to the line. 1 minute 22 seconds remaining. They have a lot of time, 3 timeouts. They got plenty of time to do this. They no longer have the 2-minute warning, but that's okay. 2nd and 4, 1:16. They're just going to let time trickle off the clock as much as they can, because like I said, if they get down to the field goal range and they kick a field goal, game is over. So they're going to let this time trickle down as much as they can, but not too much, because they actually still want to win this game without having to go to overtime. But let's see Temple coming back to the line. Let's see what they can do here. They're about to pass the ball. Incomplete, almost intercepted by Buffalo. 3rd and 4, 54 seconds remaining. Can they get a first down? And they do. No, it's incomplete. It is incomplete. 4th and 4. If I was them, I'd punt this ball right off. Trust your defense to stop Buffalo here, but I don't know if they trust them. I don't know if they trust them. Buffalo with 3 timeouts as well, so they got plenty of time to score, and they are going to punt the ball off to Buffalo here. With 50 seconds remaining, it's going to tick more as Buffalo gets the ball back with 45 seconds on the clock. All right, here they go. Buffalo, 1st and 10, 45 seconds on the clock to avoid overtime. They got to get this. They're going to run it. And there they go, running the ball. 2nd and 5, 39 seconds and counting. 20 seconds left. They're going to probably just send this to overtime, I would assume. Maybe they want this to go to overtime. They're going to pass. Looking to pass. Caught. 1st down and timeout Buffalo. Buffalo now hitting their timeouts. 11 seconds on the clock. They probably have time for 2 more before the field goal attempt. Let's see if they can even get in the field goal range first. They have to do that before they can kick the field goal. Passes up. And it's good. And they should be in field goal range with 7 seconds on the clock. Do they want to run the clock down more is the question and call a timeout? Probably not. They're probably just going to kick it here from the right hash mark. That's what they're going to do. Kick it, and it will be iced by Temple. Let's see if the ice works. And let's see if Temple gets them to miss this field goal here. This is a big opportunity. Let's see what happens. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And Buffalo pulls out the upset against Temple by 3. I will see you guys on the map. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Buffalo has taken over some territory here as we are moving on to the next wheel spin. So let's get to it. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Let's get it. Come on. Who is next on the clock? San Diego. Going back to the West Coast. We did it once last episode, and that's down and to the right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is San Diego State versus Arizona. And remember, if San Diego State takes over Arizona, they also get Hawaii, as Arizona took them over earlier in this series. But let's see what happens. All right, we are here in Arizona as the Arizona Wildcats face the San Diego State Aztecs. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a 1-point game. San Diego State is up 1 against the Arizona Wildcats, who currently have the ball with 1:15 remaining on the clock. It is 2nd and 14. San Diego State's defense has played incredible, but let's see if they can stop them from scoring, and that is going to go nowhere. 3rd and 13 with 1:02 remaining. 46 on the clock. 3rd and 13, and it's going to be thrown. And incomplete, almost intercepted to end the game. 4th and 13. They have to go for it here. 4th and 13, 41 seconds on the clock. Let's see what they can do here. He's back to pass, passing, and it is intercepted by San Diego State, and they're gonna run it all the way to the 25-yard line, and that is going to do it. San Diego State gets the upset, another one in this video. 4 games, 4 upsets in this video. All right, San Diego State and the Aztecs have taken over Hawaii and part of Arizona. Arizona State still survives, but what a video for today. The first video of the new schedule, and it is full of upsets. It is full of upsets, but let's spin the wheel and see if we get another one on the books, man. This has been full of upsets. Who we got next? Georgia Southern. And Georgia Southern, where are they traveling to? Up and to the left. We're in another predicament, because Georgia Southern, I mean, I guess it does hit Coastal. So Georgia Southern versus Coastal Carolina, a Sun Belt battle. We are back in Coastal Carolina with their teal field in Conway, South Carolina. The last time we saw them was when they upset the Gamecocks of South Carolina. But will they be upset by Georgia Southern coming to town? Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia Southern gets taken down by the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina, and Conway is jumping as they take over more territory. All right, Coastal Carolina gets a big chunk here as they have taken over almost all of South Carolina. They have one more team left, which is Clemson, and they only have a few more teams left in Georgia to take over before they're officially taking over 2 different states. But let's see who is next on the wheel. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What are we doing? Who is next? Where are we going? How are we doing it? Let's see who is next on the wheel. Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is going to take on up and to the left. That might be Oklahoma. Let's see. That's going to be Kansas State. So Kansas State, Oklahoma State next. We are in Kansas State at Kansas State University for Oklahoma State versus Kansas State. What the hell is that? Is that what their mascot is? I hope y'all lose. Honestly, Kansas State. All right, I hope y'all lose just because of that. Just because of that shitty excuse for a mascot. If you a Kansas State fan, you tune in. No, I'm just playing. I love y'all. I love all the fans of all the teams, but what the is that? I hope y'all lose. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a beatdown, 44-10. Kansas State beats Oklahoma State. All right, Kansas State has taken down Oklahoma State. As we move on to our next wheel spin. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Who is next on the chopping block? Who do we have? We got Notre Dame, who just blew a game against somebody recently. I forgot who it was. They going up and to the left, though. Let's see where that's at. Notre Dame, Western Michigan. I think I know how this is going to go, but just in case, we still going to do it anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Western Michigan University and the Broncos as they take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish at home. Let's see if we can have another upset in this video. Notre Dame takes down Western Michigan 45-10. I'll see you on the map. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. We are now here. And let's see who is next. Texas Tech. They back on the clock. Who they facing? Down and to the right. All right, we have the battle of the Texas powerhouses in this series. Texas Tech is going to take on Baylor and the Baylor Bears. Let's see who comes out on top. All right, the Baylor Bears at home to take on the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Both of them have been powerhouses in Texas, and somebody is about to get a big chunk of territory here. Ladies and gentlemen, Texas Tech gets territory as they take down the Baylor Bears at Baylor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have come up with a problem. Baylor's color is so dark that it changes the entire color of the map. It's so busted. There's nothing I can change it to that will fix it. See, look, it changes everything. Okay, I'll be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did the best I could. I do have a fear though that if I do try to change the color, for example here, it will change some colors of some teams. And then, for example, if I go back and try to change it, it will change colors of certain teams because of the way I had to do it. But that's the best way I could have done it, is just paint it and then just hope for the best. Hopefully one of these teams, hopefully Texas Tech beats these teams around it so that we don't have to worry about the colors changing, but who knows. Anyway, let's get back to the wheel after that long process. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. What do we got? Who we got next? Let's do this. Ohio. The Bobcats. Who they taking on? Almost straight down, but not quite. I mean, Ohio's in a bad situation no matter how you look at it, but I think I'm going to give them West Virginia because their logo is slightly leaning, so I'll give them West Virginia. So Ohio, West Virginia, next. All right, we are in West Virginia as the Ohio Bobcats come to town, as it's Ohio, West Virginia in this battle, and let's see if Ohio can upset West Virginia. I'm starting to feel I have no idea about college football at all through this video. We've had 6 upsets. Ohio takes down West Virginia. I'll see y'all on the map. I am also going to leave Ohio's color as this green color, just so it doesn't do any more messing up of the map. This will be Ohio's territory now. Oh my god, bro. I can't, dude. I can't. Oh my god, dude. This is something, huh? Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. What are we doing? Where are we going? Who are we seeing? Let's go. We got Iowa. Okay, Iowa. That's cool. And they going down and to the left. All right. That is Northwestern. Jesus Christ. Northwestern versus Iowa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Northwestern as the Wildcats take on the Iowa Hawkeyes, and let's see who can win. Iowa gets a big chunk of territory if they do get this victory here today. All right, let's see if they can tie it up here. Iowa, I'm not going to jump in unless they do tie it up. Nope. All right. Iowa gets the loss. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we got next? What are we doing? What are we seeing? Who are we going with? We got Southern Miss. Okay. And Southern Miss is going to be taking on who? That way. Okay. That way. That's Tulane. Southern Miss coming up. All right. We're battling for some more tiny ass bells as Wiener Johnson and Tulane takes on Southern Miss. Southern Miss. Tulane next. Tulane has taken out Southern Miss 23-10. All right, Tulane taking over territory without having to fight LSU. But let's see if that's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we got next on the block? We got Eastern Michigan. The Eastern Michigan Eagles. Sucks we're not going to get to go to their field because whoever they face, they're getting their kicked up and to the right. I think that's Michigan State, but I'll check. But yeah, their field is sick. It's a gray field. It's sick. Also, Michigan won, did they not? Huh. Okay. I got to take out Michigan, but Michigan State versus it's Michigan versus Eastern Michigan. All right, Michigan, Eastern Michigan coming up. We are in the big house, the biggest college football stadium to currently exist. The Michigan Wolverines takes on the Eastern Michigan Eagles. And what could be an upset, apparently, according to me not knowing nothing about football, apparently this could be an upset. But let's see. All right, well, Michigan takes down Eastern Michigan. Figured. Spin a wheel. Let's go. Who we got? Ow. I hurt my throat. Pause. New Mexico State. Let's see who we got. New Mexico State going up against directly to the left. All right. San Diego State versus New Mexico State. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, in San Diego State, as San Diego State and the Aztecs take on New Mexico State and the Aggies. I think. Oh, I skipped a little too far. That's fine. San Diego State won 40-22. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's do this. Let's go. Who we got? Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech will be taking on down and to the left. I don't know if that's anybody, but we'll see. Louisiana Tech down and to the left. Sam Houston. Louisiana Tech. Sam Houston coming up. All right, I'm sitting back for this one. Yeah, I was tired of sitting up for a second, but we got Sam Houston. We're in Sam Houston as the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs take on the Sam Houston Bearcats. All right, let's see. Will Sam Houston get the win? I'm not going to jump in because there's 12 seconds and they lose. 15-20 final. Louisiana Tech taking over some territory. Let's get a few more games in here. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's do this. Come on. UNLV for the first time in this series, and they up and to the right. UNLV versus Nevada coming up next. We have the Battle of Nevada as the Nevada Wolfpack take on the UNLV casino guys. I don't know. UNLV something Las Vegas related probably. Actually I don't think so. The Rebels, UNLV Rebels versus the Nevada Wolfpack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, UNLV takes the W and they take over the entire state of Nevada. We're gonna give them a cream color. Pause. Yeah, this is a good color for them. I think this is a decent color for them, although it's gonna be too dark apparently, according to my brush strokes. Pause. Now all I gotta do is take out the Nevada logo, and I'm gonna get one more game going. I don't know if this is gonna be an hour-long video or not, but shout out to everybody who subbed. I know I seem kind of out of it in this video, but I have stayed up, quite literally have stayed up till 8 in the morning twice. Tonight's gonna be my second night, because I have some things that I need to do in the mornings, and I'm not typically up in the morning, so I don't typically, you know what I'm saying, if I need to stay up, I'll just stay up. So this will be the second night I'm staying up till 8 in the morning, so I am very tired. So sorry if I seem out of it during this video. If I seem slow during this video, I'm sorry. I love doing these videos, so don't think I don't like doing these videos or I'm burnt out or anything like that. I'm not. I am just deprived of sleep, as some would say. But with that being said, make sure you sub to the channel. And yeah, we got Iowa State. We have both Iowa teams. They both could be knocked out in this episode. Down and to the left. But yeah, so I'm not out of, I'm out of it, but I'm not, burnt out or anything. I'm just out of it due to lack of sleep. So that's why today it seems a little more slow than my normal videos. That, and I'm trying to hit a 2-hour mark, but I'm at 1 hour and 16 right now. So we will get a longer video out of this, which is good. But anyway, we got Iowa State and Nebraska coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Nebraska as the Cornhuskers take on the Cyclones, who are ranked number 14th in the country. All right, it is a 3-point game, and it's over. Iowa State wins by 3. All right, Iowa State takes over Nebraska as Iowa State gets a little bit bigger, and Iowa State, it not only takes over Nebraska, but saves Iowa from being eliminated from this series. But Northwestern is creeping up. And we're going to go ahead and we are going to do one more wheel spin. And then after that, this video will be over. And the first video of our new schedule will be done. One video a week, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I am doing that, by the way, is because my editor has a real life. He has a job. He has everything to do besides edit my videos. So that is why he will be editing less, because he's going back to work full time and he doesn't have much time to edit when he is working. So that is why he will be editing less for me, which is why I have to keep my videos once a week, just to give him enough time to get videos done for me. So, one video a week, he can do that. So that's why we are going to be that's why we're going to be doing one video a week on this channel. But he is teaching me how to edit, so for my reaction channel, he will have taught me how to edit videos for my reaction channel, so I can do those more often than I do videos on this channel. But yeah, anyway, we got Boston College. I don't know why I went into that whole tirade, but Boston College, and they going that way. I don't think there's anything that way, but we about to find out. Yeah, there is literally nothing that way. Okay, all right, go down and to the right, down and to the right. Water, cool. Down and to the left a little bit. Down. I mean, I could make a case. Well, Hold on, if we're doing dead center. Yeah, that's Army. All right, Boston College, Army next. All right, and the flyover over Army and the Black Knights as they take on the Boston College Eagles. Boston College, Army coming up next. All right, Boston College has taken over Army. Boston College gets a little bigger up in their tiny little corner here, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this video must come to an end. Yeah, man, dude, this is the first video of my new schedule, and it's gonna be an adjustment for everybody. I understand that. If you guys don't like it, if you guys do like it, let me know in the comment section down below how you feel about this new schedule. You know, how do you guys feel about this new schedule? What are y'all thinking about it? And do you think that this is a good schedule for me? And do you guys also think that you know, you guys can get behind a schedule like this? Because, you know, I really want to make this into a career for myself, this whole YouTube thing. Like, you know, people do YouTube for the wrong reasons sometimes, you know, and my reason for wanting to do this is just because I've always wanted to do it. Ever since I was 11 years old, I've wanted to do this, and I just want to make it to a career for myself where I can live comfortably, talk to you guys on a daily basis one day. Spin that wheel, baby, let's go. Come on, we got a new episode of Imperialism. I got a lot of energy. It's daytime. I got a lot of energy. Michigan State's out. No, yeah, Michigan State's out now. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. We already messing up. All right, spin the wheel again, baby. Let's go. Come on, here we go. Let's do this. Come on. Who we got? Air Force. All right, the military showing up. Who they facing? Down and to the right. Let's see where that's at. Okay, that is almost exclusively Kansas State. So we got Kansas State Air Force next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at KSU, Kansas State University. This trash mascot, I swear to God, if I see him again, I'm gonna knock his ass out. Please, Air Force, do us a favor. Save the American people from having to ever see that mascot again. Please, for everything I love, just please do that. Please, Air Force, I beg you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is why nobody likes the Air Force. 35-7 final score. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, Kansas State has taken over more territory. As we move on in this imperialism, Air Force did not have a chance to take down Kansas State. Air Force just couldn't do it. We have the weirdest map right now because, like, you still got Tennessee, you still got Auburn, you still got Florida and Florida State. Got Miami down here just chilling. Michigan's up here, Ohio State's up here, but really you don't have much. Like, I don't know, man. A lot of the big teams, like the major good teams, are gone. Georgia's gone, Bama's gone. That's about it. But those two teams are gone, and those two teams normally win everything. So I'm really interested to see how this series goes, man. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, you look at it and you think, oh yeah, Georgia, Bama gonna win, and then they lose in like the first couple episodes, and you're like, damn. Coastal Carolina's killing it though. I really hope we can get another Coastal game because Coastal been killing it, bro. Oh yeah, spin the wheel. Cincinnati, they back at it. They might face Ohio State. Ohio State might be on the board first. Up and to the right, that's Ohio State. Cincinnati, Ohio State next. All right, we are at Ohio State University as the band is playing the team out in the snow. It is Cincinnati. It is Ohio State. Let's see if Ohio State gets upset like Georgia and Bama did. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what we thought was going to happen happened. Ohio State just whooped that like bad. Ladies and gentlemen, Ohio State is now on the board with some more territory. Let's go back to the wheel and see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Who we got next, baby? Come on. This got to be a good team here. Vanderbilt? It's Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt been killing it in real life. They doing pretty good right now. It's to the right and a little bit down. Yeah, so that's all Tennessee. So it's Vanderbilt taking on Tennessee at Neyland Stadium. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is in Tennessee. We are here in Tennessee. Jesus Christ, I don't even know what I'm saying. We're in Tennessee. Vanderbilt taking on Tennessee. Both teams ranked. This is going to be a big game here. That's why it's nighttime. But let's see what the hell happens, man. Anything can happen. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the game. It's 24-24, a minute 32 remaining in the fourth. 38-yard line. They are on Tennessee side of the field. Vanderbilt is. And let's see what the hell's going to happen here. Stadium Pulse is going crazy. Diego Pavea is going to run. And is that even him? Is Diego Pavea? Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, almost gets the first down. 2nd and 3, a minute 27 remaining. Vanderbilt looking to get a first down here. They're already in field goal range, presumably, and they get that first down. They're in field goal range now. Now they can just run the clock out, kick this field goal. Game is over. Tennessee might want to save at least one timeout just to make sure that Vanderbilt might not get the field goal, because they will ice the kicker. But they're going to run the ball again here. I have a feeling that Tennessee is going to use all 3 of their timeouts. And that's another first down. Tennessee uses another timeout. That's their 2nd timeout. They got one more before they only have a minute left to score. Assuming that Vanderbilt even scores a touchdown here, they might not even do that. But they haven't been able to stop the run, and they stop it there. Timeout, Tennessee. Vanderbilt, they can't get iced now, so they really could just run this clock as much as possible if they wanted to. And let's see if that's what they choose to do here. They are going to run the ball. Looks like they're in running formation. They're in I formation here. Let's see. There it goes. Dang. Down to the 9-yard line. 3rd and 5, a minute 7 on the clock and counting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. They're going to snap the ball here. He is looking to pass. Caught. 4th and inches. Wow. Are they going to run a play here? That's the question. Are they going to run a field goal, or are they going to run an actual play here? I don't know what you do if you're Vanderbilt. Yeah, you probably do kick the field goal. You know what? That's probably that. Yeah, that's the safest option. 13 seconds remaining. They're going to count down the remaining seconds. The kick is up, and it is good. 27-24 with a couple of seconds remaining on the clock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 4 seconds on the clock. They have time for one play here. Let's see if they can get a crazy play downfield. Here they go. Back to pass. Throwing. Caught. And it's out of bounds. That was a terrible play. 0 seconds on the clock, and Vanderbilt takes down Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, Vanderbilt just got a lot bigger. They just got a huge piece of territory here. Unbelievable. And Vanderbilt took over all. I mean, they took over all of Tennessee's territory, which is good for them. I mean, look, Vanderbilt's going off in real life too. I don't know what happened. Vanderbilt used to be the laughingstock of college football, especially in the SEC. But these past 2 seasons, they've had some big upset wins, including last year against Alabama. And then this year, they've been having some pretty good wins as well. They beat South Carolina 34-7. That's incredible. I'm going to give them a new logo, and then we're going to spin the wheel again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Vanderbilt has a new logo, and they are sitting pretty right now inside of their own territory. Wow. Just wow, man. Dude, Vanderbilt, listen, Vanderbilt's been killing it. I don't know what's happening. Diego Pavea, he obviously got his extra year. I think he went to court to get his extra year. He got his extra year, and he's been making the most of it. The NFL will come calling for him eventually. Eventually, the NFL has to come calling for him. I'm so shocked at how Vanderbilt is. You know what I mean? I'm so shocked at how good they're playing. It almost brings a tear to my eye. But anyway, spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. What do we got? Who do we got? Who are we seeing? What are we doing? BYU. Okay. Who BYU facing, though? That's the question. Up to the right. All right. Let's see what that is. All right, babe. Whoa. DK, cut all that, please. All right. BYU is taking on Utah. BYU. Utah. Coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is Utah taking on BYU in the Holy War. That is a sick name for a rivalry. The Holy War is happening, and there they go, running out of the tunnel. Utah taking on BYU. Coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in again. It is Utah. They are 1st and 10, a minute 54 left on the clock, 27-27. This war is definitely holy, that's for sure. Utah has the ball over the 50-yard line. Let's see what they can do with it here, and they do nothing. Utah back up to the line, a minute 30 remaining, 2nd and 11. And he's throwing, caught for the first down. A minute 22 on the clock, timeout BYU. Utah coming back to the line, a minute 22 remaining, 1st and 10. They're going to try to get into the end zone here as quickly as they possibly can, but it might be another field goal, and it's going to be a read option. He's not going to go anywhere. A minute 18 left on the clock. Utah coming back to the line here, looking to get closer for the field goal. It is snowing. It's snowing in Utah. And that's going to be 3rd and 11, a minute 13 left on the clock. BYU has no more timeouts. They can't stop the clock anymore. And they're probably going to run one more play before kicking this field goal and getting up out of here with a win. 50 seconds left on the clock, 3rd and 11. They're going to run another play here. And it's just going to be a running play. And that is going to get good yardage. 4th and 5, 40 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to kick this field goal and probably walk out of here with a victory. The field goal unit is out there. 14 seconds on the clock. The snap is back. The hold is good. The kick is up, and it is good. Utah with a 3-point lead heading into the last seconds of the game. 3 seconds on the clock. They have one time, one play to get into the end zone to win this ball game. Can they do it? And they're going to check it down again, and that's not going to go anywhere. Fourth quarter is over, and the ball game is over. Utah comes out with the victory, and Utah wins the Holy War as they have a lot of territory. They obviously got this territory from not having to play anybody, but they're taking over a lot of territory here. Utah looking good. They sitting good right now. But let's get back to the wheel. See who is next. All right, spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we got next? Who is next? It will be Nevada. And Nevada will be taking on down and to the left. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to spin the wheel again because UNLV beat Nevada. And for some reason, I deleted UNLV and I did not delete Nevada. So we're going to spin the wheel again and hopefully get another team here, because apparently I didn't realize that I had done that. But Utah State is next. They are on the map. I did see them, and they're going down and to the left. Speaking of the UNLV, it will be all right. Utah is back to back. Utah State coming up. All right, we are back in Utah for the Battle of the Brothers. Utah got some cool rivalry names, but we got Utah, we got Utah State. Who's going to take over the entire state of Utah? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final score will be 38-7 as Utah wins the Battle of the Brothers. Let's take them. Let's go back to the map. Utah now has the entire state of Utah. Not only that, but they got another state too, and they just building and building and building to being one of the final teams left in this video or in this series. I mean, dang, dude, listen, Utah's killing it right now, man. You know what? I'll give it to them. Utah is definitely killing it for sure. But spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Come on. Who we got next? Who is next on the clock? UNLV. We just put them back on the wheel. They might lose immediately. And they're going down and to the left. Or down and to the right. All right. We got UNLV. We got Arizona State. Let's see who wins this matchup. All right. We are at Arizona State as the Arizona State Sun Devils take on the UNLV Gamblers Anonymous. I don't know. UNLV Rough Riders, UNLV something. UNLV Rebels. They the Rebels. Put some respect on their name. They the Rebels. The Rebels versus the Sun Devils next. All right, I'm not gonna jump in yet because it is a 2-score game and I don't think it's gonna get any closer. It's not. Arizona State is going to take down UNLV. UNLV had a pretty decent run. However, Arizona State came to spoil it as Arizona State knocks out UNLV. Wow, what a game. Honestly, better than I thought it was going to be. Not going to lie. Better than I thought it was going to be for sure. I want to keep it as light as possible because he got San Jose State next to him with the same, like, kind of same color. So I want to keep this yellow as dark as possible, or as light as possible, because this one's dark yellow. But Arizona State taking down UNLV. Let's go. Who do we got next? Who is next on the wheel? Colorado. I don't think we've had Colorado yet. And they going up and to the left. Right, that is Utah again. Utah taking multiple games here. Colorado, Utah coming up. All right, we are back in Utah. I've seen this mascot way too much today. But we got Utah, we got Colorado for the battle in the Rockies. Or Rumble in the Rockies, I think is what it is. Dude, they got some cool names for rivalries over here on this side of the country. But we got Utah, we got Colorado. Let's see what happens. All right, we are jumping in again. It is a 1-point lead for Colorado, who took the lead just very recently, as we got Utah trying to mount this final comeback here. They are at the 24-yard line. They're at their 24-yard line. Let's see. Pass is good. 2nd and 3, a minute 50 remaining. 2nd and 3, a minute 30 on the clock. Utah looking to get downfield here, and that's a first down. Utah looking to get down the field. One timeout left for them. It's going to be down the field, and it's going to be caught in stride. Timeout, Colorado. Utah at the 16-yard line after the big play. A minute 12 left on the clock. They don't want to score too quickly here, and it looks like it's going to be a run play to the left. Here they go. No, they're going to pass it, and it's going to be caught for a touchdown, Utah. And Utah looking to go for the 2-point conversion here. Go up by 8. Let's see if they can do it. Back to pass, and it's caught. There's a flag on the play, however. And it looks like it's going to be on Colorado. Pass interference, Colorado. They're going to decline. I mean, I guess they're going to decline that, yeah. 31-24. They are up by 8. I believe they're up by 8. Let's see what happens. No, they're up by 7. I don't know. They up by some number. I'm not sure which one though. Colorado coming out looking to get back down the field. Can they do it? And it's going to be caught for the first down. Timeout, Colorado. 58 seconds left on the clock. Colorado is coming back here. Back to the line. 58 seconds on the clock. 1st and 10. It passes back. And he's going to throw. And he's going to catch it. Not for a first down, though. 2nd and 6. They're not going to hurry. All right, Utah coming back to the line. 30 seconds. 2nd and 6. Are they going to get a big play here? And they do. They slice the defense up. And they have to get into the end zone to win this ball game. Timeout, Colorado. 26 seconds left. Here comes Colorado. 1st and 10. Looking to get into the end zone. Can they do it? And they get the first down immediately. Are they going to rush to the ball is the question. Are they going to rush to the line? EA, don't do this. EA, don't do this, EA. No. EA, no. 17, 16, 15, 14. They're going to get back to the line with another chance to hit the end zone. And they're going to throw it to a check down. And that's going to be a first down. They got to rush. They're not going to rush. They're going to lose this game by 8. Wow. Fix your game, EA. I'm sick of this shit, dude. Fix your game, EA. What are you doing? In what universe do they not rush to spike the ball there? I don't get it. What are we doing? Utah gets another W. All right, moving on. Utah gets a win in a game that could have possibly gone to overtime. Unfortunately, we will never know. But Utah took over Colorado. Let's see who's next. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we got? Who do we got? We have San Diego State, the Aztecs. Who are they going up against? Down into the left. I don't think that's anybody. We can check though. You know, that is nobody, so we will spin again. I mean, no, wait, why am I spinning that wheel again? No, I need to spin this wheel. We just landed on Buffalo. That's cool. Fortunately, it's not going to be Buffalo. Up and to the right. San Diego State versus USC coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at USC as the Trojans take on the Aztecs. The Aztecs have a lot of territory. The Trojans have not played yet. Let's see if the Aztecs can take down the Trojans, or will the Trojans get a ton of territory? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, USC has taken down San Diego State 38-20. I didn't jump in because USC had the ball at the end of the game. He looks insane. Get that sword away from him. His eyes are going crazy. He's doing this, holding the sword. Dog, get that sword away from him. He gonna murder somebody. All right, USC has taken over a lot of territory. Also, I think USC has played. I think they played UCLA. I'm just now remembering. I believe they played UCLA. But USC has taken over a lot of territory here. Hey, it is what it is. Let's go ahead. Let's spin that wheel. See who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. What do we got? Who are we seeing? What are we doing? Come on. What are we doing? Minnesota. Okay, okay. I think that's the first time we've gotten them. I think up and to the right. Let's see where that's at. All right, Minnesota gonna take over unclaimed territory. I think it'll be this state right here. So Minnesota doesn't actually have to play a game. They're just gonna take over a state. You know, they're just gonna do their thing. So they're gonna take over this state here. I don't know what state that is, to be honest. There they go. They took over the entire state. And now Minnesota has territory. And they didn't have to do a damn thing for it. But let's spin the wheel again and see who's next. See who is coming up next. And we got Kansas State is back in that mascot. Please, somebody take them down. I beg you, up and to the right. That's Iowa State. Okay. Okay. Wait, is that? Yeah, it's barely tilted. Yeah, that's Iowa State. Kansas State. Iowa State coming up next. Please, God, Kansas State lose. Jesus Christ, I'm not trying to deal with this mascot again. Real quick, y'all. I normally don't come back until the game's going. But what the kind of rivalry name is that? DK, zoom in on that bullshit rivalry name. What is that? We had Utah has some Battle of the Brothers, the Holy War. They had another one with, I think it was Colorado. That was lit. Then you get this Farmageddon. Really? This what we doing? Okay. All right. I'll see you on the game. This is ridiculous. And I'm glad I don't get to see that Kansas State stupid mascot all the time now. Dumb mascot, whatever. Man, what? I'm not even gonna cut. No, this. I'm pissed, dude. I'm pissed, bro. I gotta see this goofy. Okay, that's actually a pretty good mascot. Dude, Iowa State, man, can you just beat them, please? Can we just end this Kansas State in the snow? Can we just end it, please? Please and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank God this reign is over. Kansas State's out of here. Thank God, bro. Oh my God. Iowa State gets the victory. Kansas State loses all of their territory. All right, Iowa State got big territory here. I will eventually move their logo, but for right now, it's going to stay there. Iowa State got huge territory here. If they go up, they can get some more for absolutely free. But, dude, this Iowa State taking over a big portion of this map. But let's spin that wheel again, see who's next. I've never been so happy to take a team off the wheel, bro. Oh, my God. Yes, thank God. All right, spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we got? Who do we got next? Let's go. Come on. What are we doing? Louisiana Tech. Who the hell are you facing? Up and to the right. All right. It'll be Louisiana Tech taking on the University of Louisiana Monroe. ULM, LA Tech coming up. All right. We are in Louisiana for the ULM Louisiana Tech rivalry as Louisiana Monroe takes on Louisiana Tech coming up. God, I suck, dude. My whole job. My not even my job, but my whole thing is to talk, and I can't even do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana Monroe takes down Louisiana Tech by 14. I've also just realized, like just now, there's some teams, there's a lot of teams that have like very similar color schemes. There's a lot of teams with like this red color for some reason, and I don't know why. Like this red color shows up all like a pretty decent amount. I mean, there's a lot of red teams, right? Like you've got this color that's kind of similar to this one. Florida State's not all the way there, but it is kind of a darker version of this. Like there's a lot of teams that have red on them. Like I don't know. I've just like realized that like just now. It's a very cool thing to notice, you know? It's a very weird thing just to notice. Like there's a lot of red teams. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Anyway, let's go. What do we got? Who are we coming to see? What are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. Kennesaw State for the first time in this series. They're probably going to take on Auburn at some point. Down and to the left, but they have to make it past this opponent first. Who is it? Jacksonville State. Kennesaw State versus Jacksonville State coming up. All right, we are in Jacksonville, Alabama, as the Jacksonville State Gamecocks take on the Kennesaw State Owls. Let's see what happens here. All right, I skipped way too far, but Jacksonville State won 27-10 anyway, so I probably wasn't going to jump in, but Jacksonville State takes the victory and takes over territory. It's again with the red color scheme. What is with teams in red color schemes? I'm just curious. Like, why must we have red color schemes for everything? I don't know. Well, it's just a fun thing to think about. Red color schemes in a lot of teams in college football. Like go look at college football teams, all of them, and look at red color schemes. Just look for red color schemes. I bet you find a lot of them. Jesus Christ, I royally screwed. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. I'm royally screwing up everything right now. Yikes. Okay, I'm giving them a new logo. I can't look at that. That's not great. Let's go. What do we got? Who are we seeing? What are we doing? Come on. Who do we have here? Got Arkansas. Who Arkansas taking on, man? They're going down slightly to the, they go to the right slightly down. Let's see where that's at. All right. They are going to Memphis. Arkansas, Memphis next. All right, we are in Memphis, Tennessee, as the Arkansas Razorbacks come to town to do battle with the Memphis Tigers. I think they're the Tigers. I think so. Memphis Tigers, Arkansas Razorbacks coming up. All right, we are jumping in 24-28. I did not think we were gonna have to jump into this game, but Memphis driving here, 2nd and 7, a minute 51 left on the clock, 3 timeouts by both teams. They're going to have to get down this field quickly if they want to score here. They have to score a touchdown down by 4. Let's see if they can do it. Quarterback gets the ball, throwing, incomplete. Great defensive play by Arkansas. 3rd and 7. If they don't get a touchdown here, they might not get another opportunity to score. This game might end if they don't get a score here, but hopefully they do so that they can continue this game. But I don't know. Memphis looking to go 3rd and 7, a minute 48. Let's see if they can do it. Snap is back. Quarterback throwing, looking to throw. Throwing, caught for the first down. Timeout, Memphis. Might be using that timeout a little bit early there, but a minute 43 left on the clock. Memphis coming to the line. 1st and 10. Back to pass, throwing, caught. 2nd and 6, a minute 30 remaining. Memphis back up at the line, a 5 wide receiver set. Empty backfield, throwing the ball, throwing, caught, 1st down. Timeout, Memphis. Memphis back at the line, running back in the backfield. They hopefully will not run this ball here. They need to throw it down the field. They're going to, and it's out to the flat to the running back, out of bounds, 2nd and 8. Memphis looking to get back down the field. They need a big play sooner rather than later. Throwing, caught, incomplete, not a 1st down. 3rd and 8, a minute 7 left. Let's see what happens here. They're making some adjustments at the line. Back to pass, throwing, caught for the 1st down. They are at the 4-yard line inside the red zone. The clock will stop for the 1st down, but it will start back up. They don't need to rush here. They're at the 4-yard line. A minute remaining. They're at the line, the 4-yard line. 50 seconds left on the clock. Will they get this one in? They're going to run it, and it will be stopped. for no gain, actually going backwards to the 5-yard line. 30 seconds on the clock. They're probably going to want to pass here. I wouldn't recommend running, and they're not going to, and that's going to be caught. Wide open for the first down and the touchdown. I don't know why I said first down. Wide open for the touchdown. Memphis takes the lead, and they'll be up by 3 with 26 seconds remaining on the clock. All right, Arkansas with the ball, down by 3. They need to get into field goal range with 24 seconds left on the clock, or else they risk being eliminated, and they're going to run the ball. I don't know why you would run the ball in that situation. 5 wide receivers set. They are making some adjustments at the line. Back to pass. Throwing, caught, not a first down. Memphis's defense is holding up here. Can't let them get over the top of them. They need to hold them. They need to put a bunch of corners back there, a bunch of safeties to the back. Make sure that none of this Arkansas team does not get a ball down the field on them. And they're about to try it. And it's intercepted by Memphis. And 9 seconds left. Memphis intercepts, and they will win this ball game. Memphis called game, and their territory has been taken over. Arkansas's has. We will move this Memphis logo after the video. I'm going to do one more spin for the video before we end this off here. But Arkansas has been taken down. All right, spin the wheel for the last time. Make sure you guys sub to the channel, like this video, and help me get to 100 subs by the end of the year. Toledo is next. Try to help me get to 100 subs by the end of the year. Every link that I have is down in the description. My reaction channel, my editor's channels, his Patreon, everything is down below. Go check all of that out, please. You'll be helping us out a lot, especially my reaction channel and his Patreon. My reaction channel will have videos start coming out on it soon. Do not worry. But yeah, down and to the left. Let's see where that's at. Toledo misses Ohio State. However, they hit Notre Dame. Notre Dame will be taking on Toledo coming up. All right, we are in Notre Dame as it is snowing here, and the Irish are looking to take out the Toledo Rockets. I don't know what Toledo is. I don't know what they do. What do you do in Toledo? Anybody that lives in Toledo, comment down below. What do y'all do there? I've never heard of anything good happening in Ohio besides in like Cleveland and Cincinnati. Everything else is I don't know what goes on there. Oh, Akron. LeBron James was born there, and so was Steph Curry. But other than that, I don't know what the hell happens in Ohio. But anyway, the Fighting Irish taking on Toledo. The Rockets or some shit, I don't know. Yeah, the Rockets. Damn, I was right. Holy. Anyway, Rockets, Fighting Irish. All right, Notre Dame is going to take down Toledo and the Rockets. That's not a great name, but Toledo has gone down 37-20. Not as much of a blowout as I thought it would be, but it's definitely a blowout nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Notre Dame is taking over territory. Also, I messed up and I made their color dark, so now I have to paint over it whenever they lose, or whenever they win. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to spin this wheel and officially get Imperialism started. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going, and who is going to be the first name of the episode? And we have Boise State. Boise State, I don't know if Boise State's still here. Actually, yeah, they are. And they're going up in that way. Let's see if they can even go up in that way. Let's find out. All right, Boise State has gotten lucky. They have taken over a territory that does not have a college football team. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to put them in that area, and then we will be right back. All right, Boise State has taken over territory without even having to fight anybody. So let's go ahead and let's spin this wheel again, see who is next. And who do we have? We have Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, they killing it in real life right now. And they're gonna go up and to the left. Let's see where that goes to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to, yeah, it's gonna be Indiana. So Vanderbilt taking on Indiana coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, Indiana will be taking on the Commodores. The Commodores of Vanderbilt, I don't know. But Indiana versus Vanderbilt, for some reason Indiana's ranked number 2 in the play now mode. I have no idea why. They have never been ranked number 2. Are they currently ranked number 2? I don't know, I'm about to look. But all I know is Vanderbilt's ranked 19th, and they are going to ball out here against Indiana. Let's see who wins this one. Really quickly, I didn't mean to actually do this, but really quickly, Indiana is currently ranked number 3, so it's not too out of the ordinary, but Indiana is currently ranked number 3 in the top 25. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. All right, I don't know how Indiana's ranked number 3, but if you're an Indiana fan, you must be loving it right now. But with that being said, let's go ahead and let us get to the end of this game and see what the final score is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the current score is 48-22. I'm not jumping into this. It is a foregone conclusion. Indiana takes the victory over Vanderbilt. All right, Indiana has taken over a lot of territory here, and Vanderbilt gets taken out. So if you're a Vanderbilt fan, unfortunately your team is gone. We are now down to 46 teams remaining. You know what we gotta do? We have to spin that wheel, baby. Let's do it. Come on. Who are we going to get next? It's gonna be Syracuse, and they gonna take on somebody. Who are they gonna be taking on? They going to the right and slightly down. Let's see where that's at. All right, and Syracuse gets to avoid competition as they are going to take over this small little area right here, and that just means we get to spin the wheel again. So I will see you guys when we spin that wheel again. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's do this. Come on. We have gone 3 teams, and 1 team has played a game. So let's get another game on the board, and we've got UTSA. They have to be playing somebody. And who are they going to be playing down in Texas? Let's find out. And they're going almost directly up. Let's see what that's at. All right, it is UTSA, and it is Texas State. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the I-35 rivalry as UTSA comes to town to take on the Texas State Bobcats. Let's see who wins this one. All right, it is 27-13, but I don't think this game is going to get any closer. I think ball game is going to be over. UTSA takes down the Bobcats of Texas State. All right, UTSA has taken over territory at the bottom of Texas. The University of Texas is surrounded by Texas Tech and UTSA. So they could be getting invaded here soon, as Texas needs to fight in order to stay in this. And Texas also has the opportunity, if they beat Texas Tech, right, that's going to give them a lot of territory. Then they're going to have to beat UTSA, which will give them a lot of territory. It's anybody's game down here in Texas right now, but I think Texas might take over the entire state soon. With that being said, let's get back to the wheel and see who's next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spin that wheel. Baby, let's do this. Come on, who do we got next up? We have Arkansas is next up, and they will be heading directly to the right. All right, so it seems like I messed up the wheel. Arkansas, I don't believe is available. They might have, no, SMU's there. I don't know where they got Arkansas from. So I did use AI to get this wheel. I don't know where they got Arkansas from. Okay, well, with that being said, let's go ahead and spin this wheel again. So we might not have had as many teams as I thought we did, but that's okay. We are now heading to Northwestern, which I also don't believe is here anymore. No, they are. Northwestern is here. Okay, cool. Sorry, my wheel is messed up. My wheel got deleted, and then I had to get it back, and I basically just put the map that I had into AI and said, hey, figure it out. But I don't see Arkansas, so Arkansas must have gotten taken out at some point, but Arkansas is no longer here, so whatever. But we have Northwestern, they're going directly up, and they're going to be heading to Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, Northwestern coming up. All right, we are here at Wisconsin with the Wisconsin Badgers as they take on the Northwestern Wildcats. Let's see who gets this. Will Northwestern take over more territory, or will Wisconsin get a huge chunk of land? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Wisconsin has the ball, and the score was 29-13. Wisconsin takes over a lot of territory. All right, Wisconsin taking over huge territory here. Let's see who's next on the wheel. Spin that wheel, baby. Let's do this. Who is next? 43 teams remain, and we are hitting Texas Tech. Will this be the Texas Tech-Texas matchup? Let's find out. And it won't be. They're going straight up. Where's that at? All right, Texas Tech, Iowa State. Iowa State looking to take over more territory. Texas Tech looking to stay alive and take over Iowa State territory. Both teams have huge territory. Let's see what happens. All right, we are here in Iowa State as Iowa State takes on the Texas Tech Red Raiders for huge, massive territory. Let's see what happens. It's a 10-point game. I'm going to jump in since I haven't gotten to in this episode. It is a 10-point game, however, but Texas Tech does have the ball. Iowa State looking to stop them here. If Iowa State gets a turnover, this ball game is all but over. Let's see what happens here. And Texas Tech gets the ball in the snow. This is kind of unfair for them playing in the snow, but I put it on random weather. And that's going to be a first down. Texas Tech, also their quarterback does have resistance to weather impacts, which is very good for them. He needs it in this game, and that's a first down, Texas Tech. The Red Raiders get back to the line, trying to get over midfield here in Iowa State. Let's see if they can do it. And they are going to hit the first down marker and be over, or right at the 50-yard line. First down from the 50, a minute 29 remaining. A minute 10 remaining almost. And they are going to snap this ball from the 50. The ball is thrown, and it is incomplete. Almost could have been picked off. A minute 12 remaining. Texas Tech back from the 50, a minute 12, second and 10. Can they get this into the end zone? And they're going to go. And that's going to be completed. 3rd and 4, a minute remaining. Just about 50 seconds on the clock. 3rd and 4, Texas Tech looking to get into the end zone. Pass is thrown, and it is caught for the first down, and he's out of bounds. The clock will stop at the 43-second mark. 1st and 10, 43 seconds from the red zone. Will Texas Tech get this one in the end zone? Let's find out. They're bringing the motion to the receiver, and he's going to run the ball. And it's going to be 38 seconds remaining, 2nd and 1. I don't have confidence in Texas Tech winning this game, mainly because they're wasting so much clock trying to get down this field. But it is 2nd and 1, 20 seconds left on the clock. They have an empty formation, and it's going to be caught and into the end zone. Touchdown, Texas Tech. All right, and they're going for the extra point here to be down by 3. They're going to have to go for an onside kick after this. But it's good. 3 points down, 14 seconds. If Iowa State gets this onside kick, the ball game is officially over. But let's see if Texas Tech can somehow get this onside kick. And it is good, or it's no good. Iowa State gets the ball, and that will be the end of this ball game. 36-33, final score. All right, Iowa State, huge territory down here in the middle. Going down towards Texas. Texas has the opportunity to take over all of this territory. With that being said, let's go ahead, let's spin this wheel again, see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby, let's go. Who do we have next? 42 teams remain in this Imperialism series, and we're hitting Georgia Tech. And Georgia Tech's going directly down. Let's see where that's going to go. That is going to be Georgia State. Georgia Tech to Georgia State next. All right, we are here at Georgia State. Technically, this is a home game for both teams as both teams play in Atlanta, Georgia. But Georgia State will be taking on the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets coming up. Georgia State has the ball 24-30, but I don't think they're going to get anywhere with it, and they will not. 30-24, Georgia Tech takes the game. All right, Georgia Tech is taking over some territory, and we will move on to see who is next on the wheel. All right, well, Georgia State wasn't even on the wheel, so there may be some teams not on the wheel. I don't know, but Georgia State wasn't even there. So let's spin this wheel, see who is next. So we may have more teams than I originally anticipated, which is fine. Utah, okay. All right, Utah. Who's Utah taking on? Down and to the right. All right, let's see what I said. All right, I'm going to give them New Mexico, Utah next. All right, New Mexico heading to home as they take on the Utah something. I don't even know what Utah is, but the Lobos are taking on Utah something. Utah Let's see if they can win this ball game and get more territory. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a close game. I accidentally went too far down, but this is a close game. It's probably not going to happen. There's 15 seconds left. There's no timeouts. Utah's about to lose to New Mexico. I did not see this coming. I legitimately did not see this coming. And they're not even going to get the ball snapped. They will get the ball snapped, and that's going to be incomplete. Utah loses to New Mexico, and New Mexico is going to take over territory. I am going to keep the color of Utah just because I think it does also represent New Mexico. Also because I don't quite know, you know, if New Mexico is really going to, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Come on. All right, well anyway, Utah has been taken down, and New Mexico has taken over a lot of territory here. So this is our current map looking here. I mean, it's just, there's not a lot of big teams left. I'm gonna be real with y'all. There's not a lot of big teams left. So we'll see what happens here. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we have next? Who is next up? It will be Syracuse again. It's Syracuse again, and Syracuse is going to be taking on whoever's up in that way. I don't think there's anybody up in that way, but we'll find out. I mean, if I really want to get, you know what? They haven't taken over any more territory. I mean, they're gonna take over. They're gonna take over some territory, but it ain't gonna be by facing anybody. I'm gonna give this to them. I mean, this is just, they are getting lucky. Syracuse hasn't faced anybody, and they have one more little piece of territory to take over before they have to face somebody. But let's go ahead and let's see who is next. All right, spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who is next? We have, is going to be Clemson for the first time. I don't think so. It'll be Wisconsin, and Wisconsin's going to take on whoever's down. All right, I think, well, hold on. They're going to take on Indiana, Wisconsin next. All right, we are here in Indiana, as Indiana is going to take on Wisconsin to see who gets a lot of territory. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Indiana whooped Wisconsin 45-23, and they're going to take over some more big territory here in this video. All right, and Wisconsin has big territory here. And let's spin the wheel, see who's next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, spin that wheel, baby. Let's go. Who is next? Who is next? UNLV. And UNLV will be taking on whoever's up and to the right. UNLV ain't even here. Great. All right, UNLV isn't even on the map, so we will be moving on. Who is next on the wheel? Boston College, who is on the map, I do know that. And are they going to play Syracuse? They could. They might. They probably will. And they will. Syracuse, Boston College, coming up. Alright, okay, I'm back. Also, I just realized my mic was up that entire time, but it's okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Dome for Syracuse to take on Boston College in the Syracuse-Boston College rivalry. Let's see who wins this ball game and takes over territory. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a one-score game with 1:04 seconds left. I did kind of over-sim to where I was supposed to, but I sometimes zone out while I'm doing these sims, so excuse the hell out of me. But we have 50 seconds left. It is 10-17, and they are almost in the red zone. Boston College is. They've got 2 timeouts remaining. Let's see if they can get it into the end zone and tie up this ball game. And that's going to be a first down timeout. Boston College, they are in the red zone officially. Can they score this touchdown? All right, Boston College back to the line. 44 seconds left. Here they go. Snapping the ball, running it. And it will be a 2nd down and 3. All right, Boston College back to the line, trying to run down the clock, which could come back to bite them if they don't get a touchdown. And that's incomplete. Almost completed for a touchdown at the back corner of the end zone. 3rd and 3, 16 seconds left. All right, the Eagles back up to the line. Boston College looking to get into the end zone. An empty set on 3rd and 3. Can they get into the end zone? throw intercepted by Syracuse, and that will do it. 12 seconds remaining, 17-10. Syracuse takes over and wins this ball game. All right, and Syracuse takes over, and they take over Boston College territory, as Syracuse is looking to take over a lot more territory. But let's see who is next on the wheel. Spin a wheel, baby, let's do this. And if you can't tell, I am now home alone. Actually, technically not, my mom is out there, but I am here, and Clemson will be taking on their first ever team in this Imperialism. And they are surrounded by a bunch of teams here, so they're going down and to the left. All right, it will be Clemson, it will be Georgia Tech. Can Clemson be one of the big teams to stand out? Let's find out. We are here in Atlanta, Georgia, as Georgia Tech will be taking on the Clemson Tigers in the Georgia Tech Clemson rivalry. Let's see who wins this ball game. I'm hoping for my Clemson Tigers, but we'll see. All right, there's a minute 54. If Clemson has to punt here, they do. Do I jump in? Do I jump into this ball game? They're down 8. There's an opportunity for them to tie here. I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump into this ball game and see what we got. All right, we are now jumped into this ball game. I think I did it wrong because my screen is lagging, but Georgia Tech is going to be at the line to go for this here, 1st and 10, and they're not gonna get much yardage. 2nd and 3. Yeah, I definitely did do it right. Okay, well. All right, 2nd and 3, a minute 20 left on the clock. Can Clemson stop them here? Can the Clemson's defense get the stop and immediately win this ball game in their first win of this Imperialism series, their first game of this Imperialism series? Let's see if they can do it. Here they go, 2nd and 3rd. A minute left on the clock, and that is going to be a good 1st down. A minute on the clock. All right, Georgia Tech looking to get into the end zone. Can they do it? And that's a 1st down. They have no timeouts, and they're not hurrying up. EA, fix your freaking game, dude. Oh my God, I'm sick and tired of people not going faster. Go faster. Hit them from behind. Go faster. What the hell is going on, man? EA, fix your game, dude. They would be going fast in this situation, and it was almost picked off by Clemson. 31 seconds left, 2nd and 10 here. Can Georgia Tech get into the end zone? Let's find out. They're going to throw. It's going to be caught. And that is not going to be enough for a 1st down, 3rd and 4, and they're not going to go faster. We need you to go faster. Okay? I'm sick and tired of this fucking game, dude. Oh my God. All right, well, this ball game's pretty much over unless they score right here. So yeah, that's great. It's gonna be game over. Oh, okay. Yep. Whatever, dude. I'm done. I quit, dude. I can't do this any longer. Okay? Every other situation in real life, this team would go faster. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I am now calm. Faster. Clemson has taken over Georgia Tech territory. All right, Clemson has taken over some territory here, as Georgia Tech fails to score, and we will spin this wheel again. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Let's see. This might be the last one of the episode. We have done about 10 teams. We're going to be doing 11 here, and it's going to be Wake Forest, and Wake Forest is going to be taking on whoever's that way. Yeah, that way. That is Wisconsin. Wake Forest coming up. EA just needs to stop giving me reasons to die. Point blank period, bro, because what? I'm upset, DK. I am very upset right now. Sorry, I forgot to do the intro before this game, but we are in Wisconsin, and they are going to be taking on the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. And Wisconsin's currently up 10-0. It is now 6-10. 24-6. Okay, yep. This is getting out of hand, Wake Forest. Come on, you must do something. Okay. 16-31. I'm not even gonna jump in unless it gets really close, and I don't think it will. Yep. All right. Wisconsin takes down Wake Forest. All right, Wisconsin gets more territory as Wake Forest goes down. And I messed that all the way up. But Wake Forest goes down. Wisconsin gets more territory. On to the next game. Spin a wheel! I don't know why I yelled that so loud. Jesus Christ, that hurt my voice. Houston. Washington. Washington is next. And they going down. Where they going to? The world may never know. They're going down to Oregon. Washington. Well, wait. I mean, you can make a case. I'm going to go Boise State. You can make a case for either. I'm going Boise State. Washington, Boise State next. The final game on this episode of Imperialism. Boise State comes home to take on the Washington Huskies. Let's see who wins this ball game. All right, tied ball game, a minute 30 remaining, and they are at the 38-yard line. Washington with the ball, looking to salt this one away and get some territory. Can they do it and keep the state of Washington alive? If they don't, the state of Washington goes down, and Washington 3rd and 1, a minute 10 remaining. All right, Washington 3rd and 1, a minute remaining on the clock. Again, they're not really doing much, and they're going to throw down the field, and it's incomplete. 4th and 1. All right, 4th and 1. Boise State looking to stop them here, and they do. Boise State takes over on downs, 50 seconds remaining, close to field goal range. And here they go, 1st and 10, 50 seconds on the clock. They are going to run the ball, and they're going to get right into field goal range. Boise State looks to take down Washington. Boise State on 1st and 10. They're going to run it again, and they're going to use a timeout. Timeout Washington. This game's pretty much over unless they missed a field goal, so Washington's giving them more time. I don't know why Washington used the timeout there. They did not have to, but let's see what happens. Maybe a miracle for Washington. That's going to be a 1st down. Washington uses their final timeout to stop the clock. I have no idea why they're doing that. They don't need to. They could let Boise State run this clock out, and then they would have to kick the field goal, and if they miss, but they're letting them get into the end zone here. I mean, possibly. There's a possible chance they get into the end zone, and they don't do it there. And Boise State is going to let this clock run all the way down, bring their field goal unit out, and kick this ball. All right, timeout, Boise State. They finally use the timeout, and they're going to send out their field goal unit. 17 seconds remaining. They could have let the clock run down a little more. Oh, they're not going to send the field goal unit out here. They are going to actually keep the offense on the field. And they're going to run it again. I was assuming trying to get into the middle, but they did not get into the middle. And there's now 9 seconds. What the hell? Here we go. Timeout. 2 seconds left. And Boise State's going to now send out their field goal unit to win this ball game. Boise State gets to kick the field goal here. This is a chip shot from 12 yards out. Can they get it? Kick is up. And it's good. Boise State walks away with the walk-off field goal to beat Washington. And the entire state of Washington has been taken down by Boise State. Boise State got some good territory here. I'm gonna give it one more spin, and then we're gonna head out of this episode with 33 teams remaining after this next game. Stanford is next, and they are going to be going to wherever that goes. All right, that goes nowhere, so we must spin again. They want to try to go inland. They do. And that's going to be Cal, Stanford, Cal, 2 new ACC teams going up against each other. All right, it is snowing in California as Cal takes on Stanford in the big game. Let's see what happens. So it's 4th down. And the ball game is a 3-point game, and they are in field goal range, so they're going to kick the field goal. Stanford's got to get down the field, score a touchdown and or a field goal to win this ball game because they are about to tie here. Here comes the field goal unit. 50 seconds on the clock. We could send this game into overtime. I have no idea if it's going to go to overtime or not, but the kick is good, and the ball game is tied up at 32 apiece. Stanford with the ball. 42 seconds left. 1st and 10. From their 19-yard line. And they're going to get the first down and more. And there's an injury, so that means the clock will stop. 36 seconds remaining. 1st and 10. Close to the first down marker. Close to the midfield mark. Stanford, 3 timeouts. 36 seconds left to play. Let's see what happens here. And they're going to run the ball. And they're going to get right to midfield. All right, 32 seconds left. 2nd and 4. Stanford used a timeout. And are they going to get past midfield on this play? It's an empty set. Let's see. And the quarterback is going to run the ball. Dumb as hell. 29 seconds left. 3rd and 7. Empty set once again. The ball is thrown. And it is incomplete, but there might be a pass interference penalty. And that might give them 15 yards, and it will. Pass interference. Defense. And that will be a first down on the opponent's 43-yard line. Here they go. They're tossing a ball. He got stuck. And it will be 20 seconds and timeout Stanford. They're not going to be able to kick this field goal. They're going to have to get it in the end zone. If they complete it here, it needs to be in the end zone or out of bounds. Can they get it here? And he's gonna get sacked. 12, 11, 10, and we are sending this ball game into overtime. All right, Cal gets the ball first. Stanford elected to play defense. Cal going to run this ball first play of overtime, and it will be 2nd and 6. All right, California looking to get a first down in overtime. They start from the 25, and that will be 3rd and 6. All right, Cal looking to get a first down, and they're going to be an option play, and they are not going to get anywhere. 4th and 5. They're going to kick this field goal, and the kick is good. California takes a 3-point lead. All right, Stanford knows what they need to do. They need to get into the end zone. Can they do it? And the ball is going to be thrown. It is going to be caught, and it'll be 2nd and 6, Stanford. All right, Stanford back to the line, 2nd and 6, looking to get into the end zone to win this ball game. They're going to run it, and they're going to get a first down, 1st and 10 here in overtime. All right, Stanford back to the line, 1st and 10. They could still get a first down without scoring a touchdown here, but will they is the question. And they're going to go, and it will be 2nd and 3 here in overtime, number 1. All right, 2nd and 3, Stanford with the ball, looking to get into the end zone. Can they do it? And they will not, but they will get a 3rd and inches here in first overtime. Can California stop them and hold them to a field goal to tie this ball game? All right, Stanford back to the line. Cal looking to stop them here and from getting into the end zone. Can they stop them? And it's going to be an option read. And it will be no good. 4th and 1, and they might send out the field goal unit, and we might go to 2nd overtime. All right, the field goal unit comes out. Cal trying to ice this kicker. And it's no good. And Cal stands tall, and they win against Stanford on a last-second missed field goal in overtime. And California takes the victory here. All right, and California takes over territory. We are going to spin that wheel, baby. Oh, shoot. Baby. Oh, damn. Baby. Oh, spin it, damn it. Come on. Let's go. Woo. Sorry, I am so hyped up for no reason. I'm also very sick, I think, but it's okay. FAU. FAU. Who you facing? You facing Florida. You facing Miami. They facing Miami. I can already guarantee you it's Miami. Let's see where that's at. All right, it will be FAU. It will be Miami coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Miami, Florida, as Miami is going to be taking on the FAU Owls here at home. Let's see, will FAU get the upset and take down number 10 ranked Miami, or Miami blow them out and continue on their quest to win this imperialism? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is towards the end of the 4th quarter. Miami's up 54-6. I'm not even going to jump in. It ain't worth it. Miami whoops Florida Atlantic's. All right, Miami takes down its first victim, and FAU is off the wheel. But let's spin it again and see who is next to be taking on whoever. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Michigan State's gone. Michigan State is no longer on the map, so I'm just gonna remove that. Sometimes AI gets it wrong. I put the map through AI again and it gave me these teams. Iowa State, however, is on the map. Iowa State is on the map. And who we got? Down that way. Okay, that way. Yeah, that way. Yeah, that way. It's gonna be Wisconsin, I think. Yeah, all right. Iowa State, Wisconsin, coming up. All right, we are in Wisconsin in the snow as the Wisconsin Badgers take on the Iowa State Cyclones, coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a minute 32 left, and the score is 44-27. Iowa State takes down Wisconsin, and they get a ton more territory, baby. They are coming for the win in this video, or in this series. And ladies and gentlemen, Iowa State has taken up a big portion of this map. Iowa State looking to come in for the win. Let's see if they can do it. Let's get back to the wheel. Spin a wheel, baby. Let's go. Who do we have next up on the wheel? It will be Buffalo. Buffalo should still be there. Yeah, Buffalo's still there. Buffalo's still there. Who Buffalo playing? Down in that way. Let's see. All right. It will be Ohio. It will be Buffalo. Buffalo versus the Ohio Bobcats coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Ohio as the Ohio Bobcats take on the Buffalo Bulls coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a minute 47 left. Buffalo is driving. They are tied, though. That is why I jumped in. Buffalo looking to get in the end zone or a field goal here, and he's going to break through. He's busting through, and he is now in the red zone. They are at the 9-yard line. All right, Buffalo looking to get in the end zone here. A minute 35 left, looking to get up 27-20. Can they do it? And that's not going to go anywhere. Still stuck at the 9-yard line, and they're coming back to the line quickly here, trying to get another playoff. They're going to be able to get a lot more plays off, actually. There's only a minute something left, and they are at the 2-yard line of Ohio. Ohio calling timeout. All right, Buffalo back to the line. Ohio looking to stop them here. Can they do it? And they cannot. Buffalo gets the touchdown. Ohio needs to answer. All right, Ohio up to the line, trying to get in the end zone as well. Tie this ball game up and head into overtime. Can they do it? And that's incomplete. 2nd and 10, a minute 20 left on the clock. 2 timeouts by Ohio. They got plenty of time here. They have a lot of time here, actually, if they want to go ahead, and they can't go anywhere. 3rd and 9, a minute 14 on the clock. They are rushing back to the line as they should be. A minute remaining here in the ball game, and it's going to be thrown down the field, and it's incomplete and intercepted by Buffalo, and Buffalo's going to take it back, and that should end this ball game. All right, Buffalo taking over huge territory here, but with that being said, let's get back to the wheel. Let's spin the wheel, see who's next. Spin the wheel, baby. Let's go. Who is next up on the chopping block? And it will be Missouri State for the first time in this series. One of the other new teams. We had one earlier in the series, and now Missouri State looking to get its first win, just like Delaware did. And let's see, down and to the left, down and to the right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be Memphis, Missouri State, Memphis coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Memphis, Tennessee, as the Memphis Tigers, I think, who are ranked number 24 in the ACC or the AP Top 25, will be taking on the Missouri State Bears, who are new to college football this season. Let's see if Missouri State can take on the upset and beat Memphis at home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am jumping in. 24-31, a 7-point lead by Missouri State. Memphis looking to get in the end zone to stay alive here. If not, Missouri State is going to take over some big territory, and they're going to be on the board. Delaware won their first game of this series. They are also new to college football. Missouri State, another new team from the FCS this past season, coming into college football. Will they win a game here? And that's going to go for big yardage. But remember, Memphis has to get in the end zone. They have 1 timeout left, 1:03 left on the clock, 1st and 10. Looking to get this game over with and beat Missouri State and take Missouri State out of the running. Can they do it? That's complete. And it's going to be 2nd and 7 out of bounds, 59 seconds left on the clock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Memphis coming back to the line, looking to get down the field. Can they do it? And that's a 1st down, 55 seconds left. All right, the clock has started back up, 50 seconds on the clock, running the clock down a little bit here. And that's going to be complete and another 1st down by Memphis. 43 seconds, 1st and 10 almost from the red zone. 30 seconds left on the clock. Memphis 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. Can they get this in the end zone? They throw it short, and that's going to go 1st and 10 from the 6-yard line. Memphis looking to punch this one in, use their final timeout, 1st and goal. And Memphis coming back to the line, looking to score against Missouri State and tie this ball game, heading to overtime. Can they do it? And they do. Touchdown, Memphis. And this ball game will be heading to overtime. All right, and Missouri State is going to let the clock expire as we head into overtime. Memphis, Missouri State going into overtime. All right, the coin toss is going. Does Missouri State win? It does. And Missouri State, I believe, will get the ball first. No, they elected to play defense first. So Memphis gets the ball first here in overtime, and they must do something with it. And Missouri State playing smart. They know exactly what they're going to have to do if Memphis scores here. So from the 25-yard line, we begin overtime. Memphis, ranked number 24 in the AP Top 25, is going up against Missouri State. And they intercepted by Missouri State. And Missouri State, all they have to do is kick a field goal and the ball game is over. Missouri State is here at the line looking to get into field goal range, which they should already be in. But just in case they want to get a little bit closer, they intercepted on the first play of Memphis's overtime, and it's 2nd and 6. Missouri State looking back at the line, trying to get into the end zone or get a field goal here. Can they do either one? Let's find out. And the throw is up, and it is good and caught. 1st and goal. Missouri State looking to get the upset here. We have 31-31 in overtime. At the 10-yard line, Missouri State is going to run it, and that will be from the 7 now, 2nd and goal. All right, Missouri State back at the line, looking to take this one into the end zone and house this game. And let's see if they can do it, and it is caught for a 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. They would be dead center for the field goal here, and I'm assuming they're just going to run straight ahead in order to keep it dead center here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. No, they're not. They're going to throw, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Missouri State takes down Memphis. All right, Missouri State takes down Memphis, and they get big territory here. Let's spin the wheel, see who is next. All right, spin that wheel, baby. Who is next? We have Hawaii is no longer available. Hawaii is no longer available. We are going to continue spinning this wheel. UTEP will be taken on. They have to go up. And they do. Let's see where that's at. All right, it will be UTEP. It will be Iowa State. Who's going to win this ball game? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Iowa State as Iowa State takes on UTEP and the Miners. But the Iowa State Cyclones looking to gain more territory here as they have the most territory in this imperialism. Let's see. Or will UTEP take down Iowa State and take up all of their territory and eventually become the team with the most territory? Let's find out. I mean, UTEP could win it here. I am going to jump in. UTEP could technically, I believe, win it here. Iowa State 27, UTEP 22. UTEP has the ball 3rd and 10 from the 34-yard line of Iowa State. Let's see if they can win this ball game here, man. If they can win this ball game, they have 3 timeouts. If they can win this ball game here, this will be big for UTEP. Can they do it? And that's a sack. 4th and 15. And they're going to probably let this clock run out. to be honest. I don't know what they're doing. 22-27 with 19 seconds on the clock. Empty formation, and it's caught. First down. Timeout, UTEP. UTEP back to the line. 15 seconds left on the clock. 2 more timeouts left. They've got plenty of time to get in this end zone. Can they do it? Empty set again. And he's running it. He's running with it here. Slides. Timeout. 8 seconds. 8 seconds on the clock. UTEP back to the line. 2nd and 7. 8 seconds left on the clock. This needs to be end zone or bust here. Can they get it? They don't. There's a flag on the field, however. And that's going to be on UTEP, and that will take them backwards a couple of yards. 3 seconds. One more play to seal this game. Can they get it in the end zone is the question. And they throw it into the end zone. And it's incomplete. 3rd and 17, and it won't matter. Iowa State takes down UTEP, and they survive. And Iowa State heads more into Texas as they take over more territory. They are taking over a majority of this map here. But let's go and let's see who is next on the wheel. Spin the wheel, baby. Who is next on the wheel? We have Iowa State's back up. And they are taking on up from their logo. And from their logo up that way, it will be empty territory. So they take over another state without really even having to do much, as they take over this state right up here. I don't know what state this is, but whatever state this is, they take it over and they get more territory. Let's spin the wheel again, see who is next up on it, and it'll be Oregon. And Oregon's going to be taking on who? Let's find out. Down, almost directly down. All right, it will be Oregon. It will be Cal coming up. All right, Cal has the home field advantage. I don't know why I said it like that. Cal with the home field advantage. The Cal Bears, I believe. Golden Bears, some shit like that. I don't even know. But the Cal State Bears versus the Oregon Ducks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to jump in. It is a 19-point lead here by Oregon. They just got a turnover. Oregon takes down Cal. I almost said Chicago. All right, Oregon has more territory. Let's see who is next on the wheel. Spin that wheel, baby. Who is next on the wheel? It will be UTSA. We get another Texas team. Who is UTSA going to take on? I think they have to go up. I don't believe they can even go that way. UTSA down in that way. Yeah, no, they legitimately have to go up. They could go that way though. Maybe? No, they can't go that way. All right, spin it again. There we go. Up and that way. Let's see where that's at. Up and that way. That's gonna be Iowa State. Iowa State, UTSA coming up. All right, we are back at Iowa State as Iowa State and the Cyclones take on the UTSA Roadrunners here in Iowa State. Iowa State looking to take over everybody now. In this video, every team has played Iowa State almost. But let's see who wins this one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 34-9 will be your final score, and Iowa State takes down another victim. Ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, while I am deleting UTSA off the map here, Texas is surrounded by Iowa State. Texas has not played a game yet, but it is coming. It is coming eventually. Texas will have to play Iowa State. They can only play Iowa State. There's no other team that they can play. But we got Kentucky. I believe they're still in it. I think. Are they not? No, Kentucky is no longer in it. All right, well, Kentucky's out. See who is up. And it will be Rutgers. Rutgers is still in it. Okay, Rutgers is still in it. Where's Rutgers heading? We finally get a break from the Iowa State vortex, and they're going right to the left. It'll be Rutgers. It will be Buffalo. Buffalo already won a game in this, and now Rutgers is going to look to take them down. Let's see if they can do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Buffalo looking to take on Rutgers at home. Can the Buffalo Bulls survive another one? Or will Rutgers take them down and take over all of their territory? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 10-point game. Buffalo gets another touchdown. And this ball game will be over. 47-30 is your final score from Buffalo, New York. All right, Buffalo taking over some big territory. We got one more. Let's see who is last in this video. Spin that wheel. Who is going to be the last team to take on somebody? It'll probably be Iowa State at this freaking point. We have Minnesota, and it actually could be Iowa State. It actually could be if they go the correct way. But they're not going to go that way. And they will be taking on, oh my God, Minnesota taking on Iowa State once again. All right, Iowa State is back for the last game of the video, and we are back in Iowa State, and the Cyclones take on the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, before I show you this screen and this score, I just want to let y'all know something. They had a good run. They had a great run, but Iowa State has officially been taken down by Minnesota, and Minnesota takes over all of Iowa State's territory. Just wow. To end off this video too, by the way, like, wow. Our first wheel spin of the video right now. Let's see, who do we got on the wheel this time? It will be San Jose State. Okay, San Jose State. Which way is San Jose State going though? That's the question. Are they going to, I think that's USC, but we'll check it out. San Jose State. Wait. Yeah, that's USC. All right, San Jose State, USC coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have San Jose State coming to USC to take on the Trojans. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final score 45-7. USC takes down San Jose State. We didn't expect anything less, but let's go ahead. Let's move on. Let's see who is next in college football imperialism as we get down to the final 20. All right, and San Jose State has been taken out of here. USC getting some big territory. But let's see who's next on this wheel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 46 teams left. Let's spin that wheel, see who is next on it, and it will be Louisville. We got Louisville. Let's see who is Louisville taking on. They're in Minnesota territory. Minnesota obviously taking down Iowa State last episode. Spin the wheel. I spin the arrow. It went up that way. I don't think that's Minnesota. No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Ohio State? All right, I'm going to give them Ohio State. Louisville, Ohio State coming up. All right, it is snowing in Ohio State as the Ohio State University takes on the Louisville Cardinals. Now, Louisville has had a surprising season where they've beaten Miami. And Ohio State is Ohio State. They're the #1 ranked team in the country. Louisville is also ranked, although I believe they lost this past weekend, I think. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think they lost this past weekend. So we'll see about the rankings. I don't know the exact ranking for them right now. But Ohio State, Louisville coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ohio State has whooped up on Louisville. By the way, Louisville's ranked 14th, and they beat Virginia Tech this past weekend, just in case y'all were curious. But Louisville is going to get taken out by Ohio State in blowout fashion, and Ohio State claims another victim. All right, and Ohio State takes down Louisville, but let's see who is next on the wheel. All right, both teams that have gone on the road have lost. Let us see who is next on the wheel. We have Akron, who is one of the worst teams in the game. Akron and Kent State are two of the worst teams, and they're going that way. All right, they're fighting Ohio State. I think we know what's going to happen, but just in case, we're going to run the simulation anyway. But I think we know what's going to happen. Akron, Ohio State next. All right, it is snowing again at the Ohio State University. The marching band out there sending out their guys, the Ohio State Buckeyes, as the Ohio State Buckeyes take on the Akron Zips in what should be a massive blowout for Ohio State over Akron. All right, so Ohio State's going to win, but not by as much as I thought they would have. The final score was 28-7. They won by 21. That was a defensive game for sure, but Ohio State still got the victory as we thought they would. So let's move on and let's take Akron out of here. All right, Ohio State takes down Akron, not in as big of a fashion as we thought they would, but Akron goes down, and now Ohio State still has territory. Michigan is coming up next, and I have to explain something that I did with Michigan really quickly on the map. I outlined them in white Reason why I did that was because these colors were too similar to black, and they would have overran the black on the actual lines of the map. So I didn't want that to happen. So these two teams are outlined in white for right now, but that is okay because pretty soon they're going to be back and outlined in black, depending on if they lose or not. But Michigan is coming up, and will they fight Notre Dame is the question. And they go the opposite way. Let us see who that is. It's down this. Is that Ohio State again? Hold on. That's Ohio State again, because it's not straight down. Straight down is Bowling Green. It's like kind of to the left here. That's Ohio State again. Michigan, Ohio State, the rivalry of the ages coming up next. We are in Ohio State at night for the game. Ohio State and the Buckeyes taking on the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan has taken down Ohio State for the past few years. Let's see if they can do it again and take Ohio State off the map. Let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final score, Ohio State 41, Michigan 17. Ohio State gets another victory, 3 in a row. This is the Ohio State episode, definitely. For the past few episodes, we've had the, Iowa State episodes where Iowa State was taking over everything. Now we're having the Ohio State episode. I mean, Iowa State, Jesus Christ. Iowa State, not Ohio State. But Ohio State is now having their episode where they get to take over this map. And they will be taking over a big portion here in Michigan as Michigan goes down. And Ohio State looking to take more territory. Let's see if they can do it with spinning the wheel. Every team that has gone into Ohio State has not come out still on the map. But let's see who is next. We have Colorado State, who I think is pretty much surrounded by... they're also surrounded by New Mexico. So they could get New Mexico if they go up to the right way. It's either going to be Minnesota or New Mexico, but we're going to try it anyway. See who it is. And they get the short end of the stick. That will be Minnesota. So Minnesota, Colorado State next. Because here's the thing. Colorado State had a chance to beat New Mexico. I don't think they have a chance to beat Minnesota. I think Minnesota will take them down and take over all of that territory, and they will still have a lot of territory remaining, but you never know. Never know. It could happen. It could happen. That's what I'm saying. It could happen, but I highly doubt it. All right, it is snowing in Minnesota as Minnesota takes on Colorado State, and Minnesota looking to take over more territory, to take over this map and be the first champions of imperialism on this channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Minnesota takes down Colorado State by 10. I didn't jump in because by the time it hit 2 minutes in the game, they were already up by 10. So Minnesota takes over more territory. All right, so New Mexico and Minnesota are lined up right here with the border, and they're going to be looking to take down Minnesota. New Mexico is, but the rest of this map, this side of the map is cool. It's this side of the map that's kind of still jumbled up, and we need to figure this out at some point. But Colorado State is out. Let's spin this wheel. I want to try to get down to at least 30 teams, hopefully. And we'll see if we can do that. But next up is Notre Dame. Notre Dame causing us a lot of problems with the map. But let's see where they go. They're going down that way. Notre Dame is going down in that way. That might be Bowling Green. Could be Bowling Green, or it could be Ball State. I'm going to give them Ball State. It'll be Notre Dame. It will be Ball State coming up. All right, we are here in Ball State at Indiana as Ball State is going to take on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And let's see who gets this victory. I think it's going to be Notre Dame, but we'll find out anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this ball game is over. 41-0. Notre Dame takes down Ball State. All right, and Ball State doesn't even put up a fight on Notre Dame as Notre Dame goes down, takes down Ball State, and Ball State will get out of here. They will no longer be in the running to win imperialism. All right, and Notre Dame has taken down Ball State. And actually, let me take down this barrier here as well. I forgot to do this barrier. But now Notre Dame owns Ball State territory, as that Notre Dame-Ohio State matchup is coming up close. But let's get back to the wheel and see who's next. All right, we are at 41 teams remaining, and we move on. Mississippi State. And Mississippi State's going to take on whoever's that way. Yeah, that way. All right. I'm going to give them Tulane. Tulane, Mississippi State coming up. Tulane owns this territory, by the way. That's why it looks normal, but it is a different shade of green. But Tulane's down here. They own this territory too. So Tulane, Mississippi State coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Louisiana for Tulane as they take on the Mississippi State Bulldogs and the SEC. Let's see, can they take down the SEC, or will they get wiped out like a lot of other teams have by the SEC? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think they're coming back. Tulane takes down Mississippi State at home. Wow, what a shock. I'm actually shocked about this because you feel like Mississippi State's gonna win that game. Definitely should have won that game, but they did not. Unfortunately, Mississippi State could not do it, and Tulane is still on the map, waiting to get eliminated by somebody who is better than Mississippi State. But they took down an SEC opponent, so they have nothing to scoff at. They can't be upset about this. They took down an SEC opponent when they weren't supposed to. And Tulane is going to continue, but even if they lose next, it does not matter. I think they have had a fantastic run on the map. But Tulane takes down Mississippi State. Spinning that wheel again, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 40 teams remaining, and we are heading back to USC. USC was in this series, or in this video earlier, and they're going that way. Where is that going? Let's see. Let us see where that is going to. That's ASU. Arizona State, USC coming up. All right, we are in Arizona as Arizona State takes on the USC Trojans for territory. Both of these teams have pretty big territory, but let's see if one can take over a lot more territory than the other. Let's find out. And unless USC can do something crazy, which I don't think they will, Arizona State will take down USC 34-17. Arizona State gets big territory here, ladies and gentlemen. Arizona State takes over not only Hawaii, they take over Arizona's former territory, as well as some territory up into California, as USC gets a huge downgrade. Well, USC's gone, but ASU gets a huge upgrade, and they have taken over a lot of the West Coast. But let's go ahead, see who is next on the wheel. Spinning this wheel again, ladies and gentlemen, who do we have? We are at 39 teams, and we've got Florida State. Florida State will be taking on whoever's that way. All right, I'm going to give them Florida because it is kind of going this way. You could make a case for Clemson, but I'm going to go Florida State, Florida coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Florida. We are heading to Florida, heading into Gator territory as Florida State comes to town in the Sunshine Showdown. Let's see who wins this ball game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Florida takes down FSU 28-45 final score. All right, and Florida takes down and gets some big territory. They almost have full control over the state of Florida. There is 2 teams remaining in Florida, FIU and Miami. But Florida State no longer exists. And let's spin the wheel. I think we're going to do one more for this episode of College Football Imperialism. So let's make it a good one. It'll be East Carolina. Okay, it's not going to be a good one. Although I have done Imperialism in the past on another channel of mine, and they're going straight down, and that's nowhere. All right, well, we'll spin the wheel again. Basically, I have done Imperialism before, and it was NC State versus East Carolina, and East Carolina won off of a game winner. So we'll see what happens. All right, we're finally getting into some territory here, and that'll be Duke, right? Yeah, that's Duke. All right, East Carolina, Duke for the final matchup of today's video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Duke in North Carolina as the East Carolina Pirates come to town to take on the Duke Blue Devils. Let's see who wins this matchup in the final matchup of today's episode of College Football 26 Imperialism. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Duke has the chance to tie the ball game here as they are down 10-3 with a minute 30 on the clock. 1st and 10 in East Carolina territory. They have to get in the end zone, however. Duke looking to stay alive and go to overtime. The ACC does not want them to lose. Let's see. Ball is snapped, and they're going to run it ahead, and it's going to be a first down and more. Touchdown, Duke. That was very easy. Duke ties the ball game 10-10. 48 seconds left on the clock. Duke looking to hit the extra point. If they miss this, ball game's over. And they kick, and it is good. 10-10. This game might go to overtime. I told you, East Carolina's a sneaky favorite. They put on some pretty good games, but Duke gotta look to take them out here. They're going to kick a regular kick. They aren't going to kick it onside. And East Carolina will get the ball. 48 seconds remaining. They will have a little less time than that because they did take it out of the end zone, and it is at the 16-yard line of East Carolina. They will have to try to get this ball into the end zone or to field goal range. They have 3 timeouts, so there's nothing to worry about on that end, but it doesn't matter. That will be 2nd and 8. 40 seconds remaining. All right, East Carolina going to probably let this clock run all the way to overtime. They will probably run one more play here, and they do. To get at least a first down, they don't, and this game is heading to overtime. Duke, East Carolina goes to extra periods. All right, the coin toss here. Duke won the coin toss, and they are probably going to elect to go on defense first. They do. They want to see what East Carolina does first, and if East Carolina does nothing, then Duke has a very good chance of winning this ball game. But here we go. East Carolina with the ball first here in overtime, number 1. Let's see if East Carolina can get in the end zone here. They're going to probably need to because Duke will get in the end zone if they can't. And that's going to be a 2nd and 8 here in overtime. All right, East Carolina here in overtime looking to get into the end zone because they have to. Can't afford a turnover here because Duke will be in field goal range, and that is going to be incomplete. 3rd and 8. East Carolina. All right, East Carolina looking to get in the end zone once again, or at least a first down here. It's all they need. They're going to run the ball, and it's going to be 4th and 4. They might kick this field goal here, but they're going to line up, kick this field goal. They can't afford a miss here because Duke will make them pay for it. Let's see if they can at least get the field goal. And they do. Field goal is good. East Carolina's up by 3 on Duke. All right, Duke with the chance to answer and stun East Carolina, as East Carolina has played very well in this matchup. Duke down the field, caught for the first down, and they are very close to the end zone. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line here in overtime. Duke looking to get in the end zone, and they're doing a very good job of trying here. All right, Duke back to the line. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line here in first overtime. Will they get it into the end zone? Let's find out. The ball is going to be ran and stopped for no gain. 2nd and goal from the 4. All right, Duke back to the line. 2nd and goal from the 4-yard line. Can they get it into the end zone? Let's find out. And they're going to run it. And the quarterback is going to get stopped. 3rd and goal from the 3. East Carolina needs one more stop to force a field goal and head into 2nd overtime. My voice is freaking out. I'm freaking out. Will East Carolina get the upset on the Duke Blue Devils? I have no idea, but they have one more opportunity to get in the end zone before they have to kick this field goal and tie the game. Here they go. They're going to run it. Heavy set here. They're running it. And it's good. Touchdown, Duke. And Duke takes down East Carolina in overtime. And East Carolina puts up a valiant effort, but unfortunately it does not matter. East Carolina has been taken down, and Duke owns their territory now. Duke takes over its first territory. I'm going to erase this Duke logo and put a new one up before next episode, but oh my goodness. Duke takes out East Carolina, and what is an incredible ball game. We spin in the wheel, baby. Let's get it for another episode of Imperialism, ladies and gentlemen. And we are starting off. Are we starting off with Duke again? All right, we ended with Duke. We start with Duke. All right. All right, we end it with Duke. We start with Duke. Who is Duke facing? Straight down. Straight down. They going straight down to North Carolina. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is snowing here in North Carolina as North Carolina takes on the Duke Blue Devils at home in the snow in North Carolina. This is going to be a good ass game. Battle for the victory bell. Let's see who gets this dub. Also, while I'm thinking about it, because I just saw their coach, I know Bill Belichick's not in the game. Why did EA give them a black coach? I ain't even gonna lie, that feels kind of weird to me. I'm just saying. DK, when you get a chance, show the head coach for North Carolina when they came walking out. That is not Bill Belichick. I don't know who the hell that is. This game really not close because they gonna score a field goal, but I'm gonna go ahead and let it play out. Let them do their thing. North Carolina's down by 7 right now, but Duke's about to score a field goal, so yeah, Duke's about to get a field goal, and they about to lock this game up by 10, but we'll see. They're just gonna let the clock run. There you go. Kick is up, and it is good. I don't think North Carolina coming back, but I'm gonna let it rock, and if anything happens crazy, I'll let y'all know. If not, then we'll just head back to the map and get North Carolina up off of here. All right, Duke got North Carolina territory. Now the only 2 North Carolina teams remaining are Charlotte and App State. If they take them out, they take over pretty much the entire state. I think Minnesota got some territory in that state as well, but as of right now, Minnesota, first of all, Minnesota looking cool, but also Duke about to take over some good territory, and they about to have to face Minnesota. So we might be seeing Duke, Minnesota here in a minute. But with that being said, we got to take North Carolina off the wheel because they are no longer available. I think they should be on the wheel. Where they at? All right, well, I don't have North Carolina on the wheel, so we're just gonna spin. I don't think I got North Carolina even on here, so we just gonna spin the wheel then. And we got FIU. They gotta face Florida, right? Or Florida State. I mean, they going straight up regardless, but FIU, yeah, I mean, they going straight up to Florida. They were surrounded by Miami and Florida. FIU, Florida coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed to the swamp, the home of the Florida Gators, as they take on the FIU Panthers coming up. All right, this game ended about how I thought it would. Florida won 41-0. Florida got more territory, and it's inevitable that Florida and Miami have to take over and have to take each other on. But with that being said, we gonna spin the wheel. And real quick, before we get into this, I want to hold a moment of silence real quick for the New York Giants, who got their ass whooped last night. You know, I know my editor DK, he's a Giants fan, and I know he's watching this because he has to. It's his job. Moment of silence for the New York Giants, please. Just hold on. Oh, fuck that moment of silence. Listen, bro. Motherfuckers thought Jackson Dart was going to be a good quarterback. They better hope they hire a good head coach. All right, we got Delaware next. Who Delaware facing? They going straight down. Who is that to? Delaware, they go straight down. They ain't going nowhere, bro. All right, hold on. I'm respinning because I'm not allowing that. That way, is that Buffalo? That might be Maryland. This is Maryland's territory, by the way. All right, we go Maryland coming up next. Delaware, Maryland. Sorry, DK. Sorry, I had to do that to the Giants like that, but feels good being a Panthers fan, DK. That's all I'm trying to say. We lose the bad teams, beat good teams, you know, but at least we win at something, you know.
Here's Bryce Young. He's got time here, and he throws, and it's intercepted. It's Deron Bland again. Bland looking for another pick six, and he's got it.
I know exactly how you feel, DK. Don't worry. And I know exactly how you feel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the home of the Maryland Terrapins as Maryland takes on the Delaware Blue Hens. Delaware new to college football this year. This is only their second game on the Imperialism, and let's see if they can handle Maryland and take over more territory. All right, final score 55-14, I think. Yep, 55-14 final. All right, Maryland took over. I had to give them a new logo because their logo wasn't existing. But let's go ahead. Let's spin this wheel again. See who is next on the chopping block, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Come on. Who is next? Who is next? Coastal? Boise State. Boise State. And who Boise State gonna take on? They going down. They going down. Who Boise State going down to is the question. They going down. They going down to New Mexico. New Mexico, Boise State coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in New Mexico. Now, I didn't press snow. I put random. DK, you live near here. When the fuck is it snowing in New Mexico? And if it is snowing, that's on me for not knowing. But you let me know when the fuck it's snowing in New Mexico, dog. It's 30 degrees. What? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Boise State takes the victory. And New Mexico is down. That's what you get for snowing where it's not supposed to snow. Like idiots. All right, New Mexico is down. And Boise State taking over territory here. Late into this imperialism. Let's go ahead. Let's see who is next on the wheel. Spin it, baby. Let's go. Come on. Who is next on the wheel? We got Liberty spelled all the way wrong. But who is Liberty facing? That way. Yeah, that way. I don't even know where Liberty is. Liberty. Oh, it's right here. Okay. They facing Minnesota. They could take over a lot of territory here. I doubt it. It's Minnesota. Liberty next. All right. We are here in Minnesota. As Minnesota's going to be taking on the Liberty Flames. Now, I think Minnesota got this one, but you never know. It's college football. Any given Saturday is my motto. Actually, that's not even true. That's the NFL, any given Sunday. But regardless, let's see what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this ball game is just about over. Minnesota takes over, and they will win the ball game and take over more territory than they need. It's a tiny piece of territory, but they got more. That being said, we're gonna go ahead and spin this wheel again and see who's next. Spin it, baby. Let's go. Come on. Who is next on the wheel? And we've got Jacksonville State. Who are they facing? Whoever's that way. That way. No way. No fucking shot, dude. No fucking. Oh my God. Jacksonville State versus Minnesota. Coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in Minnesota. I think they played every single game they played has been a home game. Minnesota taking on Jacksonville State and the Gamecocks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tied ball game on the verge of an upset, ladies and gentlemen. 1:58 left in the game, and Jacksonville State might do it. I hate to say it for Minnesota fans. Y'all been watching this. Y'all been enjoying your time on imperialism, but I think it might be coming to an end soon. Jacksonville State back to throw on third down, and it's complete. First down, Jacksonville State. All right, here we go. Two high safeties for Minnesota. Jacksonville State throwing, caught, completed. First down, Jacksonville State. Minnesota fans, listen up. Y'all might be gone off this imperialism. If Jacksonville State takes you down, they take over all of your territory, and you are giving them free territory. And that's another first down, wide open. And they are now in the red zone. No way y'all collapse the Jacksonville State. Come on, guys, come on. Here they go. 1st and 10, back to pass on an RPO. And it's going to be caught, and it's going to be completed, but I don't think they got anywhere. 2nd and 7. And Minnesota's got one timeout left, 1:14 left on the clock. Jacksonville State wants them to use their last timeout. Well, they force it here, and they're going to run it. And they force them to use their final timeout. That's definitely very smart ball game management for sure. 3rd and 8. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 3rd and 8. And they're just going to run it again. They're going to run it right there. And they're going to run clock. They're going to run the clock. Leave Minnesota as little time as possible to get to field goal range. All right, they're not running as much clock as I thought, but 8, 7, 6. Here they go. Kick is up, and it is good. Jacksonville State gets up on the board. They up by 3, 27-24, 28 seconds on the clock for Minnesota to go down, either score a touchdown or a field goal. Can they do it? That's the question. Can they do it? Minnesota fans, y'all better hope they can do it, because y'all been sitting nice and comfortable on this series for multiple episodes now. If you're a Minnesota fan, you stressing right now. I already know. But Jacksonville State got y'all locked up right now. Here they go. Back to pass. Minnesota. First down. No, not a first down. Sorry. Caught. Jesus Christ. 2nd and 1, and there's 16 seconds left. They're not even going to rush. Yeah, this game busted. But it's okay. Minnesota takes the L. They're not even going to have enough time to snap the ball. Yep, that's it. Minnesota loses to Jacksonville State. And Jacksonville State gets a huge piece of territory that previously belonged to Minnesota. It belongs to Minnesota no longer, ladies and gentlemen. Minnesota has been taken off the map. And now Jacksonville State reigns supreme on this Imperialism series. And we're going to go ahead, we're going to get rid of their logo. We're going to give them a new little logo and everything. But damn, Jacksonville State reigns supreme in this series. There they go with their big ass logo. There they go. Hold on. Their logo going all the way over there. They own all this territory right here. It feels so weird taking Minnesota off the wheel. If you're a Minnesota fan, talk to your boys. Talk to your boys, because y'all boys just sold a big opportunity. And now we got Missouri State. I think that's Jacksonville State again. No, it's not. That's gonna be ULM, I think. No, that's gonna be Tulane. Missouri State coming up. All right, we are at Tulane taking on Missouri State. Tulane ranked number 21, by the way. Crazy. Tulane, Missouri State next. Damn, Tulane takes down Missouri State. Wow. Tulane's a sneaky one, you know. Tulane is a sneaky one for sure. Easily takes down Missouri. Jesus Christ, what the fuck did I do? Hold on. Hold the phone. All right, I'm not letting this slide. I am not letting this slide. There ain't much of a border here anymore, but it's okay. So yeah, Tulane's down here, but they took over this territory, but LSU's still here too. So LSU, realistically, they could do something to Tulane, but let's see what happens. We spin it again, baby. We're gonna spin 2 more times for this episode. Just letting y'all know, Syracuse coming up. Right, who's Syracuse facing? That way? Ain't nobody that way. There ain't nobody that way. There we go. All right, Syracuse, Buffalo next. All right, we here in Buffalo, baby. Buffalo, New York, as Syracuse comes to town to take on the Buffalo Bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, Syracuse gets taken down by Buffalo. Jesus Christ. All right, Buffalo takes down Syracuse. Wowzers. Zoink Scoob. Wowzers. God, what is wrong with me? I just said wowzers in a YouTube video. That's crazy work. All right, final wheel spin of the video, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys drop a like down below, sub to the channel, and go sub to DK. His links will be down in the description down below. And we are finishing off the video with Virginia. And Virginia is going to be taking on who? As this final episode, as this one episode of Imperialism goes, I think it's JMU. Yeah, that's JMU. Virginia, JMU coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to Virginia. We're heading to James Madison University as James Madison and the Dukes take on the Virginia Cavaliers. Coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Virginia's got this one. Number 16 versus number 19. I think number 16 is going to take down James Madison. Wait a minute now, hold on. Nope. James Madison almost went down the field and scored. Fortunately, James Madison is done. They lose by 10, 44-34. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Virginia takes over territory.
Spin that wheel. Let's go. Who's going to be first? All right, the first team is going to be Auburn. So the way that we're going to do this here, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm going to go through half of these teams. So we have Auburn. Who is Auburn going to face? All right, so down a little to the right, let's see where that is. Oh, we have a banger matchup for round 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. We have Auburn taking on Clemson. Let's go ahead and see who wins this matchup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at Clemson. We will see if Auburn can take some territory. I think this, I can't remember if Auburn was called on or they just defended territory, but I'm pretty sure this is one of Clemson's first matches. Okay, this is Clemson's like second or third match. So we'll see if Auburn can take down Clemson. And some late heroics from Clemson. It was a close game, like a 10-point game, until they just decided it isn't. Oh, well, it still ended up a 10-point game, but they pulled away fairly fast. Oh my, that guy is way too happy. Clemson are going to be our winners, 34-24. Let's go ahead and update that map. And Auburn going to go ahead and take out Auburn. A huge territory growth for them. And let's go ahead and spin the wheel again. All right, a huge shift here. Auburn is out now. I don't know if huge shift. I don't know college football. I should have said that. I have no idea. All right. Is it SMU or Buffalo? SMU is up next. I don't know where that is. I hope. Does it actually say SMU? Oh, god damn it. SMU will be going up and to the left. So SMU is going to take on a behemoth in the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Let's see if Jacksonville can continue this reign of dominance they've had this whole series. For some reason, SMU says, nah, it's mine now. Fuck you. Alrighty, here we go. SMU, the Mustangs, trying to take on the Jacksonville State Gamecocks. Jacksonville has had an insane run. I did choose right? I think so. I hope I did. We will see if Jacksonville State can keep up this reign of dominance. Okay, I don't know what we feed in the Mustangs, but holy fuck. 55-23 is the final score. The Mustangs take a huge portion of the map. Oh, achievement. Play now. Look at that. Any matchup. Let's go. And just like that, from this tiny area right here to all of this is now SMU territory. And holy fuck. Oh. Oops. And just like that, from this little territory here to this is all SMU territory, which is kind of insane to think about. I honestly thought SMU wasn't going to win that. I thought SMU was going to lose. So I am actually very surprised. I feel like a lot of people would have had SMU losing that. But then again, like I said, I know nothing about college ball. Alright, spinning that wheel again. Let's see who we get here. We're gonna be Kansas or Coastal Carolina. Barely gonna be Coastal Carolina. Let's see who they are gonna take on. And that's gonna go down to the left. Let's see where that is. You know, honestly, I think that hits Florida first. Oh, let me get a line tool. That is going straight to Florida. So Coastal Carolina gonna take on the Florida State Gators. Let's see what happens. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The Gators defending their territory against Coastal Carolina. Let's go ahead and see if... I mean, I feel like the Gators should win. What the fuck is a Chanticleers? What the hell is that? Someone tell me what a Chanticleer is. Because I have no idea what that is. And you know, what I thought was going to happen, happened. The Florida Gators deal easily with the Chanticleers. Coastal Carolina. And the Gators easily take care of the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, I think is what it was. 31-14. Go ahead and update that map. And everything I thought was going to happen, happened. The Florida Gators are going to take over Coastal Carolina. I honestly don't know how they lasted this long. I don't think they're a good team. I mean, I could be wrong, but you know, you never know. I could be right. There's like a 1 in 90% chance that I'm right about something with college football. Alright, just a few updates to the map. We just decided to give the Clemson a new logo instead of, you know, being trapped up here. Move them down a little bit. Florida's right here. Don't want to be confined. Oh, I didn't mean to grab another one. Oh no, oops. I want to be confined to the grid. Whatever. It's whatever. There's Florida. The Gators. Let's go ahead and go to the map and see. Well, map. The wheel and see who's next. And Coastal Carolina is off. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel to see who we have next. And we will have Buffalo. Buffalo can't really go a lot of places. It can go straight down. I think this is controlled by Maryland. I don't know. But we'll just go with whoever is closest to this spin. Buffalo will be going... Wow. Straight to the left. And it's a little up and it clips Ohio State. Oh, I think that might hit whatever the fuck this place is. It clips it. We're gonna go Kent State, I think is what it is. So Buffalo, Kent State coming up. All right, truth be told, I don't know what that logo is. It's not Kennesaw, not KC State. We'll find it though. Kent State. Close enough, okay? Fuck you. Alright, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Kent State Golden, whatever the fuck is said on the jersey. I couldn't read it. Golden Flashes are taking on the Buffalo Bills. Isn't that funny? Bulls, not Bills. Fuck me. The Golden Flash is defending territory from the Bulls. Let's see if the Bulls can just... No, that's a shit joke. I'm not even gonna finish that. This has seemed to be very much a mid-off, as Buffalo do take down Kent State. Now I don't have to worry about that fucking logo. Yeah, Buffalo got that. Yay, now it doesn't look too ridiculous, right? Oh my god, what am I doing? There we go. Now it doesn't look all... This whole thing looks weird. I can't lie. But whatever. It's whatever. Buffalo taking down Kent State. Let's go ahead and see who's next on the wheel. I'm going to shuffle this wheel a little bit. And then we'll spin the wheel again. Let's see who we have coming up next. And the Gators. Right back to it. Let's see what they decide they want to do here. They can't go that way. I mean, I guess they could want to give them Duke, but I don't... Yeah, that's not even going to hit Duke. Okay. Spin the fucking wheel. Okay, they can go that way. And the Gators will be taking on Clemson. Going from the middle of the logo. Let's go ahead and see who wins this match. I'm looking up here like the camera's there. Let's go ahead and see who wins that matchup. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Crimson? What the fuck? The Clemson Tigers defending territory from the Florida Gators. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The Clemson Tigers defending land from these motherfuckers. The Florida Gators. We'll see which team comes out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let Cam see this. His Clemson Tigers are kind of mollywopped by the Gators. Not really mollywopped, but I mean, it was a decisive victory for the Gators. Let's go ahead and update that map. I almost said wheel. Both, technically. As the Florida Gators take over, I'm pretty sure it's 90% of Carolina, if not all of it. I mean, I think there's these two teams. I think they're in Carolina. But don't quote me. I'm an idiot. Here we go. Florida coming out on top. Let's go ahead and go. Motherfucker, I did it again. And just like that, the Gators taking over the majority of Carolina. Pretty sure there's only like 2 teams. Maybe SMU has a little bit of territory. But the majority of it is controlled by Florida now. So let's go ahead and go to that wheel and see who is next. Spin the wheel, baby! We got Central Michigan. That's the one at the top. I know that. I remembered. Literally, I had a whole crash course by Cam before this. I literally know nothing about teams. They're gonna go down to the right. Let's see where that's at. Central Michigan, look at them. Here they are. It's them. They're going against Ohio State. Let's see who wins this. I think we know. But we still got to do it. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Ohio. What the fuck is happening there? We're in Ohio where the Buckeyes are going to be trying to save their land from Central Michigan. The Buckeyes with the little stickers on the helmets because they don't have the money to pay to actually get them on the helmet, apparently. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure that's false. They just like stickers. I mean, who can blame them? Stickers are fun. And you know, what we thought was going to happen happened. Ohio State wins it. Mollywop Central Michigan. See you later. Almost a shutout, but Central Michigan decide, now we're going to lock in for at least 2 scores. That's it. This is the weirdest shit going on right now, by the way. Central Michigan is now out. Let's go ahead and update that map. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Ohio State. It's just a giant fucking line, basically, but they expand the land into Michigan. Let's go back to that wheel and see who's next. Spin the wheel. Is it Bowling Green or Notre Dame? It's gonna be the Fighting Irish, just by a hair. I can't even zoom in on it. For Notre Dame, who are they going to be facing? Up and to the left. Let's see where that's at. In Notre Dame, they're going to SMU. Hold on. I'm also at Duke. I'm not at Notre Dame, by the way. I just realized that. Notre Dame, they're going to cross the river into SMU territory. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. But Notre Dame taking on SMU. Let's see if Notre Dame can overtake this huge massive territory. Let's find out. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, SMU defending the massive territory they took earlier in this episode against Notre Dame. Let's go ahead and see who comes out on top. Ladies and gentlemen, it was close, but I didn't have a time to jump in. The Fighting Irish barely beat the Mustangs. I thought it was going to be a lot more Notre Dame than SMU because Notre Dame's ranked 9. And another huge shift. Notre Dame taking out SMU for huge territory. Let's go ahead and go back to that wheel and see who is next. All right, here we go. Spinning the wheel. Who is next? Next will be Tulane. We have not seen a whole lot of them in this series. Let's go ahead and see where Tulane's going. I don't think they can go that way. Yeah, Tulane cannot go that way. Alright, I get Tulane and Tulsa mixed up for some reason. I don't know why. They can go that way. Can they? Actually, I don't think they can. No. I mean, it's close to LSU. I don't know if we give them that, though. Can't go that way. If you go that way one more time, you're getting LSU. Okay, you're just getting LSU. I don't care. They're spinning close to LSU. We haven't seen LSU at all. Let's go ahead and give them the spotlight they deserve. Battle for the Rag is an insane rivalry name, but I mean, it's Rag. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are at LSU, where they'll be trying to take down Tulane. Hey. Sorry. This rivalry is the Battle of the Rag. Tulane's ranked number 9. Oh, it's ranked, by the way. I don't know if it's number 9. 19. Like, Tulane ranked? I feel like that's not right, but again, like I said, I know nothing about college football, but I remember Tulane being ass from when the short time I watched it when I was a child. This is what I thought was going to happen. The Rag is LSU. That sounds so weird to say. 46-27. They've won it 70 times. I'm not surprised. I feel like this is LSU's win. I don't know how Tulane's ranked. But fuck it, I guess. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, LSU taking over a lot of land. Let's go ahead, go back to the wheel and see who is next. I spin the wheel. Let's see who's next. Okay, so we know who Miami has to face. They can only go up. So this is going to be Miami, Florida. I mean, I don't think there's really any other place they can really go. I mean, if they go to the left, well, and even then, no, they're like guaranteed the Gators. So we'll just go ahead and do this. Let's go see who comes up on top for the Battle of Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the Florida rivalry. Fireworks? Damn, bruh. The Florida Gators, who just acquired a good bit of territory, now looking to defend that against Miami, where we haven't seen it all this series. So let's go. I'm pointing at the screen like I'm pointing at you. Let's go ahead and see who comes out on top. Oh shit, I'm playing. Fuck it. Let's give them a good return. I did nothing. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is an 8-point game. I think my math is correct here. 34-26, I'm pretty sure it's an 8-point game. And Florida, well, the Gators just caused a 3-and-out. So there was a chance here. Let's go ahead and see what they cook up. Dropping back to pass. Quick one. That's going to gain about 6 to 7. Aha. 8. I was wrong either way. And time's just going to keep running. They're not going to... They need to start hurrying up. They have no timeouts. Granted, they still have the 2-minute warning. So here we go. Lining back up. A little bit of a... ID the mic situation. The motion. Drops back to pass. A little he just threw a pick. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winners of this game is going to be Miami, 34-26. I'm pretty sure that is an 8-point difference, right? And ladies and gentlemen, we've only seen one game from the University of Miami, but they make it count. Taking over all of Florida in a, you know, just like a drumstick of the United States. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 5 teams left in this episode. Let's go ahead and see who's next. It's looking like it's going to be Bowling Green, which, gotta make sure I know where Bowling Green is. I'm pretty sure it's this. I'm looking up the logo. I'm right. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and see who they're going to go against. Straight up. Okay, Can I just not sim this? I think we know what's going to happen. Bowling Green is not beating Ohio State, but let's go ahead and simulate it. I'm going to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. I don't see it going well for Bowling Green. I don't see it going well at all. And it's this dance. I don't understand what that is, but I'm ready to see a bloodbath. I hope you guys are ready to see that final score. All right, let's give Bowling Green some credit. It wasn't a shutout, but 56-6 is about what I was expecting. Once, and that's all we're gonna see him in the series. Ohio State, what the fuck is 25's face? And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Ohio State gets a little bit more territory. It's still just basically a straight line, but it is progress. All right, spinning the wheel. Let's see what our next matchup is. Virginia. Okay. Virginia, who are they going against? Up and to the right. Let's see where that's at. From the logo, up and to the right. Now, does that hit Buffalo? Oh, that's not even the right line either. Okay, no, that is straight to Maryland. I'm pretty sure that is Maryland. And here we are in Maryland. Not our first time seeing this team this season. They've won at least 2 games. I don't know what the hell that thing is, but I never want to see it again in my life. Is that an Aardvark? That's not an Aardvark. Why the fuck did I think Aardvark? Have you guys even seen an Aardvark? Do you know what those are? That's definitely not one. This is a rivalry, and Virginia is ranked 21, so I think we know the answer of how this is going to go. I think the ranked team is going to win. For those wondering what an Aardvark is, this is what an Aardvark is. I think this is a baby Aardvark. I'm pretty sure the nose are usually longer. That's my little animal thing for today, I guess. Well, my intuition was right. 47-6. So Virginia wins their 33rd rivalry game against Maryland. Let's go ahead and update that map. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Virginia taking up a lot more territory. But I mean, still, our winner right now is Notre Dame. Motherfucker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Virginia taking up a lot more territory, but still, our biggest winner is Notre Dame so far. We do have a few more teams left to get through. Let's go ahead and get to that wheel. All right, 3 more teams left to get through today. Let's go ahead and see who is next up. And that's going to be ULM. Boom. Where you guys going? Down to the left. I think that's Notre Dame. I think they're fucked. I'm just an idiot. That is going to the University of Houston. Look at me knowing teams. Not going to happen a lot. Tell you what. Let's go ahead and see who wins this matchup. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, ULM, and they're looking to expand, or I can't say a whole lot, a little bit. Same thing with Houston. I think it's the first time we've seen Houston, or around the first time. I mean, we haven't seen much of either of these teams regardless of the fact, so let's go ahead and see who wins this. It'll be the Houston Cougars or the UL Monroe Warhawks. I'm reading. I didn't know that. I read. Are you proud of me? I have reading comprehension. Not a lot of it, but I got a little bit. Almost a complete shutout for Houston, but they're going to beat ULM 33-7. Go ahead and get to that map. And there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Houston taking up some more territory. Not a lot compared to, you know, fucking Notre Dame, who just... They're hungry, bro. They want land and they want it now, and they will not take no for a fucking answer. They took it. I mean, there's a reason why they're called the Fighting Irish. They're gonna fight for it. Terrible joke. I'm gonna shut up now. Let's get to the wheel. Alright, 2 teams left in this video for us to eliminate. Let's go ahead and see. We are going back to Houston. Alright, back-to-back Houston Bulls. Oops. Let's see who they're gonna take on. Let's go up to the left. That might be Notre Dame. That is Notre Dame. So, you know, I went on a spiel. I probably cut it all out. The majority of it for Notre Dame. Notre Dame fighting tooth and nail. Houston's trying to take them down for all of this territory. Let's see if they can do it. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we have found out, Notre Dame's ranked number 9. This is going to be a hard battle for Houston. Do we think we can do it? They can do it? No, not at all. But we'll see if they can. I mean, Houston put up a lot better of a fight than I thought they were going to do. 21-52. But I mean, the result was what I was expecting. Notre Dame taking even more territory. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this territory is getting ridiculously huge. Like, it's insane. And we still haven't hit Appalachian State, Coastal Carolina, Kansas, Tulsa. The Texas Longhorns still haven't been picked, which is crazy. In the last team we're gonna see, come on. I mean, either of these teams we have not seen yet, but Tulsa, I'm sorry to say it, you don't have a chance. So let's go ahead and see what this arrow decides you should go. Yeah, you're fucked. Notre Dame's gonna get more land. I don't think there's any way around it. Okay, someone please just tell me how a 91 offense and a 90 defense averages to an 89. How's your average worse than both your offense and defense? I don't think that's how that works. Also, yeah, 74 against an 89 or a 90. It should be a 90. Learn to do math, EA. Learn it. You're a multi-billion-dollar company, and you can't even code in math correctly. How dare you? Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Notre Dame. We're back. Everyone's favorite place to be. They're aiming to play like a champion today. Let's see if they can do it and execute to that plan flawlessly against Tulane. Tulsa. I don't know why I almost said Tulane. On, it is the last game. I wanna get a return off. Let's do this. This is gonna basically not do anything unless I somehow get a touchdown on it, but I doubt I will. Not a terrible return, I can't lie. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not playing. Okay? That was it. I just wanted to do that. I thought it'd be fun. Chipotle. Got Chipotle on this bitch? I mean, Tulsa made it kind of respectable. 21-40. Not really respectable, but, you know, kind of. And ladies and gentlemen, This will be the end of this video as Tulsa, their first appearance, results in elimination. And Notre Dame now takes a hold of a whole lot of territory. I'm just gonna clean up this a little bit. Notre Dame took over that huge territory, so there was a lot that happened today. Now, we still have yet to see 4 teams. I don't know how, but we're still waiting to hear from them. They're just on like fucking vacation, I guess.
I will be editing this video, which is why we're starting off like this. I'm editing this video. It's not going to look as good as DK does. DK's PC broke, so he won't be able to edit for a little bit. So I'm going to be editing the videos until he has a PC that he's able to edit with. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing Imperialism. We're going to be doing 7 teams in this video, and then 7 in next video, and we're going to end the series next video. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's spin this wheel and see who we start with first. Who do we have here? And Texas is going to get hit for the first time, and they can only play 1 team. They literally can only play Notre Dame, but I will be doing this. Shout out to DK for doing the Imperialism. Let's see. Does that go to Notre Dame? Yeah, it does. All right, Texas and Notre Dame coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in South Bend, Indiana for a nighttime ball game as the Notre Dame Fighting Irish take on the Texas Longhorns. Texas has been surrounded, and I'm not going to get a zoom in on that because DK is not editing this, but Notre Dame is taking on Texas. Texas has not played a single matchup in this series. Notre Dame is looking to take over their piece of territory and have a full Texas. Let's see if they can do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a minute 57 remaining, and Notre Dame is going to take down Texas by a score of 14-20 will be the final score. And the Texas Longhorns go down by 6. And Texas has been taken down by Notre Dame. And Notre Dame has some big territory. Kansas is there. Ohio State's here, but Notre Dame's taking down big territory, man. Look, this is... Hey, that was the first one of the video. Let's see who is next on the wheel. Who do we have next? And we got Charlotte. Charlotte, I don't believe, also hasn't been chosen yet. They have not. They still have the original green color. They're probably going to keep that color, to be honest, if they win. But, and that's going to be App State, I think. Hold on. Let me get deep into this here. What is it? It's more like that. No, it's Miami. Charlotte taking on Miami next. All right, we are in Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida, as the University of Miami is going to be taking on the University of Charlotte and the 49ers coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charlotte 49ers might have just put on the biggest masterclass of all time had they won this game. However, they are going to lose by 5, probably, maybe more. Yeah, you know what, actually, I'm going to jump in because they can still win this. It's 33-25, which I'm not good at math, so give me a second. 1 second. That's an 8-point game. They technically could win this game. All right, let's sim to the end of the game here. They were up 25-7 for a long time to the 4th quarter. And then they fell apart in the 4th quarter. But here they go. Charlotte coming up to the line. No timeouts remaining at midfield. They need to get this ball down the field. And he's going to throw it deep. And it's going to be intercepted. And that's going to do it. We jumped in for one play and they threw an interception. Miami will survive Charlotte and the 49ers. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The Charlotte 49ers have unfortunately been taken out in a game that they almost won, by the way. They were up 25-7 in the 4th quarter. Unfortunately for them, it does not matter, and they will not be moving on. However, they came super close to doing the unthinkable and beating Miami. However, that will not happen. I'm just going to go ahead and fix some lines here. And then we will move on to the next spin on the wheel. That is 2 out of 7 done so far. Charlotte almost did it. Let's go ahead. Let's spin this wheel again and see who is next. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Kansas. Kansas can either face LSU or they can face Notre Dame. Either way, they're going into a hostile environment. And that's going to be Notre Dame. If I come over here, yeah, down and to the left is Notre Dame. To the right is LSU. They decided to go down and to the left, which means they will be facing Notre Dame, Kansas, Notre Dame coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in South Bend, Indiana for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish to take on the Kansas Jayhawks. Notre Dame looking to take down Kansas. Kansas looking to take over some big territory and hopefully win this imperialism in the next episode. Let's see which one of these teams survives and moves on to the final episode of this series. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 minute 53 seconds left, and Kansas is down by 1, and they have the football. Let's see if they can do the unthinkable and beat Notre Dame and the Fighting Irish. Kansas Jayhawks coming to the line here. Okay, here they go. They have a chance to take down Notre Dame, who has been dominant on this map as of last episode. And they're going to throw it deep down the field. And it's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 10. 1 minute 45 left. All right, 3rd and 10, 1 minute 45 seconds remaining on the clock. They just need to get down to field goal range, and it's gonna be incomplete. I thought it was gonna be a first down. It is not. 4th and 10, 1 minute 42. They're gonna have to go for it here, I think. I don't think they want to hand this ball back to Notre Dame, so they're probably gonna want to go for it, and they will. 4th and 10, pretty much for the game. They still have timeouts, but this is pretty much the game right here. Unless they get a big stop, and it's going to be down the field. And it's going to be incomplete, but I think there's going to be a penalty on Notre Dame, which will give them an automatic first down and 15 yards on the pass interference. Wow, incredible. Incredible. Notre Dame did not need that in that situation. They are closer to midfield. 1 minute 34 seconds. No timeouts have been used by Kansas. Kansas dropping back. Caught by the tight end. And it's not going to be a first down. It'll be 2nd and 2 with 1 minute 27 left. All right, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute 11 left on the clock. They are letting time run down here. And it's going to be a first down. That's a first down. Kansas and the Jayhawks are driving after that pass interference penalty. That sucked a lot of life. That sucked a lot of life out of Notre Dame. That pass interference penalty did. They had the opportunity to stop them on 4th down, and that penalty just completely gave the momentum back to Kansas and the Jayhawks. 53 seconds remaining on the clock. Kansas throws, caught, out of bounds. 2nd and 8. All right, Kansas and the Jayhawks back to the line. 2nd and 8. 49 seconds left on the clock. And it'll be thrown to the screen. And it'll be down in bounds. Timeout, Kansas. All right, Kansas goes back to the line. 3rd and 12. They're going to need a completion here. They are almost in field goal range. Can they do it? And it's going to be caught. They are. I don't know if they're quite in field goal range yet. But the clock will continue to roll. 32 seconds on the clock. They can run it all the way down and kick a field goal if they really want to. But I don't know if they're going to do that. They are going to kick the field goal. And timeout Notre Dame. 8 seconds on the clock. They're trying to ice the kicker. And they're going to go for it. They are going for it right now. I'm assuming to try to get the first down. Yo, Kansas, are y'all good, bro? Kansas, are y'all good, bro? You didn't have to go for that. You could have kicked the field goal. I'll see y'all on the map, I guess. Sure, I'll see y'all on the map, y'all. All right, Kansas and the Jayhawks completely sold their opportunity to win this game and take over Notre Dame territory. I have no idea how they sold that badly. They were in field goal range. All Notre Dame did was call a timeout to ice the kicker. You didn't have to not go for it. You could have went for it. Could have went for the field goal. Right? They decided to go for it on 4th down, and then they throw an interception. I mean, okay. I guess. All right, moving on. Moving on to the next wheel spin here. We have Notre Dame again, but this time they're going on the road. Who are they going on the road to? That's the question. Straight up, they can't go straight up. All right, next spin. Down and that way. It's going to be Boise State. Notre Dame, Boise State coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Boise, Idaho, as Boise State is going to be taking on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish here at Boise State. The blue field is ready, and these fans are ready. Let's see who will win this ball game. Will Notre Dame take down Boise State and take over a lot more territory, or will Boise State take down Notre Dame and take over a lot more territory? This is a big game. Two teams, big territory. Let's see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I think another team is about to sell the lead to Notre Dame. They were up 21-14. And now, or they were up 27-14. Now it's 30-21. Notre Dame's going to need this ball back. They're going to get it back, but okay, they get it back, down 2. Okay, now they're up 5. Unfortunately, I can't jump in quite yet. Now I can, though. I can jump in right now. Notre Dame has been putting on some bangers, but I think another team is going to sell the lead to Notre Dame. 5-point lead for Notre Dame after being down the entire game, being walked on for 3 quarters. Now they're down by 5. Boise State is, and they need to do something here at home. They need to get a touchdown. 1:52 left in the game. 3 timeouts for both teams. Let's see what happens here. It's caught, and he's going to break the tackle, and he's going to get the first down. 1:47 left. All right, Boise State is looking for an empty set here, looking to pass this ball down the field, obviously. And it's going to be caught, and he's going to break the tackle, and that's going to be another first down. 1:41 left. All right, Boise State back out there. Boise State was batted down at the line. 1:27 left. All right, Boise State back out there looking to give these home fans something to cheer about. And it's going to be caught, and that's going to be another first down. First and goal from the 10-yard line. 1:24 left. 1:16 left on the clock. They're going to run it. And it's going to be timeout, Boise State. 1:13 left on the clock. All right, 1:13 left. Can Notre Dame stop Boise State from getting into the end zone and make them sell the lead? And that's going to be a sack. 3rd and goal. 1:05 remaining. Boise State down by 5. They're going to need these last 2 plays here to be good plays. Can they get into the end zone? All right, they're coming back to the line. 52 seconds remaining. Not going empty set here, but they will be throwing. It's going to be thrown to the running back, and he's going to go. Touchdown, Boise State. And they are now going to take the lead here late in the 4th quarter. All right, and they are going for 2 to be up by 3, forcing Notre Dame to have to go for a field goal to tie the ball game. Can they get it into the end zone? And they're going to go, and they're not going to get it. It'll be a 1-point lead for Boise State. 41 seconds left on the clock. All right, Boise State's defense has the clutch up for the boys here. 36 seconds left at the 23-yard line. Notre Dame has 3 timeouts remaining, and they're going to run the football. And it's going to be stopped. Timeout, Notre Dame. Listen, I don't care how many timeouts you have. I don't think you should be running in this situation, but they're going empty set here, so they're going to be passing. And it's going to be complete. And it's going to be a first down and out of bounds. The clock stops at 30 seconds. Notre Dame looking to win this ball game and come back. After being down for the entire game, they were leading 35-30. Boise State then takes the lead, and now Notre Dame is looking to gain that lead right back after the comeback that they had during the game. protecting the sidelines is Boise State, and they're going to tackle him inbounds. Timeout, Notre Dame. All right, Notre Dame looking to score the ball here. 25 seconds, one timeout remaining for Notre Dame, and they're going to throw it down the field. Deep downfield, and it's going to be incomplete. 3rd and 5, 18 seconds left. All right, and here goes Notre Dame. 2 more plays, unless they get the first down here to win this game. Can they do it? He's going to throw it, and it's going to be complete in field goal range. 14 seconds left on the clock. And they're going to kick the field goal here. Boise State, I'm assuming, will call their final timeout. Or not. Nope, they're not calling it. And it's good. Notre Dame takes the lead with a few seconds remaining, and it looks like they're going to get another victory, 38-36. Anything can happen, but I highly doubt it. Notre Dame looks like they are going to take this win to the house, and they're going to take over some big territory here after what has been just an incredible game so far. I don't even think Boise State's going to get to run another play on offense. I think they're going to run this back, and it's going to run the clock. No, okay, they get 8 seconds. They get 8 seconds to work with and 1 timeout. Can they do this is the question. Let's see what Boise State decides to do here. Snapping the ball. Looking. Waiting. And it's going to be incomplete. 2 seconds left. Need a play to get a guy open, run directly into the end zone on this play. They don't have time for a Hail Mary. They're not close enough for a Hail Mary. They're not close enough for a field goal. They just have to hope somebody can get wide open and get into the end zone immediately. And he's going to run. He's running down the field, and he's going to be stopped, and that will do it. Boise State takes the loss to Notre Dame. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and Boise State will get taken out of contention. If you're a Boise State fan, your team sold hard, as Boise State is going to get knocked off the map, and Notre Dame is taking over pretty much a lot of this map here. Almost all of this map is Notre Dame now. That's okay. Notre Dame looking to take over the entire map and win this ball, or this imperialism here today. All right, Boise State was not taken off the wheel, but if we do land on them, I will take them off and make it an automatic respin. So yeah, because for some reason this opened up in full screen, so I can't like take them out. But Miami is up next, and they're going down in that way. Can they even go down in that? They can't. Okay. Okay. They're going to LSU. Miami, LSU coming up next. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, as the LSU Tigers take on the Miami Hurricanes. Coming up next. All right, we are 1:07 left, but I don't know if they're going to get the first down. They don't. And Miami is going to get the victory over LSU. LSU has been taken off the map. LSU fans, I'm sorry, this season in real life has been disappointing. And your season officially comes to an end here in college football imperialism. I'm just going to go ahead and take y'all off the map real quick. But LSU will still be technically on the wheel, but they will be taken off as soon as we land on them, because unfortunately it opened up. It opened up in full screen, so I can't change it like I normally would be able to. But Miami takes down LSU. And yeah, we're coming down to it here. I'm going to count how many teams we have and see how many more teams we have for this video. Give me 1 second. All right, we got two more teams this episode. So let's spin the wheel again. We got 2 more that we can do today. And App State's going to get called on for the first time in this video, and it is very unfortunate that this is their first time. Up and to the left, that's going to be Notre Dame. Notre Dame, App State coming up next. All right, we are in South Bend, Indiana. I'm going to cut out that whole tick of me messing up and putting up Miami against App State. It's going to be Notre Dame. It is going to be Appalachian State and the Mountaineers. Appalachian State known for giving some upsets. Let's see if they can do it again today and see if they can take over all of Notre Dame's territory. Let's find out. All right. Yep, Notre Dame blew them out. Yep. I'll see y'all on the map. All right, Notre Dame taking over a lot more territory. Let's see who is last in this episode of College Football Imperialism. Make sure you just drop a like down below and sub to the channel. It'll be Oregon. And Oregon will be taking on who? Let me just make sure. Yep. Oregon will be taking on who? That way. It will be Notre Dame again. Down in that way is Notre... I mean, I guess if you go from the center... No, it's still Notre Dame. All right. Notre Dame... I mean, technically, I guess you can make a case for Arizona State. But it really goes like that. And it does hit the corner of Notre Dame. All right, Notre Dame, Oregon coming up. We are in South Bend, Indiana at night again for the Oregon State or Oregon Ducks, ranked number 5, versus the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, ranked number 9. Let's see who wins this ball game. This one should be a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It comes down to this. Will Notre Dame finally be taken out, or will Oregon win this ball game? It is a 21-28 ball game. A minute 52 left, 3rd and 5 for Oregon. They don't get a touch. If they don't get a first down here, if they don't get a first down on the 4th down, it'll be over. But Notre Dame has the ball. No, Oregon does. Sorry, it looked like Notre Dame for a second, but Oregon does have the ball, and they're going to run down the field. And it's going to be completed. 1st and 10, down by 7. A minute 44 left. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Oregon back to the line. See what Notre Dame does here. And it's going to be incomplete. Almost took a sack. All right, Notre Dame looking to stop Oregon here. And Oregon looking to go down and score a touchdown, tie this ball game up. Can they do it is the question. And it's going to be batted down at the line. 3rd and 10. It's a defensive stand for Notre Dame right now. Can Notre Dame do it? Can they beat the Oregon Ducks? And they're going to go. And it's going to be a first down. And it will be a 1st and goal. 6-yard line. All right, Oregon. Notre Dame comes down to this. Actually, it really doesn't. And it's going to be incomplete. All right, here we go. Oregon looking to score one of its last touchdowns of regulation, and it's going to happen. Touchdown, Oregon. 27-28. They're going to tie it up with the extra point. A minute 8 seconds. Notre Dame, what you going to do, buddy? What you going to do? All right, a minute 5 seconds on the clock. Notre Dame has all 3 timeouts. They have plenty of time, and they're going to run it. I don't know why they started running it in these situations. I wouldn't personally, but that's just them. All right, they are in empty formation. Notre Dame looking to get into field goal range here. Can they do it? And it's going to be completed, and it's going to be a 1st down, and they're going to keep moving. 1st down, timeout, injury timeout. Jeremiah Love got injured. All right, here they go. And it's going to be completed, but it's a 1-yard pickup, and another Notre Dame player has gone down with injury. It's not looking good for them in overtime. Just saying. Just thought I'd say that. Here you go. 30 seconds remaining. Empty formation. Can Notre Dame do this? Clutch up. Get into field goal range, and they're going to go. And they're going to be in field goal range. Timeout, Notre Dame. 27 seconds left on the clock. And here they go. They're not quite in field goal range yet, but they will be soon. If they keep letting them get these big chunks, they might even be in the end zone. And they're going to run it. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah. Okay. And they're just going to call timeouts. I don't know why they would call their timeouts. I would let the clock run, but they have no more timeouts left. They might not even get it in time to kick the field goal, to be honest. But lucky for them, if they line up, Oregon will take the timeout for them if they line up at field goal range. So 15 seconds. Are they going to make it? No. Okay, no, they're not. I would have lined up a field goal range. You're in field goal range. Kick the field goal. All right, they're going to overtime. All right, Notre Dame gets the ball first. Oregon has decided to defer, seeing what they need to do on offense. Notre Dame gets the ball in empty formation. Here we go into overtime, the first possession of overtime. Can they get in the end zone and force Oregon to have to answer them? And it's going to be a 2nd and 9, a 1-yard gain. All right, Notre Dame looking to get into the end zone. Force Oregon to have to also score a touchdown. Can they do it here? And it's going to be caught. And it's going to be 3rd and 2. All right, and here they go. 28-28, 3rd and 2. Notre Dame looking to get into the end zone. And it's going to be a fake, and it's going to be caught. And he's going to break the tackle, and he is going to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Notre Dame. Now, Oregon knows what they need to do. They need to answer with a touchdown here. Can they do it? They can't afford a turnover. They can't afford a field goal. They need to get into the end zone. Can they do it is the question. All right, and the extra point is very important. If they miss this, all Oregon has to do is kick the extra point and make it, and they do make it, though. 35-28. All right, here comes Oregon's first possession of overtime. Can they answer back with a touchdown? That is the question. And let's see if they can do it here. And it's going to be thrown, caught, out of bounds, 2nd and 2. All right, and here they go. This is one fitting way to end this video with an overtime game against Oregon and Notre Dame. And Oregon's going to rush. The quarterback is going to slide, and it's going to be a 1st down. All right, and here they go. Oregon looking to get into the end zone, tie Notre Dame again, and head into 2nd overtime, and they're going to throw it, and it's going to be incomplete, almost caught. 2nd and 10. They go empty set in the backfield. No running backs in the backfield, all receivers. Can they get this to the end zone? And they're going to throw, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Oregon. We are heading to a 2nd overtime, most likely. Yep, they're going to do the smart thing, line up for the extra point. This is the smart decision. And it's good. 35-35, heading into 2nd overtime. All right, we are in 2nd overtime. Oregon gets the ball first since they deferred on the 1st overtime possession. Let's see what happens here. And they're going to rush it, and it's not going to go anywhere. 2nd and 10. All right, Oregon looking to get into the end zone again. And I believe in the 2nd overtime, they have to go for 2 after a touchdown. And then after third overtime, it's only 2-point conversions. But let's see. Can Oregon do it? And they're going to rush. And he's going to slide. 1st down, Oregon. All right, Oregon looking to take the lead here in overtime. Can they do it with the stadium pulse? And it's going to be a jet touch pass. And he's going to be going 1st down and goal from the 4-yard line. All right, here they go. Oregon looking to get into the end zone. Can they do it? It's going to be caught, and it's going to be a touchdown. Now they need to go for 2. If they make the 2-point conversion, Notre Dame knows what they need to do with 2-point conversion and a touchdown. All right, they're going for 2 here. Let's see if they can make it an 8-point lead. Can they do it? That is the question, and he's going to get it. Good 2-point try. Notre Dame needs a 2-point conversion and a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to win this ball game. Here comes Notre Dame. Back to pass. Looking, throwing, caught, 1st down and 10 from the 11. Right, Notre Dame. 2 fantastic football teams here in 2nd overtime. Looking to get a win for both of these programs. It would be huge. And it's going to be a touchdown, Notre Dame. That was way too easy. 2 plays. 2 plays, and my controller disconnected because of how long this is taking. All right. Now they have to go for 2. If they missed the 2-point conversion after doing it in 2 plays, then GG Oregon. They get a lot of territory. Oregon doesn't have a lot, but they're about to have some if they can win this ball game somehow. Let's see if they can do it. Here they go. To win, to tie the game, or to lose the game. And it's going to be a QB keeper, and he doesn't get it, and Oregon gets the victory, and they take over all of Notre Dame's territory. Doing the yellow for Oregon kind of messed up the map, but it is okay. All right, spin that wheel, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first wheel spin of the final episode, and we've got Oregon. All right, and Oregon is taking on who? Down in that way, I mean, that's Arizona State. All right, Arizona State, Oregon coming up next. All right, we are here at Arizona State University at nighttime as the Arizona State Sun Devils take on the Oregon Ducks to see who takes over territory and makes it to the end of this video, possibly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Arizona State did not put up a fight. And Oregon is going to take down Arizona State. Arizona State has been eliminated. They will be ranked number 7 at the end of this series. All right, Oregon took down Arizona State, and we are now down, officially down to 6 teams remaining on the wheel. We are down to the top 6. Let's see who is next. It is going to be Miami. And I believe they can only take on either 2 teams. They can take on Duke or they can take on Oregon. I think a lot of these teams are going to be playing Oregon. And that's up in that way. Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be Oregon. Oregon, Miami coming up. All right, Miami is on the attack, and they have set their sights on Oregon as Oregon looks to take them down, take over more territory. Miami wants to take over all the territory, so they are going to try their best to do that in this episode. This is the number 6. Whoever loses this is number 6 in the final rankings of college football imperialism. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and Oregon gets it done. Miami has been taken out and will be ranked number 6 in college football imperialism rankings. All right, Oregon has taken over a huge chunk of this map. We're going to see if they can keep this going. They have 4 teams left to fight. If they can take over Ohio State, I think it might be over, and Oregon might take this one all the way. If you're an Oregon fan, drop a like down below. Your team could win college football imperialism today. But let's see who is next. Number 7 was Arizona State. Number 6 was Miami. Oregon's back on the attack. Who does Oregon face is the question. Who are we going to see Oregon face? They're going up in that way. And they're going Ohio State. It goes up in this way. That's Ohio State territory. Ohio State, Oregon coming up. All right, Ohio State in the snow facing the Oregon Ducks. Whoever wins this has a very good chance of winning college football imperialism. And this is for the number 5 seed at the end of our final rankings. We'll see what happens here, but Ohio State wants to beat Oregon, take over all of their territory. Let's see if they can do it. There's a minute 40 seconds remaining. Ohio State is up by 7. Can Ohio State put this one away? They have the ball 1st and 10. Can they put this game away, take down Oregon, and possibly win college football imperialism? Will Oregon drop to the number 5 seed after being the number 1 seed for so long? Will they drop to the number 5 seed today? Let's find out. They're going to run the ball, and that's going to be blown up in the backfield. Ohio State 2nd and probably about 13. Timeout Oregon. This is a big game here. Whoever wins this possibly wins this entire thing. They have to get through Virginia, Buffalo, and Duke in order to win it. And it's going to be a screen pass. And he's going to take it. And he's going to go. 1st down Ohio State. Incredible play. Timeout Oregon. All right. They need Oregon to give up one more timeout. And they need one more 1st down to win this ball game. Can they do it? And it's going to be a run. And he's going to get it. And he's going to get the 1st down. Timeout Oregon. And that should wrap this game up. Ohio State gets the victory and the upset over the Oregon Ducks, who were the number 1 seed in this imperialism series. And that's going to do it. Ohio State drops Oregon to the number 5 seed. And Ohio State stays in to play for the final. All right. Ohio State has taken over a bunch of territory here. They've got 3 teams to battle against. And let's see if they can do it. We remove Oregon. And there's 4 teams remaining. Who is playing for the 4th seed? Will it be Ohio State again? It'll be Buffalo. And if Buffalo goes over, it's going to be Ohio State. If they go down, it'll be Virginia. Let's see where they go. And they go directly this way. That's Ohio State. Ohio State, Buffalo next. All right, we are back in Ohio State as we find out who the 4th seed's going to be. The loser of this game takes 4th. And we've got Ohio State taking on the Buffalo Bulls. Let's see what happens. Ohio State takes the victory. Buffalo put up a valiant effort. They were up at one point. 33-57 final score. All right. And there is now 3 teams remaining. What do we have? We had Duke, right? I think it was Duke. I'm going to spin it again because I messed it up. I messed up the wheel. I think it was Duke, though. We're going to get Duke again. Okay, that's fine. Duke, and who are they going to be taking on? Going straight up, Duke versus Virginia, and the winner heads to the national championship to take on Ohio State. Duke versus Virginia, let's see what happens. All right, we have not had to jump into a game yet, but if there's going to be one, it's probably going to be this one. Virginia, Duke coming up. All right, it's a 3-point game. Virginia is close to field goal range. 3 timeouts for both teams. Let's see which team is going to go ahead and take it. Which team will win and go to the national championship, and who is a 3rd seed? Let's find out. Here we go. Back to pass. He throws. It's intercepted by Duke. Oh my goodness. That was a terrible throw and a terrible time for that to happen. All right, Duke looking to salt the clock away. And that's going to be not a first down, but it will be some yardage gain. Probably about 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. Yeah, 2nd and 8. All right, Duke trying to get in the end zone. Either that or put this clock away. They just need 2 more first downs and they get this win. Here they go. It's going to stop them. Virginia's going to call a timeout. They need one more. They need 1 more first down now. They literally need 1 more first down. They could need this clock out. If they don't get the first down, Virginia's going to have another chance to tie it or take the lead. But we'll see when we get there. It's 3rd and 7. Duke looking to get the first down. It's being thrown and it's intercepted. Virginia taking it back. And he's going to get it in near Duke territory. Virginia gets another opportunity. All right. Virginia looking to take this opportunity. They are right over midfield. Let's see what they can do. And he gets it. And that's not going to be a first down, but it'll be a 2nd and 5. There they go. Trying to score a touchdown to win this game, possibly. Can they do it? That's the question. He's just going to take off and run with it. He had a wide open lane. And that's going to be a first down, 1:04 and counting after the clock stops for the chains to move. All right, Virginia, 50 seconds left on the clock. Can they get this one in the end zone? And it's going to be incomplete. 48 seconds on the clock. All right, Virginia, Chandler Morris throwing, caught, and it's going to be a 1-yard gain out of bounds. 44 seconds left. All right, and we have Virginia and Duke looking to take this one over and make the national championship. Chandler Morris throws, caught, first down, 1st and 10, 40 seconds left on the clock. They are taking this clock down, and they could possibly win this with a touchdown. Let's see if they can do it. Clock will continue to move. All right, will they go to the national championship to face Ohio State? That is the question, and they're going to run it, and they're going to salt more clock away. Timeout, Virginia. And they're possibly going to kick this field goal here. Nope, they're not kicking the field goal yet. They said we're still going for it. 23 seconds on the clock. They have to probably throw this one here. I wouldn't have ran it, but it doesn't matter. That's a touchdown. And there is barely any time left, and they could win it in regulation. All right, kicking the extra point to go up by 4. Force Duke to have to get in the end zone. 20 seconds remaining. Let's see if Virginia can hold on. All right, and they have everybody back there looking to get it. And oh, he's not going to get far. The 21-yard line is where Duke will start. And let's see if Duke can get this one in the end zone. If not, this ball game's over, and Virginia takes on Ohio State in the national championship, and it's going to be caught for the first down and more. Timeout, and they're looking to get down the field. 10 seconds left at the 44-yard line of Virginia. All right, they need one more of those big plays, and they can possibly get in the end zone here. Here they go. Looking to pass. It's thrown. Caught, and he's down. 4 seconds left. Timeout. One more play, possibly. All right, back to the line. One final play to get into the end zone from the 35-yard line. Here they go. Down the field. And it's going to be incomplete. And Virginia holds on and knocks out Duke and heads to the national championship. All right, we have the national championship, but just for fun, Jesus Christ, just for fun, we will spin it anyway. Even though we already know we're going to the national championship. But Ohio State, and who is Ohio State playing? Let's find out. They're going out. It doesn't matter. It's Virginia. It's Ohio State. Who takes over the map in college football imperialism 26? Let's find out. All right, and here we are, the national championship, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida, as we've got the Ohio State Buckeyes taking on the Virginia Cavaliers coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ohio State will officially be our winners, but we are going to jump in so we can see the final celebration. It is 40-17. Virginia looked like they were going to come out strong. They scored immediately on the opening drive, but unfortunately Ohio State took this game over. And unfortunately for Virginia, they will go down and they will be second place. And we will see who officially takes third between fourth and third here in 1 second. But we will wait these 22 seconds and watch Ohio State celebrate a national championship victory and a victory on the map. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Ohio State officially takes over the entire map and becomes your college football 26 imperialism champions. What an incredible matchup. What an incredible series. We are going to go ahead, take Virginia off the map, give Ohio State the full map, and then we will play for third place. Whoever wins third place, let's find out. And the entire map glows red for Ohio State and the Buckeyes as they took down Virginia. But we need a third place game, okay? It's between Buffalo. It's between Duke. Let's find out what happens. Who is your official third place winners? Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rose Bowl. And we are going to see who takes over third place between Duke and the Blue Devils and Buffalo and the Bulls. Let's find out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for Buffalo, Duke will officially be our third place, which means Buffalo takes over fourth and the order stays the exact same, which means officially your top three in college football imperialism. Ohio State takes the map, takes over everything. Virginia's number 2. They played Ohio State. They get number 2 automatically. And Duke beat Buffalo for the third spot. It'll be Ohio State, Virginia, and Duke as your top 3 for college football imperialism. If you guys like this, make sure you guys drop a like down below. Sub to the channel. I am at 98 subscribers. I need 2 more subs to get to 100. And that was my goal for the end of last year, but you guys have done such a great job. Please sub. And yeah, I will see you guys next week with a new video. Peace.